Welcome to the gunchannels.com lobby chat. What's up, man?
What up?
Not much. I'm gonna be taking off here in a sec. I gotta go check on my mom.
Cool.
I will say one thing. I can't believe the price of funerals anymore.
The price of what?
Funerals.
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely something I gotta think about planning for when my kid doesn't end up with the bill.
It used to be just like a basic $10,000 life insurance policy would cover it.
Yeah, yeah, of course they itemize and they have to show everything before plan everything. How they go from 10 to 35,000 nowadays.
Yep.
I like that patch, by the way. The go nuts.
Yeah. I like the ones that are like parodies of a real logo.
Yeah.
I'm just scrolling through Facebook. Nothing too interesting.
Nah, I haven't seen anything. Of course, I haven't been on much.
Well, it's been 17 years since American Pie.
Damn.
Makes me feel old as shit. Give me classic. I thought there was new Shannon Elizabeth photos. They're old ones.
What makes me feel old is I saw the original Star Wars in theaters, so that tells you anything.
Well, I remember seeing Return of the Jedi, I think, when I was real little in the theater. That was like one of the first movies I can remember actually seeing in the theater.
Yeah, I used to have the original Star Wars on cassette tape. I'd play that damn thing till it wore out. Kids nowadays wouldn't even know what cassette tape is. Yeah, they wouldn't even know what an 8-track is.
Nope.
Or the fact that you couldn't rewind an 8-track or anything like that. Yeah, I think the only thing I posted on Facebook today was the John Wayne swimming lesson.
John Wayne swimming lesson.
Yeah.
Well, was it like a public service announcement?
No, it was a clip from a movie of his.
No.
He was teaching a kid about fishing. He gave him a swimming lesson. And he was going to give his mom a swimming lesson too. That's when the gangster music started playing.
Nice. Did it like pause and play gangster music?
I think it was, the video was a little bit more continuous, but then I think it did pause eventually.
What's up with this Falcor defense? You ever hear of it?
Nope, never have.
It's like the stupidest name, Falcor. It's that fucking flying dog thing from the Neverending Story. I mean, they could be referencing something else, but that's what I think of every time I see it.
Falcor. Just typed in Falcor and it was dragon, the luck dragon, never ending story, dog, stuffed animal.
Yep.
It's Falcor defense is spelled different. It's spelled different.
Got a K instead of a C. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I just went to their website. Need to let my beard grow in. Need one of those tactical beards.
Which website? The Falcor?
Yeah. I got tattoos. I could probably talk a couple buddies of mine into give me a couple sleeves, but yeah, I'd have to work on the tactical beard.
I like tactical pork chops.
I saw where North Korea did a ICMB test or whatever.
Yeah, they're claiming that they could reach the U.S. We should just bomb them for that threat. Bomb the fuck out of them.
Ex-FBI agent was gunman in Texas base shooting. Here's an interesting story.
Where was the shooting?
It was a Texas base. Let me open it up. Joint Base San Antonio, Lackland. Let's see. Yeah, it was yesterday. It's in San Antonio. Former FBI agent who later enlisted in the U.S. Air Force was identified Saturday as the man who killed his commander at an air base in San Antonio before turning the gun on himself. Damn.
I'm watching this video on the Instagrams of Ted Cruz shooting an AR-15.
All right. Is it the bacon one?
No, it's like, here, it's kind of creepy.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one. The bacon one's creepy too. He pulls off a piece of bacon after shooting it. He's like, bacon.
Ever see the XCR?
XCR.
Kind of looks like an ACR.
XCR.
With a better stock. And supposedly it's modular.
The XCRM?
I guess is it made by Robinson Armament?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
I pulled up images and how most of them are airsoft. XCRM though, that looks pretty nice.
Yeah. It's like a big monolithic upper. Trying to read. Trying to find out how they're modular.
So you get the XCRL, XCRM. Looks like the L has, what, 7 models? Damn. I'm seeing different pistol or different barrel lengths. They've got pistols. Damn.
Yeah, I saw the pistol and the SPR and the rifle. But I thought it would be like swap the barrel and chamber out and like tune the, because it's a piston gun and it has that little thing on the side to adjust the gas. So I was thinking like change it from 308 to 556 or something. Like a barrel and a lower. I don't know though.
Let's see. Calibers 308, 243, and 260. Damn.
It's $2,500 rifle.
Yeah. Let's see, 3 different barrel lengths.
Yeah. I don't see how it's modular.
It kind of looks like the magwell. You can interchange the magwells.
Okay.
Shoot, let me hop in on the other account and I can screen share this. Hold on a second. Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. As soon as all this stuff comes. Oh shit. That's closed.
Oh, the XCR-L does 762 by 39.
Yeah, says the M.
Oh, does it?
I think that's what I said, but can you see this right here?
Yeah.
Kind of looks like this is all modular right here to where you can interchange the magwell.
Yeah, it might be, the upper might be the serialized part, like the firearm part.
Yeah, because this looks like this right here looks like this is all one part. You can change the magwell out. And this right here would be all one piece.
Yeah.
Let's see what the other ones look like. Let's see. Yeah,
Yeah,
let's do the pistol.
the L does 556, 762 by 39, 300 blackout, and 6.8. What is that, special? SPC. And then the M does 762 NATO, 308, 243, 260, and 6.5, 6mm Creedmoor. Is that the pistol?
Yeah, on the M.
It almost looks like a Bren, the CZ.
Take it this is the adjustable gas block up here.
Yeah.
Take a look at those.
It's probably adjustable for suppressors and stuff.
Yeah. You said the L's had the 300 blackout?
Yeah.
Which one were you looking at? The competition or the standard?
Because I guess the standard. Because the L stands for light, so I guess it's all intermediate and light cartridges, and then the M is medium
Let's
caliber
take a look.
rifle.
Let's take a look at the competition then. Yeah, 556, 300, 6.8, 762 by 39, 545. Damn.
Oh, they got a 545 too.
Yeah.
I'm on their site on my phone, so it's like the phone version of the website. I just read a review too, and they were having problems with it, so it doesn't seem like they got all their shit together yet. But still, $2,500, $2,000. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know. That price you'd want it to run.
Yeah.
Want it to run perfect.
That's what I don't know. I don't think the Bren the CZ should cost what it does. That's like $2,000 too. The new carbine. I
Mhm.
think the pistol's like $1,500. But they just started importing the carbines, and they're like $2,000.
They definitely got a lot of options with the AO on it. Damn. Let's take a look at the pistol. $1,800. 7.5-inch barrel length. Yeah, maybe that's not a modular piece there then.
I don't know. I can't tell from that picture.
Oh, hold on a second.
Aloha.
Shit. Check. Aloha. How's it? What's
Yeah,
up?
check. Testing. Testes.
All right. How's everybody doing?
Great.
Lies, I tell you.
Fabulous.
Fucking tastic. So were you in here earlier when they were talking? I mean, in the chat, I should say, earlier when they were talking about sights and stuff for the AK?
Yeah.
I'm not saying I need it. I'm just saying I probably want it, but what is it? Adjustable rear sights that are made by, oh, what's their name? Uh, Standby, standing by. Kensight. Kensight.
What the hell is that?
I will show you a link. Are you on your phone or can you see? Or do I need to post the link?
No, I'm on my computer.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with the AK sight picture to begin with, so I never think about changing it.
Oh, I'm not saying I have a problem with the site picture. When you click on that little link, you might kind of see where I'm kind of going. Between that and that excess that Dana was talking about for the front almost, like put the two of them together, I think.
The excess is made, the front excess sight for an AK is made specifically for their excess rear for the AK.
Oh,
And it's the same exact setup as the handgun. It's that shallow V with the line.
well, I guess F all that then.
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of there's a lot of AK sights out there that have a tritium like that rear, where they flip up. Like they just flip up against the existing piece of metal that's your notch already,
Ah,
and then they flip up onto the front post or whatnot. That's mostly I don't know if anybody but Zastava's been doing it lately, but that's more like a Milsurp kind of thing. And even if your tritium's all dead and whatever from the Cold War, you can get them. You can get new lamps put in because the metal's still there, the hole's still there.
well, uh, yeah, it was just one of those things where I was thinking about easier to see. Um, I don't necessarily know that I would want the excess big dot rear sight. Man, I'm telling you that Kent sight one that I linked, I like the look of that because it's pretty much still the same. It's relatively the same as what's on there already, right? Really, the only difference is what the
Uh,
the dots.
the notch is about 4 times as wide, maybe 3 times as wide as a standard notch.
Okay,
So you're gonna get more of the front sight, and you're gonna have to compensate for, not compensate, but really
make sure it's in the middle,
in
equal
the
on
middle.
each sides.
Yeah, when you're shooting long range.
Okay,
But for fast up close, it's good. That's ideal. I like
right on.
that sight, and they do have just a regular tritium front posts.
Who makes that? Do you know?
Uh, no, I don't know who makes it,
Actually, I could probably just look that up. I got some Google.
but that set, I think it's Meprolite or maybe I don't know who makes it, but it's a set. It's a rear and a front. You
Or
probably get the
specifically
front,
for the.
separate, or just entirely different tritium front.
Okay. Let's see.
Because
What
some
does
of the
Google?
fronts are like the tritium is like a tube that's vertically stood up inside the post. So your post looks like a long.
Long and skinny.
It looks like a long tritium line instead of a dot.
I've
So I
seen
don't know how
those.
that good.
It's like a
Maybe
sliver instead, right?
yeah. I don't know how that would work with dots in the rear.
Ah, I see what you're saying.
Yep. I'll be back, guys. I gotta run real quick.
Okay, don't hurt yourself.
I will.
I like that. I won't. Let's see. All right, so again, you can look at this. So like this is also from Ken's site. So instead of being that sliver like you're talking, it's just a dot, and it literally looks like it just goes into the existing front sight post. I guess I should put these on the external too.
Yeah, there you go.
So basically for both, it's $200. Oh wow, Ameriglow makes one too. That's almost the same as the Ken site. It looks like even. No kidding. Who knew? I didn't know there was such an aftermarket for AK sites. It's a whole new world. Never been done before. Let's see. Just doesn't seem like I'm gonna. I, I don't know. You know how it is. It changes day to day. One day I want this. One day I want that. One day it looks like it might be a new firearm. The next day it's like, maybe just some sights. You know, or a rail, or a this, or a that. And in the end, it'll probably be none of the above.
XS is the one that makes the tritium front with the line. It's like a vertical dash.
Okay. Let's see.
It should be down on that page somewhere in the like the stuff they suggest to you at the bottom.
Are we on the Amazon page or the Brownells page? What one were we on?
The Amazon.
Okay. Let's see.
And then they have their big dot, which I think is stupid for an AK. I don't know. Wow, Green Blob really copies everybody, don't they?
They do. I don't know if I feel guilty or not, but if and or when, probably when I get that Colt, I'll actually put some real diamond heads on them.
What the fuck kind of front post is this? Look at this. It's cool, I guess. It's not on my my mission first, or no, they're Mako or whatever the fuck. No, Fab Defense.
Oh,
These
like that's a fucking Klingon front post, man.
Yeah, it's the same exact. These are the same exact sites as the Fab Defense, but they're green blobs. But that post is like a point. It's like the end of a toothpick.
Yeah, it's a pokey. That's what I'm
It's
saying.
funny.
It's the Klingon front sight or something.
Mine doesn't have that. Mine just has the regular AR front sight post.
Well, now, do you, it's going to sound silly, but do you think that that potentially makes it more accurate because it's going to be slimmer?
Yeah, it'll allow you to see a smaller target further distance and be more accurate if you're good at shooting like that.
Right.
Then yeah.
As long as it's not a junk piece of
And
shit.
Yeah, and as long as it's zeroed properly and all sighted in.
Let's see. What did you say I was looking for on the other page, though? Oh, the one that goes up and down, vertical. The vertical.
Yeah, it's there somewhere. I'll put the link in the side of.
Because I know I saw one earlier today. Oh, the tritium front sight AK-47 stripe, and that
Yeah.
one's got tritium and
Yeah, that's it.
fiber for $60. Now, like
That
the
one's
other
better.
ones, okay.
I think that one's good for. I guess you can use that with the dots. Because at nighttime, I don't know though. I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, and then here's another one. It's just straight up. It looks like it's both even. It's the Meprolite AK-47 True Dot Night Sight Set, AKM pattern by Meprolite. Dude, it's $110, man. You get the front sight and the rear sight.
Oh, where's that?
I'm linking it now as we speak, sir. But it's a dot. It's not. And I'll link it in the internal. All about the sharing of information.
Oh, yeah, there you go. It's perfect.
I mean, because it's everything, and I would trust the name Meprolite, wouldn't you?
Yeah. And I like how it doesn't have the white ring around the dots.
Right. It's literally just a little greeny.
The only complaint people have about these type of sites is that
They don't glow in the dark.
no, that you can't finely tune the front sight to the height.
Oh, because
You
it's only
might,
on one side.
yeah.
I've heard that. I don't know if I've had that trouble yet,
I
but
don't think it's a problem because you can adjust the height of the rear sight.
to
So it
compensate
kind of
for it.
yeah.
No, you need the sight tool in order to do what? What am I doing with the
You need
windage and elevation sight tool? What am I doing with that?
you need to press the well, I guess you that's just for what is it telling you to buy them both?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
and I'm trying to think.
I never changed the front AK post, so I don't know what that entails, but I
I mean,
guess that's you need that tool to unscrew the post or to
really,
screw a new one, yeah. Just like an AR where you need that tubular thing with the prongs to press
to go
down.
around it.
Yeah.
Yep, I gotcha.
It's a little more simple on the AK. It's just like a notch cut out of the metal on the end there. You can see on one of the rods that's going through the the sight pusher thing.
Oh wow, and then okay, so literally you just go a little bit further down um, from the buy both or bought together, and then it goes to the who bought this also bought, and then there's the frickin' front sight adjustment tool that doesn't say windage and elevation sight tool, right? And it looks like it's a little mailbox key.
Oh, where is that? It's not the Tapco one, right?
Yes, it is. So like I'm on the
Oh, I see which
Meprolite,
one you're talking about. Yeah, that's a different kind of Tapco one.
right? I'm just wondering,
That's for
you know,
getting the post out.
okay. See, now that would make sense. So, what's the deal with the military grade windage and elevation sight tool for $10 more? What's the story? Any idea?
You may need to drift your front post right or left.
Gotcha.
You can't change that on the rear sight. So, I mean,
Got
Mine's off an inch at 25 yards since I bought it. I never adjusted it yet, but
okay.
so it could be that I don't know. I had three AKs and two of them were perfect from the factory, and the Arsenal
See, and I
wasn't perfectly
have
zeroed.
I
Like
have one. I have very minimal experience with the AK. As in, I've only shot mine once now. So I mean minimal.
yeah, but did it seem like it was on with the sights?
For the most part, yeah. But I was shooting almost 100 yards at water bottles to start with, so like there was no paper. We
But
weren't shooting
you were
paper.
hitting the water bottles, right?
Yes,
So
but I might have not been hitting the water bottles on the first shot. I might have missed it on the first shot, and tried to walk it in a little bit.
yeah, but you weren't like compensating with a different sight picture, were you?
No, no,
See, there you go.
no, definitely not.
And you should be on.
It was, hey, dumbass, aim it a little bit more to the left, or a little bit more to the right, or up or down. You know what I mean? It was like that.
Oh, so it might be off then. If you had to put the notch in the front post next to the bottle to hit it, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying trying to, like, I pretty much tried to have it in the center, but me either holding it or pulling the trigger was basically moving it.
Oh, okay.
I believe that was more. But when I get a chance to actually go to the regular range, I'll have some paper and I'll try and see what the story is. Because just starting out at 100 yards at little 16-ounce water bottles was not exactly what I wanted to start shooting at. But when I got to see a couple of them flip up, I felt pretty good.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, AK sights are probably the least complicated. I mean, it's dummy proof. It's the old notch and post. Just like if you buy like a Ruger 1022, you're gonna have the same sight picture.
Uh-oh, he says only 8 left. What are you talking about, Robbie? On the... Oh, shit. I don't know if I want to click buy. I don't know if I'm ready to click buy.
What are you buying?
Well, he clicked that same link for those Mepro lights,
Oh,
and he says there's only 8 left. So I went back to the page and looked, and I'm like, oh shit, there really is only 8 left.
there could have been 8 left for the past 8 months. No.
Sometimes, sometimes, but not always. I usually find that then we get screwed. All right, what's the 1-star review? Let's go to why is it so shitty?
These are shitty because
Oh, customer service was horrible and not call me back. Don't care about that right now. Front sight wiggles loosely. Okay, but that's because he had a Yugo. Okay. Oh, what an expensive waste of time and money. Let's see. The threads on the front post are too small to securely fit the front sight mount. In my case, the post was so loose, I could use my finger to turn the sight post all the down to the base. Wow. Well, let's see.
but does that guy say what kind of rifle he had?
No, it doesn't. And then Sam responded to that post and actually said, all you have to do is put a dab of blue Loctite on the threads and boom, problem solved. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Okay, so that was just a couple of three poor reviews. Let's see some 5-star action here. What's the deal on the 5-star reviews? Like, because sometimes you got to wonder, did they actually put the review up before they utilized the product?
Yeah. Like some people just review the packaging that it came in because,
Right.
oh, there's a dent in my box.
Okay, let's see. Really like these sights. Make shooting in low light conditions a breeze. They were pretty easy to install. Hardest part was getting the spring under the rear sight depressed. The only negative is if you want to adjust for elevation using the front sight post, you have to do so in full turns. Yes. Yes. Yes, you do. It costs to be the boss. What is that one? If you have an AK, this is a great upgrade from the iron sights. Red darts are cool, but these work day and night with no batteries. And I guess that's almost what I'm trying to get around is for my AK, I just want iron sights. So I guess I'm trying to get, and I guess there's really nothing wrong with the sights that are on there, to be honest. But I would like something that is easier to acquire for my Mr. Magoo ass.
That would do it.
Pretty good.
That would do it without taking away too much of the precision, I think.
Like it's not too fat a front sight or anything.
No. And it's not too wide of a rear notch.
Okay, let's see. Some more 3-star review. 2-star. Will not go on the Yugo. Let's see. Easy to install, but the front sight post is very thick. Let's see.
Maybe it fills up that notch in the back,
Maybe.
so it won't be as precise.
Rear
Well, I
sight.
mean, they're definitely designed for up close. You know what I mean? It's not designed for like
Stretching
picking
it out
people
to
off at 100
400.
yards and shit.
Oh, even 100, you think?
Yeah, I mean, you could do it at 100, sighted them in properly and everything. And if you're that kind of a shot, you know what I mean? Just keeping your target in the center of the top of the post and pulling the trigger
Let's
correctly,
see.
then
Rear
definitely. But you're not doing that fast. That's not going to be fast at long distances.
Right. Rear sight is great. The front sight is way, way too big and thick. I don't think he means thick, of course. Also, the front sight have to need a tool to adjust the elevation because it's screwing with just using the fingers.
Yeah, well, that's every AK, so
Yeah.
the complaint is invalid.
Yes. The night sight dots are not white like Trijicon during the day, so that what? This guy. I'm Drago.
It's a preference.
Yeah,
Preference thing.
because the fact that they're not white during the day, I don't give two shits about that. I would find that green is going to be way easier to see in daylight and low light.
Yeah, you're gonna see the sight picture just because of the nature of the sights.
See, and that's the thing, you start reading reviews, right? And some people have a different mindset of what they are supposed to be getting out of them. Um, Other people are expecting to reinvent the wheel for free. I notice a lot of the time, like pretty much they, you know what I mean? They want it to be a miracle. And I'm sure in your experience, as in mine, rarely is it ever the miracle. It still relies all on the shooter for the most part, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Wow, that's right. I forgot about it. Now this is not uh, what do you call colored or anything like this. But take a look at this moon. Let's see. Man, these Amazon links are huge. And yes, I agree with Robbie. Reading reviews shows how stupid people are. I am so gonna agree with that statement.
I've seen these post sets before for the AR.
Got an opinion?
They're alright. If you really want to like dedicate an AR's irons to
Like,
precision.
yeah, seeing, I don't know.
But there's guys, I mean, you have to qualify with a regular standard front post in the Marines, 300 or 500 yards. So it's really not that necessary when you can, I don't know,
No,
maybe.
okay, so that was like 110 or whatever for the Met Bros. And if you get the Ken sight, basically the same thing with the rear and the front the same. It's $200. Now, I'm wondering, what is the real difference? What is the
Don't the Kent ones have the white ring around them?
Nope. They are. It's almost literally the same setup. But so yeah, because the rear sight is $147, right? And these front sights are like 63. So literally, it's $200 instead of 110. So it's $90 more. Now, of course, it has better reviews, but that's because it only has like 3 or 4 reviews, as opposed to however many that Mepro had. Very, very interesting. No, I just wonder with the wedge. Here, I'm gonna post it. With the wedge in the actual screw.
Your Maverick 88 have a little bead on the front sight?
It does.
Mepro Light has a $26 little
Really?
trade thing that you put over it.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I know you got a link for that some bitch.
Yeah. Fucking picture is horrifying though. I don't know what they I don't know what the fuck is up with the picture of it.
And out in the chat with the, I'm okay with the front sight on the AK now that I've shouldered the thing a few times. I find standard AK sights work as well as any aftermarket ones. I can see that being the truth. And the one guy mentions about I've shot the thin K&S or on an Arsenal, they're okay, but unless I had eye trouble or something, I wouldn't fool with it. Well, again, I do wear glasses. I might not. Oh shit! Are you kidding me? And yes, you're right. That picture is horrible.
Yeah.
Now, how does that go on there?
I think it just you use an epoxy to stick it over the bead, like there's a bead size hole underneath where that
But doesn't
rim
that look
is.
doesn't that look like that screws in to you?
It
Doesn't
kind of
that
looks
look
like a
like thread?
screw. Let me
Let's
see.
see if it mentions.
Yeah, they do look like threads.
Oh yeah, 540 thread. So I wonder. Okay, how does it attach to the 590? It screws into existing bead sight hole.
Okay, so you just have to unscrew that bead out of there.
Okay, and then so this will fit a Maverick 88, but will I have to remove a bit of the threading? And then the guy answers with, on my, let's see all the answers actually. On my Mossberg 500, I had to remove about 1/16 inch of threads to make it fit without extending into the barrel. But that's on that one.
That's not bad though. You just file it.
Well, then the other guy goes, exactly, you got it. So just remove a bit of the threading. What do you think that is? That's a file answer?
Yeah.
Nice, I like that. Works nice, but needs install effort.
Oh,
And then the
there's
next one,
this one.
easy install.
You might like this one better, although it's twice the price.
Well, that other one's very reasonably priced. Let's see. So, oh wow,
I think that is the one that goes over the bead, maybe.
kind of looks like it, yeah. Let's
Yeah,
see.
because people buy JB Weld with it.
For 327 for a twin pack,
Not bad. Don't you have to like use them together, or no?
probably. I
So it's like a
haven't ever used
mix,
this stuff.
like mix them.
Okay, surrounded by a large epoxies over the existing front bead to
Yeah,
help improve target focus.
that wouldn't be bad. I'd put one on mine if mine already didn't have has a blade front sight. On
Well,
my
I just
fucking
wonder if
90.
I would rather have that or if I'd rather have the Mepro. Trying to think of which one's wider. That picture is horrible.
Well, that one, this one, the XS one, you would probably be able to see better in the daytime.
You think so?
Yeah.
Man, 'cause that green, that lights up good on, like I got a high vis front sight on my AR and, uh-oh.
Alrighty. Yeah, but I don't even know. There is the True Glow Deluxe Fiber Optic that screws in for 1224.
That's even half price of the first one.
Yeah. It's no tritium, but it's the fiber optic.
Let's see.
Don't they have like magnetic fiber optics for your front?
Oh, I have no idea.
They're like big long tubes. Not
Let's see.
super long, but long compared to the True Glow.
Oh wait, that was the same one. Let's see.
Here, there's that one.
Let's see. Oh, okay, so that one's not even covered. All right.
No,
Man, that is cheap though. That was endorsed by Ducks Unlimited.
you could probably cover it yourself though.
Well, and then I also see one that's the high vis Spark 2 fiber optic sight that's like $9, and it looks like it screws in that same post. How do you? I'm trying to think how it's going to be unscrewing that dang bead. Imagine some vice grips or something.
Yeah, and probably damage it.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like getting a grip on that sucker is going to potentially ruin it.
Yeah, but you could probably just order a bead.
Oh,
Y'all
I'm
think fiber
sure.
op- Y'all think fiber optics sturdy enough to hold up in a 30 caliber rifle?
I was going to put it on a 12 gauge shotgun, so that's a valid point.
Oh, okay, so like a bead front, kind of.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got one of those on my Benelli. It works fine. I thought you still talking about the AK.
Well, we were, but then he's mentioned something about for the Maverick 88, and I just went shooting trap the other day with it, which it's not designed for that. I'll be the first to say, but the thought of putting a different sight on there is interesting.
Worth a shot.
Right, and if it don't put me in the poorhouse to do it, might be willing to try it out.
Just cost a couple bucks.
A
So
little bit of
you
time
want
there.
the tritium for nighttime. Like, would you have been able to see your? You think you would have be able to see that little tritium thing better than the bead the last time you went shooting?
I think possibly for sure.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if how fat those sites are, if how much fatter I should say that they are than the bead, would that have affected me get hitting the clay?
Nah, I don't think so.
Well, because it might potentially cover the clay more than the bead did.
Is it just a bead front, or is it a front and rear sight?
Just the bead. Well, I guess you know what, it does have the lines running down or whatever, but I never really lined that shit up.
Hey, Island.
Yo.
I use one of those magnetic clip-ons on my shotgun, and I've never had a problem with it. And I've shot a lot of ducks and geese with them. And then I got a Benelli S2000, or a Stelger S2000 made by Benelli, and that's got a fiber optic one. And I banged that thing around pretty good, climbing over fences and hunting, and it's never come off. So
right
if you're
on.
looking for a shotgun, I think they have their place on a shotgun. Now, a pistol, I'd kind of worry about it getting banged around, pulling it in and out of the holster. I could see a potential issue with those. But shotguns, like I said, I've used a magnetic clip-on that fits over the vent rib for years, and no issues.
Well, that's cool.
And I think it was a high vis and was like $15. And I figured at the time, I was like, well, I'll use this, and if it gets lost, then so be it. But it's been there for years.
$15. Nice. And maybe I should settle down a little bit on those AK sights, because whether it's $110 or $200, and I've only shot it once, so maybe get it to the range, get it on some actual paper where the accuracy can be quantified, as opposed to shooting at a mound that's got some water bottles on it 100 yards away, before I go jump in the
nail
gun.
polish. Always try some nail polish on your AK sight. If you're getting like a reflection off the black part of the front side or whatever, like a reflection, you can melt a plastic spoon, and the smoke from the spoon will kind of smoke over the sight, so it doesn't get all reflective like in the sunlight.
Wow.
I had a True Glow AR sight at one point before I bought a Trinium, and that worked fine for just taking it on sunny days to the range. But I think those would, like your AK you're looking at, would be okay. It's protected by the wings, so to speak. So, but I don't know. I mean, there's been a lot more fiber optic sights on pistols, and people don't seem to complain about them. So I'm guessing they work.
Yeah, but okay, so that's the funny thing. Like on my AR, I do have some of those high vis, like the light tube or whatever, so it looks like a U. And like people were talking about it being fragile and stuff earlier, and you're right. I'm not going to disagree that it is fragile, but I've had it on there for 3 years, haven't broke it or had an issue. But also, I think I mentioned earlier, like I also didn't take it to war or to like a tactical class either. So, like, I haven't really been beating it up too much. But the thing is, even if that tube breaks, it's still a skinny front sight post, like what I mean, with a hole in it.
Yeah,
If
so
you're-
you just
if you're-
line up your target in that little hole.
Exactly.
If you're using a fixed AR sight, I think it'd be fine because it's got those wings to protect it. And like I said, I had one for a while, and you know, it was just a range gun that I have was double duty for self-defense, and I eventually put some Mepro lights on it, you know, some trinium. So I took that off and just gave it away to a guy. So, but I liked it. It was good for what you paid.
Yeah,
You know.
and see that's the thing. Like it was, you know, somewhere between 20 and $30 or whatever. It came with the front sight tool. I do have the fixed front sight on the AR. You know, it was just one of those things to try and get a little better, easier to see, and that's why I ended up going with the fake diamond head rear flip up, because I originally had the Magpul polymer backup sights that came with it or whatever, and they work okay and everything, but the diamond head that are aluminum or whatever, the way that it's set up with that kind of, well, the diamond, I'll be real, it locks, it lines up right away with that front sight post, the standard front sight post. I think that's been really nice since that edition.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Magpul sights. I mean, they're cheap, if that's what someone's looking for, that's cool. But if that was your main sight, it's lacking. You know, if you're going to run a red dot mainly, I think you're okay. But as your main sights, I don't really care for them that much.
Well, and see, that's the thing. Like they'll work for sure. They'll definitely work. But and I kind of agree with you that you know, if you're going to have a red dot where it's going to be flipped down most of the time anyway, you know, literally as just a backup in case your battery dies or the glass breaks or something like that. Now my AR does have a red dot on it, but and plus those green blob or whatever they weren't actual diamond head sights. I'll be the first to say that they were total knockoffs. I mean, to the tune of like $80 less or $60 less, or just something thoroughly ridiculous less. Like, you know, like they were like 28 or $30 instead of like almost 100 for the rears. I figure for that amount of money, I'll give them a shot, see if they, you know, see how well they work or whatever. And like you had mentioned, though, how much are you going to use the rear sights on it anyway when you have the red dot on?
Did yours have a forged front sight?
Yes, it's got the fixed A2 gas block sight.
I picked up the rear sight off of a 6 Hour M400 for like $10 more than the Magpul one, and it's a steel sight. It was like $40.
Nice. Well, and that's the thing about that green blob. It's metal. It's not plastic like the original Magpul that I had on there. That it came with, I should say. And yeah, that one was like, you know, $30 or something like that. And I haven't had any issues, you know, with anything breaking on it or anything like that. But again, you know, I haven't thrown it in the dirt. I haven't, you know, like I was saying earlier, I haven't taken it to any classes yet either. So like that's one of those things that, you know, the green light tube at the front with the high vis part, or the potential for the rear sight to break, and you know, all those kind of things are in some type of tactical class.
Yeah, you don't know what you really need until you get out there and start messing with it and using it and find out what it's worth to you, you know.
Well, and see, that's the thing. If anything is that I have right now is relatively range or home defense, I mean, I haven't had to defend my home in the entire time that I've been here, but I take it to the range whenever I get a chance. But also, like at the range, it ain't really getting beat up too bad between the truck, the case, and you know, the bench.
Yeah, it's the real trick's just finding the difference between the quality and the price and stuff where you need to be on everything.
And that's the thing. I definitely come to learn that cheapest is not always the best answer. And you know, that was through a little bit of dare I say, wasting a little bit of money here and there on some little crap here and there. But other things I've definitely learned to, you know, the buy once, cry once theory. And I'd have to say I'm starting to be a believer in that like 100% of the time, but every once in a while, man, you just want to see if you can get a fucking deal. You know what I mean? Like, do I really have to spend that on it?
Yeah, for real. See, I bought a Taurus back when I first got into concealed carry guns, and it just gave me shit. And I had to send it back, and I sent it back, and then the dealer, he was like, "Well, we've sent it back twice, and they can't fix it. So let me just give you another one that I've got that's new here." So he traded for me and put that old one on sale used. The next one he gave me, it didn't work. So I was like, "All right, to hell with these things." And then I bought a freaking HK. So I can polar opposite in the spectrum. And then it's ever since then it's just kind of been going like back to the middle as to finding like when I buy rifles and pistols where it's that line of is it worth it or not.
Well, and now, do you feel that when you got that HK that it was the answer to the question that you had at that time?
Do what now?
When you got the HK, did it feel like that was the right answer to the question of what your concealed carry needed to be at that time?
Other than being like absolutely huge, it was awesome.
Okay.
I've had a Taurus. I was gonna say I've had okay luck with Taurus. I had a PT 1911 that I traded, but not because anything was wrong with it. And I got a Taurus 357 tracker that's my hiking gun, and that thing's always shot fine for me. I guess I just got lucky. So
I don't think Taurus has like a huge issue with their revolvers and stuff. I think they have more issues with their own pistol designs and stuff, like their stolen pistol designs and their knockoffs. So I mean, most of those are fairly those designs have got the bugs knocked out of them. I think that it's their own pistol designs that have the trouble.
we'll just wait for Ruger to copy it and then buy one that really works. That's what I do with Keltec.
Ruger makes some pretty good guns. For real, they do.
Usually everything's pretty hardcore or heavy duty, I guess would be more accurate.
I still want to get my hands on one of those AR-556s.
I think one of the Rugers that I always wanted was, well, I say always, it only came out a few years back, was the, what was it, the GP100 Wiley Clap, either one or two. One is stainless, one is blued, but it's like a 3-inch GP100, and it's the Wiley Clap package, which has the slightly different grips and you know, better sights and all this and that. And that was always one that I definitely, it piqued my interest as far as a Ruger. I mean, other than like, you know, a 1022 for crying out loud. I still don't even have one of those. I mean, I know I will at some point.
I've got 122, and my dad's got it. I probably haven't shot it in 10 years, but I'm just not a huge 22 guy.
I got two 1022s, and I've been happy with them. And I got a Mini 14 that is all right. And then, let's see, I had a P345 that I sold, but I just sold it because I wanted to get a 1911 instead. And I got a Ruger Mark II pistol that is fine, but if you go to clean it, you got all the issues of taking them apart. They're kind of a pain in the butt.
I was going to say major pain in the ass to clean or disassemble.
Yeah, every time I try to put it back together, I know you got to like turn it upside down and get that. There's a bar in there angled just right, and it's just kind of a pain in the ass, but it is what it is. You know, designed in the 60s. There's better designs out there now, but it's pretty accurate. I like it.
I was going to say, I never heard anybody really complain about the action itself or the accuracy of one of those pistols, for sure.
Yeah, I picked it up used for $175, so I thought that was a good deal.
Oh, that's definitely a good deal. I mean, unless it was a piece of shit, but to me, that sounds like a good deal.
Yeah. No, it's good. Plus, it's a Mark II, so it doesn't have the magazine disconnect. That's the one thing Ruger does that infuriates me is magazine disconnects and then all the scroll marks of the warnings on the barrels. But that being said, I really want to get a Ruger SP101 for some reason. I know they're heavy and they're 5-shot, but I think they look cool. So.
See, that's why I wanted one of those GP100s. It was the same thing. It's like that Wiley Clap. Like, it looks cool. Yes, it's going to be heavy. Yes, it's a tank. But it's a 357 to start with. So, I mean, 357 in a tank? Okay, you know, that might not be a bad thing. Might aid with the recoil control.
When I was at the gun store today, there was a guy traded a stainless GP100 for a Springfield operator. I don't know which model it was. I know it was a 3-inch barrel, but I don't know if it was the model you're talking about or not. I'm not a huge revolver guy.
No, that's kind of not a bad trade-off, but
he was paying money for that operator. I mean,
he paid like $300 on it.
Yeah.
Well, those frames are made in the Philippines, right? On the operators.
I'm not sure. I know his GP100 was new in box, and he traded for a used operator. I think it's like the TRP with a rail, pretty much.
That's a $1,300 gun. New. I think that's the one DB's got, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, the GP's like $550.
Sounds like you got a pretty good deal then.
Could you tell the shape of the operator? Or, I guess looking over somebody's shoulder when they're trying to buy a firearm is not always the best call either.
I mean, I could see it through the case. It didn't look beat up or nothing. I mean, it wasn't like super immaculate, like brand new, but I mean, it didn't look rough or nothing. Probably like 90%.
So here's a question: if you guys had to buy a non-1911 45, what would you get right now?
A what?
My Glock.
A non-1911 45.
If I wanted polymer, and plus you got to understand, I'm in the land of 10-round magazines where I live, so that kind of changes things. Like, so that means no FNX, no, what was it? There was another one that was like that. I'd have to get the different round. If I was getting polymer, I'd go for like a Glock, because I happen to have a Glock in 45 already. And if I was going to try and go in a metal frame, I would try and get one of those CZ97 BDs. Is what I would go for.
Yeah, those are a nice looking pistol.
I have a hard time between a 21 and a USP 45. I'd probably go 21 just for the parts availability.
See, and I would probably want the 41 instead of the 21. So I already have like a 30S, so just get the big brother, I guess. And I just saw a gray one on Slick Guns like yesterday or something, or this morning maybe even. Looked pretty sharp. The part that scared me though is it was $666, and I was like, that's a sign. That's a sign I need to just stay away.
What do you guys think of the Beretta CX4 ones? They look kind of cool.
The PX4 Storm and stuff like that?
Yeah, in 45.
I haven't had a chance to shoot one, but everybody that I hear talks about that rotating barrel says it definitely aids with accuracy. So I would probably shoot one, you know.
You say CX4 or PX4?
I meant PX4, but I did say CX4.
I don't have any experience with them personally. I know a guy that owns one, but he don't talk a whole bunch about it.
I better find one to rent sometime and try it out at a range.
See, and that's the nice thing for like you guys that have regular ranges like that. There's the opportunity to rent stuff, you know. Here, there's nothing you can rent to take to the range. Doesn't really work like that out here. But that's because we have like one public range.
There's no indoor ranges.
No, sir.
Yeah, but you got beaches with hot women, and I have oil rigs, so that
You
might
are
not be a
correct.
bad. That's not a bad trade-off.
I will not deny that statement, sir. And that's every day, by the way, just in case you were wondering. That wasn't just like because it was Saturday today.
Yeah, here it's like 3 months out of the year, women actually take clothes off. It seems most of the time they're bundled up because it's too damn cold.
Well, no, I'm not trying to say that there aren't a few ladies out here that it would be better if they just put some clothes on. I'm not going to try and say that that don't happen too. I mean, it ain't Disneyland. It ain't a perfect world. You know, sometimes you see shit that you can't unsee. But I'd have to say, for the most part, everything's pretty cool.
Yeah, up here we call that the Sturgis Rally.
Ooh, that's like the tattoo of the smiley face that gets the frown after 10 years, 15 years, 20 years of wearing it and hard living.
Yeah, I've seen some pretty rough ones at that thing before. Ugh.
Never been visually scarred until you've been to a Walmart Supercenter in North Alabama in the middle of July.
I can imagine, but I'm glad that I'm only imagining as opposed to having seen.
Did you see that video? Walmart's, they open them up and then they close them right away, and then that way there's a building there, and then the Department of Defense can use them as containment facilities.
I think I saw something about that. I don't know that I actually watched or read the whole article.
That makes perfect sense. So there you go. They don't even need to make towns anymore. They just make Walmarts. Empty them.
I'm just it's ready-made prison.
Yep. They already made one into a prison, they said in the video.
Oh, wow.
We're all screwed.
Yep. No, there's
Also,
no picture.
RFID.
Yes, get ready for the chip.
I'll be.
Now I want with that Glock that I just posted. No, there's no picture on that one. But if you go to the slick gun portion, it's the slide looks like it's Cerakoted, and then it's the gray frame. And there's one problem. It's the 13+1 capacity. I would probably have to call them and ask them if they would be able to ship it with the 10 rounders. See, those are things you got to think about before you order shit out here even. Like, can you even send that to me? You should be able to send that to me. What do you mean you don't have any 10 rounders? Come on.
Will they normally throw in the 10-round magazines, or do they normally just pull the magazines out and then you got to worry about magazines when you get the gun?
Yeah, just send them to you without mags would be easier, right?
Some will, some won't.
It'd be easier, but then you
Because
still have to buy more magazines.
Well, but some don't want the potential return or whatever of the firearm. So, like, if they know that it, like, for example, you can get a Glock 17 here. You can get a Glock 19 here. It's just that you get them with the factory-made 10-round magazines. But if I'm trying to order that online instead of getting it from the shop here, you know, trying to get it cheaper or whatever, I would have to try and find, like, what do they call it? It'd be like a Massachusetts gun or something like that, where it comes with the factory 10 rounders instead. And you might be able to find the regular 17s and 19s all day long, you know, find 1,000 of them for a cheap price, but trying to find the ones that are either California or Massachusetts compliant is what I would have to get sent out here, which kind of sucks. So if they won't send it without the magazine, and sometimes it depends on the business who's doing the selling.
That's really gotta suck, man.
Well, it ain't cool, but at the same time, until we can get it changed legally, it's what you got to do.
I didn't really have guns back during the assault weapons ban, and I couldn't imagine having to or being limited to a certain capacity.
Say that again. My bad.
I wasn't around a ton of guns back during the assault weapons ban, so I can't really imagine being limited to a certain capacity.
Or not even being able to buy certain firearms in general.
Yeah, that would be a
I
bitch.
mean, because I didn't end up buying my AR or the AK that I have or anything like that until well after 2004 when it actually sunsetted. So, ooh, I might have started some trouble out there in the chat with that gray Glock. Good.
My first AR was a Ban AR. I bought one of those. They call it the Bushmaster Modular, and it had the Ace stock on it and no flash hider. And as soon as the ban ended, that thing went up on the trading block, and that was an M4 clone I got. So
Rectified that situation.
yeah, pretty quick. Though I didn't have any problem finding 30-round magazines during the ban. I got lucky, but 1022 mags, trying to find those, oh, that was like pulling hen's teeth. They're all Butler Creeks and all worn out. That's before
With those terrible lips, those Butler
Yep.
Creek ones.
Yeah, I paid $50 each for those POSs.
Oh man, I feel bad for you, brother.
Well, it was that or 10-rounders.
And
So yeah, we bought them, you know, and at the time it was like, ugh, when's this thing ending? So the day, yeah, and I had a Mini 14 at the time too. I still have that rifle, but back then you could only get PMI mags. You couldn't get Ruger factories. PMIs worked fine, but you paid for them. You paid about $40 a pop for them. So, but yeah, AR. What's that?
Somebody that was around when it was going on, educate me. When it went into effect, the assault weapons ban, did they know that it would? Did we know that it was going to close in 10 years, or was that something that somebody brought up after the fact?
I was
thought it was known from the beginning, but
It was the only way they could pass it in the first place. It was supposed to be so they could prove that it was good and we could show that it wasn't going to be good, and then it would never have to be considered again.
Then how is it being trying to be passed and brought up again?
Well, crime's gone down.
It went down with it or without it, so it has nothing to do with crime.
I know that, but I mean they're still bringing it up and acting like they want another assault weapons ban. How come they can do that? Why do they do that?
oh, they do want that. They don't want us to have it.
Right
That's
about it.
the irrational portion of all that.
They're just going to keep testing the water, just like you're testing ice to see if it's thick enough yet. If people have forgotten about it, they'll eventually figure they can get it through by everybody forgetting about it or not giving a shit. So it's super.
Distracted by something else, you know.
Yeah, thank God for the internet.
Stuff, but I read stuff and hear about stuff from back then. But I mean, I was in grade school and didn't really give a rat's ass or know any different then, you know. So I mean, it's just different today, hearing about it and learning how things actually went on.
Oh yeah, you missed out on the fun of the '90s with between that and let's see, there was the Ruby Ridge thing in Waco. There was a lot of upset people in the mid '90s in this country.
There's upset people today.
Oh, they're out there.
Well, I just mean, I guess, there's been upset people in America since day one of America. That was kind of how we got to become the United States of America. Is motherfuckers got upset about shit.
Yeah, but everybody sits around being upset and minding their own business about it until the FBI comes along and shoots your dog or your child and then throws shit through your window that's on fire.
I would agree with that. Not the technique, of course, but I hear what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
People do get infuriated when that kind of shit happens.
Now that other guy, there's been other people that are just dicks and start being dicks to other people, and then the FBI goes after them, which is a different situation, I suppose. But it's not always like people are causing trouble.
You aim to misbehave?
Nice. Wear a brown coat. And not the kind that Hitler liked. I saw that the other day. I was scrolling through something and I was like, oh, brown coats. All right, this is cool. I'll check it out. Oh, wait a minute. No, the brown coats that they were talking about was the ones that Hitler riled up to go to, like, the polling places and beat the shit out of people.
Right. The brown coat.
I'm like, well, that's not the kind of brown coats I'm thinking of, man.
What do you think of?
Malcolm Reynolds, Firefly. I'm thinking of the fucking, like he just said, the aim to misbehave.
Yeah, you're familiar with that show, aren't you, G. Webbs?
I was going light and entertaining.
Oh, I guess I didn't remember that part of it.
And then to read that stuff, I'm like, well, I guess I will never self-identify as a brown coat when specifically not talking about Firefly ever again.
They really call themselves brown coats?
Yes, that was kind of.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember the why, because there was a reason why.
Brown coats are bad guys. They're Nazis.
Right, but in this show, it was like the Empire. No, when they weren't called the Empire. What was the?
They were like part of the Rebel Alliance if it was Star Wars, right?
Right, that's exactly what the Malcolm Reynolds.
Had their asses whooped and they all disbanded, just kind of like in Star Wars, like they ripped them off.
Right, I was trying to remember because they weren't called the Empire. Were they called the Alliance? The bad guys, or the real bad guys?
The police? I don't remember. Something like the Empire.
Yeah, I think they were. Almost like the blue and the gray, you know?
I don't know why they don't do a Kickstarter and make more of that show, like a whole nother season.
I swear it's come up, but now that it's been 12 or 13 years and people have all kind of almost grown up, when they gave us the Serenity movie, like, that might have been all that we'll ever get. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think that series is going to get rebooted, unfortunately.
And people have been trying for the past 10 years or longer to try and get that thing.
Was that a Fox show that they canceled? Did they botch that one, or was that NBC?
No, that was Fox. Basically totally screwed the pooch on that. The people loved it, but whether it didn't generate enough at the time or whatever, they canceled it pretty much after one season, if I remember. And that show is fantastic.
Yeah, that one in Jericho. I was pissed when I found out there was only 2 seasons in Jericho.
What's the other one that's like Jericho, but it's got Malcolm Jamal Warner? The Cosby Kid. I don't think it's called Jericho. It's another one of the post-apocalyptic ones, though. Because did Jericho have the guy from 90210?
No, that's that same one you're talking about. That is a good one, though. It was longer, too.
Yeah.
I also liked Revolution. I wish that one went on for another season or 2.
Did it end? Or did it fall apart end?
It ended. unfortunately. They just didn't revive it. But the 100 is still on, so that's a good sign. I can't wait till that comes out on Netflix. That's the one I watch now that kind of falls in that category.
Just scrolling through some of the comments out there.
Which one was the one that was from there that was in that? Luke Perry?
That was the one I was trying to. I didn't because, like, I would get Jericho and whatever the one that was almost like Jericho confused, and it had a name that was almost like Jericho.
Damn, when was it on? A long time ago?
Almost the same time.
I don't know when that was.
Let's see. I think I'll just. I am.
Jeremiah. That was it, right?
Could be. See, I'm just gonna go to IMDb.
That's where I'm at now.
Okay.
What the hell?
And I'm gonna type in Luke motherfucking Perry.
I think it was Jeremiah. In a that was it. In a post-apocalyptic future, a deadly virus wiped out adults. So it was the 90210 plus Cosby.
They were in the same one.
Yep. And it was them doing Jericho. But it was good. It was just as good as Jericho, I think. But
And was it on a different
it was
channel
hurt.
or something though?
Dude,
Was it on
2000
Showtime or something?
It was on from 2002 to 2004. Jericho went on until 6 to 8. So it totally ripped off that other show.
Oh, so Jericho ripped off Jeremiah.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah.
Kidding.
And so is Walking Dead, because Walking Dead is basically Jeremiah except zombies. Except Jeremiah's better, kind of. Because there's actually, like... There should be, like, a military inside of mountains in Walking Dead. Like, it's
Like
ridiculous to think
Cheyenne?
all the military died. Yeah, or like the Senators, how they have that giant underground city they can live in.
Well, I think that at some point it's going to come out that there is, or they did. You know what I mean? Like whether it's Fear of the Walking Dead and they do start to come east from the west, or if at some point in The Walking Dead they start to go west more and they find something like you're talking. Nice. My buddy just sent a text. My goddaughter and her little brother are sitting down and watching Army of Darkness with them, and like she's like 12 or 13, and he's like 6, and they think it's hilarious, and I think that's a good sign. That's good parenting.
That is good parenting.
So who did Jericho have in it? G? Well, I guess I'll just actually type that in next.
The guy from,
Pete Ulrich.
what was the name of that show?
The guy who plays Morgan on The Walking Dead is in it.
Simon and
Oh.
Simon in it. He's the grandpa or something.
Really?
And then a bunch of younger people. Some hot chick. The one guy's got a hot girlfriend. I think she's
Ashley Scott, it looks like. She looks pretty hot. All right, Skeet Ulrich, Lenny James, Ashley Scott. Oh, Alicia Coppola. Oh, Gerald McRaney. That's one of the Simon brothers of the Simon and Simon fame. Yes. And he's one of the. You said he's the grandpa. looks
he's
like-
like the mayor. I don't remember if he's actually a grandpa. Probably
Well,
is.
I'm just gonna say because his name is Johnston Green, and then like the one dude's name is Jake
And
Green. The other
whoever-
guy's name is Eric
Reed.
Green.
I don't remember who she is. She kind of looks like the Brady Bunch lady, but she ain't. Anyway, she's like the main chick in the movie, and then I think they're married, and he's like the mayor. He might die. I forget.
Yeah, he dies.
It's one of those shows
But-
where it's about different people. It's mostly about that, like their kid who came back to town from being in the military or something, and then his adventures with that hot chick every once in a while. But then there's everybody else, so they show more than just the one people. It's not quite like Falling Skies, where there's more people in Falling Skies. I
There's
think.
actual aliens and shit. This is literally just after like a nuclear devastation of Denver or something.
But you haven't seen that show?
No, I haven't watched the show.
What? What the fuck?
It's more.
You sit around
It's
listening
more.
to and you haven't seen fucking Jericho.
Well, here's the other thing. Apparently, it says I can watch it right now on Amazon.
Yeah, well, you should be watching it, especially if you hadn't seen it. It's fucking awesome. I thought you were just talking about it. Holy shit.
Like I was aware of it, but it was another one of those ones. It was either on like
Did you like Jeremiah?
CW or
Did you kind of
Yeah.
like Jeremiah?
I'd only ever seen parts of those. Those weren't on a channel that I ever watched either.
Oh, definitely watch that one because it's a little bit better. But Jericho, I thought you already seen that one too. So definitely watch Jericho right now. If I can just start watching.
I've heard you guys talk about it, and I was somewhat familiar with what was.
Basically Red Dawn, except it's a TV show and there's a hotter chick in it.
Oh, well.
It's kind of Red Dawn, except if it was a nuke instead of Cubans.
Which there's something to be said for that, I guess.
Huh. It's a pretty good show. Shit, if it's on the Amazon, it means I can. Oh, it says
I think it's off on. Is it still on Netflix?
I don't have the Netflix anymore.
Well, like I said, as I'm on the IMDb, it literally says "Watch now" on Amazon Video. So, and I know that I still got Prime.
I'm pretty sure I seen it on Netflix. I never seen it off TV or anything.
Well, they give it an 8 out of 10 though. The show.
It's definitely. And the only people that gave it a less than 10 are like idiots. People that
Okay.
don't just went there to watch something else. Like this wasn't comedy.
Oh, yeah. Those people.
Yeah, there's actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it gets maybe a little bit weak in the second season, but it's not really. Like it should have definitely been going.
And what? It's 3 seasons or 2?
I don't
Two.
know why they put years on there. It's just 2 seasons, and it's not really even full. Matt can tell you the story. I think they only show you half of the second season or something. You'll be left wanting more, I suspect.
So it didn't actually end proper or anything like that?
No, it's just after a nuke goes off, or I think a bunch of nukes maybe. I forget. They have to kind of figure it out along the way, and I think after a while they were like, okay, people must be worried about this, so they tried to explain some shit they never bothered to explain. So I think you kind of discover what actually happened, but it's something like that. It's like that other one. Oh, it's like the zombie shows. You know, it's not like the zombies are going to go away. Like, you're just, you know, it could just go on forever because it's just after the nukes hit.
Okay, I think I gotcha.
It was either the nukes hit or something exploded. I forget what. I don't know if it really.
It was like 9 or 10 nukes, and it's kind of the story of how that happened, and then problems they deal with like famine and fallout and all sorts of stuff like that, fighting with their neighbors, that kind of stuff.
All
Did Matt-
kinds of stuff to watch out there.
Did Matt have his chat today?
I think it was at noonish, but I was at work at that noon for me.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go watch it. So I'll catch you guys later.
All right, take care.
Yep.
Now Moon's out there and he says, "Oh, as he was quoting Three Dog Night." I didn't understand the comment for a second until I kind of said it out loud. Jeremiah was a bullfrog.
That show's even better than the other one because I think it's longer, and you got to get past that you're watching Cosby Kids or whatever.
Yeah, and 90210.
So that part, you got to get over that. And then it's sort of like some disease kills everybody old, everybody like over 30 or something. So then it's just all the kids have to figure out what to do, and of course they're idiots, so nothing gets done, and everything kind of just grows over. And they're just a bunch of dumb kids, kind of like the kids in whatever, Thunderdome. except they're not quite as.
Okay.
But they're just like they don't know how to do anything except for a couple of them figure some shit out. But it's like if everything just got dropped, like so it's not like a nuke where everything got destroyed. So every
And
once in a
it,
while, you come across something that's worthwhile, like old food or gas or something that they can still use. But for the most part, everything's just like if a bunch of kids took over.
so
So it's all.
like Jericho is the nuke went off however long ago, not that long ago. Like it's
Oh no, you
fresh end of the
the
world
first
for Jericho, right?
dude. The Jericho is like Jericho, Nebraska, or Kansas, or Wyoming, or something, and it goes off in like Denver. So they just there's this guy comes home from the army or something, and just like when he's I'm gonna come home, see what my hometown's like after the army, and then he looks off and boom, no nuke goes off.
Oh, so literally it just happens. Whereas Jeremiah, like, there's been a generation already after
Something
the
like that. I think
the.
Jeremiah, like one day everybody wakes up and the 30-year-olds are all dead, and then they're all holy shit, and then it takes them like a minute to figure it out, and then like 18 months later they're just talking about the show. I think it's something like that. Maybe it's 18 years later, but I don't think so.
Well, I'm seeing one where now a decade has gone by, and then the other one is the thing that I'm seeing here is 15 years after a virus wiped out everyone who has passed puberty. So it's something that it's more of an after the fact, whereas Jericho is like, hey man, that shit just happened.
Well, and it also means that the only actors on the show Jeremiah are like 30 years or younger then. Like it's all
Right.
just where the other one is a bunch of regular everybody.
And yeah, I can see this one having a little more Lord of the Flies action with uh
It
I
is,
don't,
but they're all
I don't want to
30.
say juvenile delinquents, but
Yeah, it's not like too lame like that. Otherwise, I would have got sick of it. It's not like the kids take over and it's all kids. It's just that because it's also like you just said, it's like 15 years later, so they're all 30. It's just that they're all like in a interesting situation where the stuff ain't all ruined. So there are still cars and guns and shit when they need them. It's kind of
okay.
like Walking
Which
Dead.
one which one has better firearms usage?
Neither one really.
Okay.
That's probably Jericho, but yeah, neither one. It's all stupid TV. It's like MacGyver shit. Like, oh, if he's holding the gun, he gets to be the boss of everybody in the room, and he's always accurate when he needs to be, and he's never accurate when it's not supposed to be. There's just no rhyme or reason to it.
Okay, so no reality whatsoever as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, just unrealistic, stupid TV guns. Can't remember if they were even any good in Jericho. The other one would be like Road Warrior guns. They'd be all hobbled together or got wire on them to make them try to look broken or something.
See, and that sounds cool.
No, in a lame way though.
Oh,
It really isn't about guns. It's
there's
all
nobody in football pads and a mohawk and chaps fucking screaming
nah,
like in fucking Road Warrior.
just weird old clothes. Like if nobody started stores up again, or nobody started making fabric or learning how to sew. Like if a bunch of kids just used up all the shit that was existing and they never learned how to do nothing good. So every once in a while they like repurpose a bucket into a pail, but for the most part they're just using up what's left. And you know what it's like? It's like Night of the Comet, except on a grander scale. Like a
And
bunch of kids just
and
live.
more after the fact, right?
Yeah, technically, yeah.
Because that's the same thing about Night of the Comet. It's like it shit just happened. I love that movie, dude. As much as I would like, man, I hate to say it. I don't want to see a remake, really. I just would like to see another story involving those characters. And I know that that seems silly because even at the end of that movie, they said that, that after such and such amount of time, the Earth passed out of the comet's tail and shit went back to some form of normal or whatever. But I'd love to have seen a.
Buffy is kind of the next level of that.
What do you mean?
Yeah, kind of like a chick that uh, is like a cheerleader, but then also goes around fighting.
Yeah, I guess so. I personally think that if we're talking the cheerleader younger sister in Night of the Comet compared to the TV Buffy, Night of the Comet chick is hotter. If we're talking movie Buffy, which was Christy Swanson, I definitely think Christy Swanson might be a little bit hotter.
You didn't like the TV Buffy?
I did. I'm just saying. I personally thought that the blonde, frizzy-haired chick in Night of the Comet, I liked her better. She had more sass. But
True.
then again, Buffy had several years of episodes to develop character and stuff like that, where the other one was literally like an 80s Valley Girl type, you know?
Well, I guess they're both fighting zombies, I guess, kind of technically. But the one wasn't fake zombies, it was real science fiction zombies that are realistic.
Talking about Night of the Comet ones?
Right.
Yeah.
Not just failed fairy tale bullshit they make up just for stories, but like actual science fiction, comet going by and radioactive being a bunch of people. That's scientific.
Yep. See, that's why I love all that shit. Because then it's no longer impossible, it's only improbable. Oh, how are you even conscious at this time, Mr. DB? How are you doing?
No, I just woke up.
I bet. Probably the most epic lobby late night chat
Wait, what happened?
There was
Oh,
a,
year
with
longer.
the GoPro.
Well, number one,
Consider
San
it a
Antonio
GoPro, man.
Spurs showed up. Number two, Haas joined in late.
Oh right.
Number three, somebody posted some GoPro footage
Let's
of
blame
something
Flippy on
that
that.
was
It was Flippy.
I'll never be able to unsee, by the way. Thank you.
I don't know what that
And
was.
I hate you all at the same time for posting that link. I think it was Flippy was the one that posted the link. Let's just say
What happened?
it was a video on YouTube
It's
where
off chat.
you were
Right.
literally watching the entire intercourse from the inside and shit. So it was somewhat unsettling, especially at the end.
Only Flippy.
That's what Flippy watches when you're watching breastfeeding videos?
I don't know where he came up with it, but here's the funny thing is, Hosh says, "Oh no, I watched that video. Shit, a couple years ago, I think." I practically fell out of my chair. I was laughing so hard when Hosh said that. But there was all sorts of good comedy on that late night lobby last night. I can only imagine what was going on once it went off air.
Oh, we were talking about politics.
Oh, I'm sure.
It was Hosh was talking about Gary Johnson.
Oh, wait, not just Gary Johnson.
Oh, John McAfee.
the fucking nutbag that is McAfee.
Yeah, he's pretty awesome, dude.
Oh, I was around for that part, I think.
With the harem of chicks and the doing basically blow off of strippers' asses and shit like that. Now, Robbie, I'm going to say that's personal preference. Because I think you could find a hotter picture of Christy Swanson than the hook
The
nose
movie
Buffy.
Buffy is hotter than the TV Buffy. But there's more of the TV Buffy.
Right, and I definitely agree with that. That you know, Buffy was on for what, 5 or 6 seasons or something, potentially even more. So
Yeah.
you got way more of her.
But the movie Buffy was definitely like the movie from, or the chick's, the older sister from Night of the Comet.
Right.
Because she was just like cheerleader, but then also just like, oh yeah, I'll kick some ass real quick. And then go back to being a cheerleader. She's probably from Japan then. You usually steal that kind of shit from Japan.
I wouldn't doubt that it actually was something from either Japan or South Korea. That wouldn't even shocked me. Come to find out.
Buffy?
Yeah.
I think there was a comic book in America. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but we're saying I think it comes from Night of the Comet.
Oh, I don't know. Night of the Comet, they were like all by themselves, and Buffy was like, everyone was okay, right?
Yeah, but still, I'm just saying. Like,
We're actually comparing the cheerleaders because the younger sister was the cheerleader in Night of the Comet.
I thought the older sister was also a cheerleader. Was just the younger?
Well, she may have been one.
You're in her cheerleader outfit, but the other one, I like to think she was also a cheerleader just years before. Now she's matured.
Well, now you also got to remember, G-Webs. Obviously, the Earth came back together at some point in time because she was able to go then be the girlfriend. I'm talking about the older sister. She was then the girlfriend of the last Starfighter.
No, all right. That is true.
I think that was I'm pretty sure the last Starfighter was after Night of the Comet.
I don't think so.
I'm gonna have to.
The last Starfighter was right around the same time. Maybe a year.
I mean, yeah, I'm not. It was a long time apart.
It was close.
I'll just have to.
Last Starfighter, 1984, and then the other one, Night of the Comet.
Yes.
Dude, if Night of the Comet was in, what was
Probably like 82, 83.
Night of the Comet, 1984. Holy shit, 1984 was a very good year for movies then.
84 was a great year. 84 was Van Halen.
And it was also that book, right? Shit.
Which one?
Orwell, 1984.
Oh, yeah.
Huh, I didn't know that was that same year. Wow, that's a ton of movies. That's Rambo and Red Dawn and the other one, Terminator. All 1984s.
Yeah, there you go.
If you ever made movies. Huh.
So I guess she was actually.
It's been a disappointment.
I guess she was Alex's girlfriend before she was the savior of civilization.
Because of the months, you mean?
Well, I guess I'm just going with they have it listed lower on the list of her movies.
Dude, Ghostbusters, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, Gremlins, Police Academy, Search for Spock, Footloose, Spinal Tap, Dune, Top Secret, Red Dawn.
It's 83.
Buckaroo Banzai, Romancing the Stone, Night of the Comet, 16 Candles.
What year is this? 84?
84.
84, all of this in 1984. Bachelor Party. I guess The Last Starfighter. I don't like that one, but anyway, Break-In.
Oh, I love that movie when it came out, dude. Because think about it, the CGI was.
Back to the Future? Or was that?
Runaway with Tom Selleck.
Yeah. Damn,
Yeah,
that was a massive
you
year.
just keep naming. 1984 might be the entire nexus, the Big Bang Theory of our generation of movies.
What did I just say? The Streets of Fire. That one was kind of weird.
I definitely like that one.
The Natural. I mean, whatever. It's an old people movie, but it was a
Oh,
movie.
that was good, dude. That had the fucking.
Fucking Killing Fields.
That was a heavy duty
That was an
movie.
awesome
Best
movie.
Defense. That one wasn't great, but it was funny and it was about guns.
Now, was that the one that had Best Defense? That's Eddie Murphy and Chevy Chase, or Eddie Murphy and.
Stupid guy from Dudley Moore.
Okay.
Tightrope, Blood Simple. I don't know what that is.
What one?
That was the Coen brothers' first movie, I think.
Blood Simple. Or
Mm-hmm.
Tight-
Blood Simple.
Oh, I don't remember
That's
that.
what it was called.
Damn, there's a lot of good movies that year. I wonder if they're in order here. Ghostbusters, Indiana Jones, Gremlin. I guess The Karate Kid. I don't like that movie, so I didn't count it.
Yeah, but you
Maybe.
cannot deny that it
Gremlin was
a
a
big movie.
Christmas, no? Like, it was crazy, because that movie was, like, I think a Christmas release. I know
Sure.
Ghostbusters was summer, no doubt about it. Yeah, I'd bet money on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Breakin', Supergirl,
I'm
Okay.
sorry. Chamberlain. What was the shit? Rick King. What the fuck was that shit? Alan Chamberlain and the Lost Mines of Gold, or
Oh.
Nah,
Nah.
not that year. Close though. That was when they saw Raiders of what Raiders did, and they were like, "We could do that too." Like, Alan Chamberlain.
Trying to
Same
see.
thing with Gremlins. Like when Gremlins came out, then there was something else. Like Ghoulies was like the next year.
I thought Rambo was 1984. I guess not. Or First Blood.
First Blood might have been 3.
Was Conan the Destroyer 84?
Doesn't say so in here.
What's the first one?
That was
The
82.
Barbarian.
Conan.
See, I'm not on the right.
What
part.
year was Kroll, man? That might have been 84. Kroll. Maybe that was 83. Remember
I
that
like
shit?
that
It was
movie.
awesome.
I love that shit with the glaive and the cyclops and the thunder
disc.
horses and shit.
The Talon spiked disc thing.
The glaive.
What year?
83.
What are you looking this up on? Wikipedia? I'll put
That's
movies
what I'm trying to find.
in 1980.
I can't find Conan. I don't know how to spell Conan. I keep getting Conan O'Brien.
Oh wow. Yeah, this is crazy. Once Upon a Time in America. Beverly Hills Cop, the first one.
Yeah.
84. Terminator, the first one in Terminator. Gremlins, The Temple of Doom.
That was right about when I was going to movies by myself for 82.
What else? Spinal Tap? Whoa, the original Nightmare on Elm Street?
I didn't see
Right.
it.
Buckaroo Banzai?
That was a good one.
I was to say, so far, I love it, and love it.
Yeah. There was a lot of good shit. Dune was a flop, right?
Oh, well, it was at the time, but it's a cool movie.
But it's a fantastic. I love that movie.
So 1982 is
Purple
Blade
Rain.
Runner, Thing, E.T., Poltergeist, Tron, Wrath of Khan, Conan the Barbarian, First Blood, Rocky III, Officer and Gentleman, Porky's, Dark Crystal, Best Times, Ridgemont High, Airplane 2, 48 Hours,
Return of the
Amityville,
Jedi.
Cat People, Swamp Thing,
War
Secret
Games.
Cat People. Was that on this one? I didn't see War Games yet.
Yeah, are you talking about 83, right?
82.
Oh, 82.
Firefox, World According to Garp, Pink Floyd, The Wall,
83 was a good year too, man.
2,
84 might win.
Yeah, 84 still wins. Let me see what 83 gives you. If you just type it into Google, you get a pretty good list. It just tells you all the movies. And all that
Best
thing.
movie of 83 was Lone Wolf McQuade.
83.
Excellent.
And
That's
yeah, and
They got War Games, Star Wars,
yeah, War Games is awesome.
Jedi, Risky Business. That was a fucking good one. Trading Places was pretty fucking good. Octopussy was good. Videodrome, I like that one.
Christmas Story. The Evil Dead.
Evil Dead.
Oh,
Strange. Holy shit. That was a good slew of movies right there.
National Lampoon Vacation. The Outsiders. Trading Places. Christine.
That's
The
pretty
Dead
cool.
Zone. The Day
Google got it
After.
right.
Flashdance.
There's good movies in 83, but even with Jedi.
I'm still going 84, man. That's just ridiculous.
War Games is fucking good, but it's close enough.
Octopussy, Cujo.
I really like Risky Business. Did you guys watch Risky Business when it came out?
Oh yeah, in
Oh,
the theater.
yeah.
When I was young, probably too young to see.
I always wanted to find a chick that liked trains.
Blue Thunder.
With Roy
was awesome.
Scheider.
Yeah.
No, I
love that
don't
movie.
talk about the trains.
Bad Boys.
So what happened in 85? It was probably a horrible year because of the year before.
Right? They spent it all the 3 previous years.
Back to the Future, Rambo, Brazil. That was okay. View to a Kill. Damn,
You
this
didn't
was,
like that one, or you did like that one?
which one? Brazil?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Brazil's cool, but it had to have acquired taste.
Back to the Future, Breakfast Club, The Goonies,
Thunderdome.
Pale Rider, Teen Wolf, Rocky IV, Silverado.
Fletch. That was alright.
Fletch, I definitely like Fletch. Real
Oh,
Genius.
alright.
Yeah, Pale Rider. Better Off Dead, John Cusack. The Killing
When was
Fields.
Taps? Taps must have been before all this shit. 82?
What'd you say, Taps?
Yeah, because Taps was a lot of these dudes' first movies, right?
Yes. And if it wasn't, it was their first big movie. The Last Dragon was 1985, even though probably nobody in here really liked that movie so much. Vision Quest, European Vacation, Day of the
Last
Dead.
Dragon? You kidding me? That movie's fucking awesome.
All right, that's the right answer, sir. Commando. I still like that one. Return of the Living Dead. To Live and Die in L.A. Did anybody think that was a good movie? It was kind of drama,
I like
but
it.
I thought it was a good movie, though. Reanimator. I like that one because it was just fucked up. And H.P. Lovecraft. Lady Hawk. I remember seeing that one in the movie theater and kind of not really knowing if I liked it that much. Cocoon, Summer Rental with John Candy, The Falcon and the Snowman.
Not have very good movies.
What's that?
1980 had some really kind of fucked movies.
Let's see. Let's go to 80. And yeah,
You got
Google.
Flash Gordon. Well, you got Empire, so that's okay. But then you got like Shining and
Yep. Airplane, Blues Brothers, Raging Bull, Caddyshack, Friday the 13th, Mad Max, Caligula, The Blue Lagoon.
Popeye. Remember that one?
That was terrible. That might be Robin Williams' worst movie.
That was like
actually.
they were just doing that to be dicks to kids or something. Like just.
I think so, because it was terrible, man.
The only worst movie I can think of was like that Duck movie, Howard the Duck. Where they'd come up with that shit.
I like Harold. I
That was a
still
comic book
like
too.
Howard the Duck, actually.
Well, but if you were a little kid and you were going to see that, that would have been like, here's a cartoon movie that you're not going to get.
I would have wanted to bone Leah Thompson
They
there.
hyped it up too because it was George Lucas. I think it might have been a Lucas film or something. It was a big deal. Like it was going to be a big hit, so they were hyping it up. I remember my grandpa take me to
Nice.
see it, and he was like, "I want to leave." Like within like
this
an
is
hour,
just fucking
half
terrible.
hour. Yeah, he was like, "Let's go." Like, and I was like, "Come on, this stuff." But deep down inside, I knew this shit sucked. Like I just was like,
Or did you?
Fucking Stir Crazy was 1980 with Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor. Brubaker, that's the one with Robert Redford where he does the secret boss thing at the prison. And he goes in as a fucking inmate to see how fucking terrible it is. And granted, it's a prison movie, so it's kind of heavy duty. Which
I just saw stuff like Flash Gordon and Popeye made me think that wasn't the greatest one. And then
any which way you can, but you guys don't like the orangutan movies with Clint. I do. I love those.
I liked all of them except like maybe the last one. I like Bronco Billy and all that shit. That's like my sitting
I
watching
like
this shit
Bronco
in my
Billy
bed.
too, and that movie was not good.
No.
But I liked it.
It wasn't that good. Then he married that ugly chick and started trying to make her like a movie star.
It's funny what people hooked on Blow will do. You know what I'm saying?
You think
Yeah.
he was on blow?
I know she was.
Oh, but yeah, Clint don't do no drugs.
Cocaine nose job, Sandra Lockhead.
Let's see, The Big Red One. That was 1980. Used Cars with Kurt Russell. Great movie. 1980.
You're forgetting Cobra.
Oh yeah, Lady Hawk was fucking awesome, dude. That shit was.
I remember seeing that one in the theater and not quite.
Michelle
I mean, I
Pfeiffer
liked
was
it.
straight GoPro material.
You remember this?
Is that going to be the new code now?
I have no idea.
Fucking happened.
that would be like,
You
yeah,
don't remember The Sword and the Sorcerer?
I like that
No.
one too.
that was lame.
Tom
Right.
Horn with Steve McQueen. Great fucking Western movie. Hotel Hell. Come on.
Motel Hell was that was a good one. Pets. What year was Pet Cemetery? That shit was awesome.
1987.
Cujo,
That was
all those movies.
Cujo was like 80, somewhere between 83 and 85. Because I was looking at that one earlier already.
I don't know if you guys mentioned a classic, Scanners.
Love
Yeah,
Scanners.
that was
Got no
dope. Yeah.
problem. Got no problem with Scanners. You get to watch
What
somebody's
about-
brain explode on fucking TV. It's fantastic.
Yeah. What year was this? Yeah, Real Genius was a classic,
I think
85.
that's 80. Okay.
Enemy
Well,
Mine, I remember like that was people like can like
Fal-
that.
Falcon and the
Having, like,
Yep, that was a good one. You get to
Remo
86.
Williams.
86, you got Ferris Bueller, which I'm sorry, I liked it. You got Stand By Me. I like that
Oh,
one.
that's big time.
You got
Oh.
Aliens. I love,
Whoa.
but we were talking about that the other night. One
Yeah,
is a horror flick. One is like a sci-fi action flick, right?
yeah, pretty much.
Right.
You
And
remember
they're
them?
both fantastic.
Hey, you want to hear a fun fact about Aliens?
Sure.
Actually, it's about Firefly. The guns, like the turret guns they sit in Firefly, have the Weyland-Yutani symbol in them.
Nice.
That's pretty
Was
awesome.
that on purpose?
I'm assuming so. It means
It
they
has to be.
take place in the same universe.
Well, Aliens 3, I think they paid Sigourney Weaver like $300,000 to cut her hair, and everybody else just had to shave their heads off to be on the set. Paid her like $300,000.
Top Gun was 86.
Yo,
Highlander
The
was
Hitcher.
86. Oh,
The
wait
Hitcher,
a minute.
Manhunter. I'm
Stay
going
with
to take
me,
all the
Goose.
good ones from you.
Manhunter, great movie. Fucked
Cobra,
up, but great movie.
and yo, Highlander. Boom.
Yep.
Drop
Big
the
Trouble
mic.
in Little China was 86. Loved it.
You forgot
Still
Midnight
love it.
Midnight Madness.
Anybody remember? You probably didn't watch it, but it was Robert De Niro called The Mission, where like he's a Spaniard and he goes to the New World and supposed to convert the indigenous peoples, and then ends up trying to save them in the end. It was a drama, but it was a pretty good one.
So I don't know what was going on. I went to go see Police Academy 3. That's for damn sure.
Heartbreak Ridge was 86. Crossroads was Ralph Macchio in the Blues Quest. Cutting Heads, Steve Vai was 1986. The movie is, if you haven't watched it, that movie is actually worth watching. If you like blues. Back to School, Rodney. The Wraith, Charlie. Three Amigos.
That was whack.
I still like fucking.
What about Chariots of Fire?
That was lame. That was lame. That was a snooze fest. I think it might have won.
Streets
Best
of Fire
Picture.
was awesome though.
Almost any movie that was on HBO like fucking daily for like years. So
Yes, that's what I think I've been naming off actually. Mostly is the
No,
Maximum
it's affected
Overdrive?
me much, and like right after school all the time. So I'm never watching that movie.
I remember the theme song
Wait.
to Quest of Fire. Like, that shit is in my brain forever and ever.
Plus, it's just about people running or something, right?
Mhm.
Oh, yeah,
Dun,
yeah,
dun,
yeah.
dun, dun, dun. Remember that fucking theme song?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this was like on every movie after that.
Shit was lame as fuck, dude. What was the other? There was a movie about bicycling. That was a big movie in the 80s. That was cool. Breaking something?
Breaking Away.
Yeah, I love that shit.
Well, yeah, that was
The
one.
Cutters. The
Cutters.
Cutters and the Socias or whatever.
Yeah, they were like the townies and the college kids. And they
Yeah.
were like living in town. Oh, what's his name was in that movie? Dennis Quaid was in the shit, I think.
Yep. Yes.
That reminds me too much of my competitive 10 speeding days.
You never
Broke
told-
10 speed all over the place with them 70 parts on.
The 12 speed didn't exist back then.
Don't you remember 10 speeds were like the shit?
Oh,
Yeah, came with a 12 speed.
Oh, motherfucking 9.5 Weeks was 1986.
That was
What?
a part.
That was
That's-
when I realized
before
Kim
the
Basinger was yeah. She was the first one to get GoPro'd.
Mm-hmm.
Gung Ho, I liked it. But that's
Yep.
because it had Michael Keaton
How I
in it.
learned what Smeggy's job is like, that documentary.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
I am
Now, can I just bring something up here real quick? Are you really talking about biker movies from the 80s without talking about Rad?
Actually,
Yeah,
Rad,
we were
was,
getting
Yeah,
it.
X movie, isn't it?
Rad is 1986.
And that's the next year. Yeah,
Do you remember-
Breakaway was a long time ago.
You remember when we Over the Edge with all those badass kids starting to riot? Matt Dillon was in it. He's like the only star that was in the Matt Dillon. It's where all those kids are all badasses and they all end up rioting the school and setting the whole town, fucking up the whole city.
That's what I like to do. Fuck up the whole city. Let's
know.
just start talking about Jennifer Connelly movies. Whatever the fuck.
Labyrinth.
No, that one with
Yeah, I want to talk about that. I just saw a Jennifer Connelly movie.
What is she now?
Career
Yeah.
opportunities.
Jennifer Connelly movies, man.
that one where she
You
comes
gotta
up, her titties.
Rocketeer.
That it's
No, there was one back in the day, man. Like
Oh,
where
come
she,
on. It's the one with heroin. I'm gonna give you all the hints
Nah,
you
that,
need.
not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Requiem,
That was
Requiem,
a
or whatever.
double
Hey,
go.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say this right now, lady in the chat, just so you guys know.
Okay.
Oh, here was it was 7 Minutes in Heaven. That was the name of it. 1985.
Yes.
That was the one like where she was dating this dude, and then like her dad sent her away to fucking private school at the end or some crazy shit.
What was the one where she was trapped in?
All right, but you just crushed on
Target
her, man.
Lab, it's something
Career opportunities.
Yeah,
with the one dude with the flippy hair or whatever.
Yep.
Count
That's a
liar.
good one. Let's see.
Oh
She's-
yeah, whoa, 91, dude. She's all grown up then. Good to go. But when I saw, she was in Labyrinth. I forgot that shit.
Yeah, that was like one of. I thought it was like one of her first, but apparently not. She was on Once Upon a Time in America. She was the young
yeah.
Deborah.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten about that.
What about My Bodyguard?
The
That was
Rocketeer.
awesome too.
Classic
What is
80s.
that? What does that have
What
to
about
do with
Superman
Jennifer Connelly?
3? Oh, sorry.
Right.
Well, he switched to the first, man. He switched
Oh,
to
higher,
that first.
higher Learning. That was the one in '95.
Suck.
Mulholland Falls. That was a good one.
She
Rocketeer was
awesome.
okay.
Let's talk about Grease 2, man.
Rocketeer could have been better. They should have made a new one of that when they got CGI now.
They could
They
definitely
are.
make it better. What?
Rocketeer was as good as the Phantom.
Are you kidding?
The writers of that are doing movies right now, I think. I think they did maybe Wonder Woman or something. Anyway, but yeah, Rocketeer.
Wow. Wow.
Now, there's a remake of Rocketeer in the works right now.
It's Disney, right?
Yeah.
They did it the first time though, right? So they can do that.
Oh yeah.
So supposedly they're doing a sequel to Blood In, Blood Out. It's in the works.
What? What are you talking about, Edge?
Remember the movie Blood In, Blood Out? They're doing a sequel.
Oh, yes, I definitely know that. That was my introduction to Los Angeles. Was that movie in Spanish class? We got to watch it. I think third or fourth year Spanish. We got to watch that in class.
You know, I bought that movie for my wife once for like Valentine's Day because she liked it a lot. That's a tough movie to get. Back in the day, they'd sell out as quick as they got them in stock.
That's funny. I was just talking about that with somebody the other day. It used to be hard to find movies. You used to have to like order them in special stores and like
Yep.
drive to a place to get them.
And that would be even if they still had
Blockbuster.
them when you got there.
It was just a hobby. We just started talking about that movie Jericho because Z's never seen Jericho, and he's sitting here not watching it right now because he can.
I should be.
We were talking about Jeremiah, and then we were wondering which one came first, and then it turns out one of them, the Jeremiah one, was first, and then we started looking to see what year was the best year in movies, and we figured out it was 1984.
Oh, I see. Well, Jericho is I just got to throw my opinion. Jericho is a superior show to Jeremiah, but they are both good.
Yes. What he said.
I like the other one.
Jeremiah lasted longer, but
I like Jeremiah. I think it's Walking Dead
oh yeah, no, it is.
without the zombies or whatever.
But then it started getting all weird, and that towards the end, was at the end of the third season or whatever it was, where the guy shows up and he's like, God's talking to him or something. It was what's his face?
Joseph Smith.
Morgan Freeman.
No, what's his name from Goonies? Sean Astin. Sean Astin showed up
Mr.
like
something.
second or third season, and
Oh yeah, it got weird.
it started getting weird because he was like talking to God and all this stuff.
But
It
then,
started getting,
when you look at it, they were making it right after Y2K.
oh yeah, no, yeah. I remember it came on like was it Cinemax or Showtime or something like that. It wasn't
See,
didn't
that's
even
the thing. I didn't get to watch. Well, at
Yeah,
the
it was-
time
it
when
was
it came out, I didn't get to watch it because it was either on Showtime or Cinemax.
Yeah, it was like a pay cable thing. It was, you had to have that channel to get it. That's why, honestly, that's probably why it didn't do that well, is because it only came on that one station.
Yeah, and I think Jericho just figured out to do it because it was a cool concept. He
And
just
was
took
that on Sci-Fi or what was Jericho on?
Jericho was CBS.
regular TV?
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Duke on Austin did Mom.
Wonder what night of the week it was on that I never watched it.
I think it came on Mondays.
So then we figured out that if you just go to Google and you type in like 1984 movies, it gives you like all the movies in 1984 right there.
For all the good ones in there.
Yeah, like, everything big.
And we have all been in agreement that apparently 1984 was the confluence of all cinematic energy.
Movies got good in 80 and then better in 82 and then being better in 83 and then they became awesome in 84 and then they kind of started
Well,
getting...
now, let's not forget that in 85, we had Back to the Future, Goonies, Breakfast Club, Weird Science.
Yeah,
I mean,
85 was a good year.
85 was it. And Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
When did
come
The
on.
Burbs come out? Because I've been jonesing to watch that movie.
Burbs was around there. It was like 87, maybe? Something like that.
Yeah, that sounds right. I haven't seen that movie in so long.
I mean, come on. 85 was Teen Wolf.
Yeah, but
Fletch.
it's going up against The Terminator, Ghostbusters, Spinal Tap, Indiana Jones Temple of Doom,
Temple of Doom.
Nightmare on Elm Street,
Temple of
Red
Doom? Really?
Dawn,
That's the
Police
one you pull out?
Academy.
It's like the weakest movie. It's like the weakest.
Beverly Hills
No,
Cop.
it's not the
Revenge of the
weakest was
Nerds.
Crystal Skull.
Well, we don't count that. That's some alternate reality version.
He hid in a refrigerator, dude.
Romance
I mean,
in the
that movie
Stone,
doesn't count. All right, I'm sorry. That's not part of
Shogun
it.
Samurai,
There's only
Children of
only
the
a trilogy.
Corn,
Remo
motherfucking
Williams,
Purple Rain.
Remo Williams. There you go.
Children of the
There's a
Corn.
classic right
Oh.
there.
It was
I
as 85. A lot of good shit.
This is Children of the Corn was the
Remo Williams.
Children of the Corn was the creepiest Stephen King movie I ever saw.
Yeah,
I thought I could run across cement because of Remo Williams. Like
Yeah,
wet cement.
Nice.
I climbed up the Golden Gate Bridge, and then I started hanging out with a white dude who was acting like an Asian man.
Like he was Korean.
And then
Yeah.
his
He
eyes
taught
were
me
all
kung fu.
taped back, and he dodged bullets.
His daughter was hot as shit at one point, even though her nose was huge. But
Yeah, I love Remo Williams. And that was another one like Buckaroo Banzai where it was supposed to lead into
There's supposed to be
this
several
whole-
movies.
Yeah, it's supposed to be this whole franchise and everything.
Yep.
And really what kind of started it off, Matt, was we were kind of comparing, at one point after the Jericho Jeremiah, we were comparing the cheerleader from Night of the Comet to movie Buffy and TV Buffy. So there
TV
was a
Buffy
little-
wins that.
So we're saying which
I
one is
disagree.
more like which one is more like the older sister from Night of the Comet? And
The older sister?
Younger
Yeah.
sister.
The older sister was hotter.
well, I'm thinking the older sister. Yeah, the younger
the
sister.
brunette was the hottie
Right.
in
The
Night of the
younger
Comet.
sister was. What else was the younger sister in?
She
I
wasn't in that much.
The Hispanic
She was
guy.
in a few '80s movies where she like chew a lot of gum. Blow
Right.
bubble.
And be the Valley Girl.
Yeah.
I've actually got that movie on DVD, but I have not watched it in years. I can't even
I
remember.
think I do too somewhere. 2010, Streets of Fire.
That was a
Against All-
surprise.
Johnny Dangerously was 84.
That was funny as shit, man. I love that movie.
Firestarter was 84.
That was good.
Oh, the younger sister was in Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Daryl was in
Oh,
84.
she was the one
Oh
that
yeah.
Oh,
she was
Daryl.
losing her mind.
Yeah.
Oh, now did you mention
D-A-R-O-I-L.
The Last Starfighter from '84? Did we talk about that one?
Yeah. G-Web said that movie sucked.
I liked it.
Yeah, he said that
It
movie
had the
was
same
garbage.
chick though. Like we were trying to figure out which was first, the end of the world
I didn't even watch a little kid movie.
or the alien stuff. We were trying to figure out which was first for her.
That brunette was in a lot of stuff, dude.
Repo Man.
Yeah.
Repo
Wasn't
Man
she
was
in
84.
Weekend?
I'm
Was
sorry.
she was
Great
in
movie.
Weekend at Bernie's, right? Or was that a
Mm.
different chick?
She was heavy in
No,
the
I think
80s.
it was the same chick.
And I don't
Yeah,
mean
think it was
heavy.
her.
What year was Wildlife? That was another classic.
What one?
What?
Wildlife with Sean Penn, Chris Penn.
No.
and Golds
Nope. Not even close.
back in the day. Weird Science.
The older sister was in Weekend at Bernie's.
Nice.
Cool.
And
At
she's got like
Close Range. What movie? What year did that come out? At Close Range. That was a good movie.
86 maybe.
Yeah.
That's Christopher Walken.
Christopher Walken,
and
Sean
Madonna.
Penn.
Yeah, and
Oh,
yeah,
no, Madonna did the song.
True
Nobody's
story.
played-
Yeah. True story from around here, where I live.
really.
Cream racist, like walking with his accent.
Out near Lancaster, actually, it was.
You know, it was a good Sean Penn movie. Bad Boys. Oh,
Caps.
you already mentioned that.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Taps. That was a good
Yeah.
one.
Real bad. Yeah.
And I'm not talking about I'm talking about the first Bad Boys, not Martin and Jiggy with it.
Will
Yeah,
Smith.
flick.
Because that's the Michael Bay with the big explosions and
Yeah, sweeping camera.
Yes, that's that guy.
360.
I'll say the Last Starfighter at that time, the graphics they had, people look at it today are like, it's kind of cheesy, but I was like cutting edge back then. It was fucking cool when I saw
The
it.
fact,
Kid
what
plays
about
the game and then he gets taken away. Not the one where they're playing like in the bumper car thing and they circle the globe.
right? That's a
What-
different
yeah,
one.
no, it's,
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
either Flight of the
Tron
Navigator or
it basically took what Tron did and made it better.
I like Tron's an awesome flick, man.
Tron was awesome for when it came out.
Because he falls into a computer. He doesn't go in outer space.
Yeah, the video game is like a beacon to outer space to
well, that
And
was the
like
Well,
recruit
It's like a
Starfighters.
test.
What's the
Yeah.
one where they figure out the like globe that they put that like amusement car thing
That's
in?
Explorers or whatever. It's either Explorers.
Oh, Explorers, yeah. It's got what's
Is
his
that
name?
Ethan
River
Hawke?
Phoenix when he's a kid.
Yeah,
Yep.
Ethan Hawke and River
Yeah,
Phoenix.
Bill-
Ethan Hawke.
Did that also have Will Wheaton?
No.
No, that didn't have Will Wheaton.
Another classic film you guys don't think you mentioned was Time Bandits. With all the midgets.
Oh
hey,
yeah.
hey,
Yeah, I
little
liked
people,
that when
little
I was a
people,
kid.
but loved it. That movie was great.
Little people. They're dwarfs.
Midgets.
Frickin' midgets.
Fucking midgets.
They were badass. That's all I know.
They
Sean
were. I
Connery
liked
was
that
in that
movie when I
movie.
was a kid.
Who played Robin Hood in that? I'm gonna have to look that up.
I can't watch it now though.
Oh yeah, it was
You know who it is. I can't think of it off the top of my head though.
it was somebody famous. I can't remember who though.
Let's see. Time Bandits. I think I got that one on DVD. I'm sure I do.
Was it John Cleese?
Was it Sean Connery?
Sean
Connery
Connery
John
was.
Cleese.
He was.
David.
It was John Cleese. Good
No, Sean
job.
Connery was in it, but I can't remember who played.
Sean Connery was King Agamemnon. He was
Okay,
like
yeah,
the,
there you go.
with the
It was John Cleese.
Minotaur. Yes.
What
he
were
was
we talking
Robin Hood. Time Bandits.
That was like 81, dude.
What was that one that came out that was like Time Bandits in the 90s but didn't have...
Harry Potter.
No,
And-
it didn't have midgets.
And BB, nice
Mhm.
call. That was
It
1981,
had the
by the
chick-
way.
Yeah,
It
I
had
know,
the
'cause
chick
I was
from
in
the Dawn of the
kindergarten.
Dead remake
Brazil?
when she was young. Fuck
Wait.
was that movie?
What's
Wait,
going
right.
on again,
What
Moon?
Time Bandits from the '90s? Holy shit!
It was
It
no, it
was
was
a
like
remake.
it wasn't a remake. It was a.
It was
the
on
same,
BET.
The same people. No, it wasn't on BET.
Come on, Moon, get it out. Moon, you got
They were in South Central, and
I'm looking.
it was crazy.
Time homies.
Brazil?
Menace to Time Bandits.
Nah,
Menace
it's
to the
not
Time.
Brazil.
They live.
Don't be a menace to the Time Bandits while drinking your juice in the hood.
Aaron,
Menace to the Society of Time Bandits.
Roddy Piper's first crack at acting, They Live, was fucking cool music.
Oh, they lived
That was
classic,
that,
man.
That was the late 80s, right? 80.
80, it's like 86-ish, I think, somewhere around there.
They Live might be 80. No.
Oh,
I've still got to know what is this '90s Time Bandits movie? I'm
Yeah, see, I think
Oh,
he's
we're just
looking
some-
for it because
It's awesome. Just watch it. It's well worth watching.
I got to figure out what is this. You know, It's not
Gotta
Time
find it.
Bandit, but
It was on Telemundo. It was called Time Banditos.
It was
Banditos.
Univision.
Yeah, it was a lot of boobs.
Univision.
It was a great show.
All right, I'm gonna type in 1990s Time Bandit and see what the fuck comes up.
Yeah, I'm
Nothing.
curious now. I mean, that's an intriguing concept. A Time Bandits-ish movie that came out in the 90s.
By what's his name? The guy who Terry
There you
Gilliam.
go. It was
It's called
called
Spy Kids.
the Adventures of Baron Munchausen.
Oh,
Yeah, same guys.
Oh,
Same-
80s, 88.
It was the same people.
That's what I said.
Oh, okay.
I thought I was literally.
But I don't think it
thinking
had
of a
anything to do
time
with-
travel movie.
Yeah,
No,
it
it
wasn't
didn't have
time
anything to
travel.
do with Time Bandits.
Oh, okay.
That's
Yeah,
what
no,
I'm saying.
yeah,
It's like-
because it's all Terry Gilliam. I mean, Terry
Right.
Gilliam does. He did Brazil. He did Time Bandits. He's the guy that did the what was the last movie with Heath Ledger? What was the name of that damn thing?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Not the Imaginary.
the Emporium of
Dr.
Mr.
Parnassus.
Imaginary
yeah.
Dr. Parnassus.
Yeah, something like that. I think that's actually mixing up two movies because the Imaginarium.
That's what it says right here in his thing.
Yeah, oh, well, that's what it says. Okay, because there was another movie that came out with a weird title like that. But because Terry Gilliam does all kinds of weird shit.
He did Brazil, right?
Brazil, and some of his stuff's really good, but like later on,
Did you watch the Zero Theorem?
I haven't seen it. It's on Amazon. I got it on my Amazon.
I watched it. I watched it.
I've heard it's
Well, look,
okay.
I was wrong. It's not even in the 90s. It was
It's
80.
weird.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man,
Yeah.
it's gonna be weird, but it's mildly entertaining, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I like his stuff from the 80s, and I like all his Monty Python stuff, but after that, it kind of started getting just eh. I mean, Time Bandits is a classic. Baron Munchausen is awesome. Brazil is a great movie, and then, he did all the Monty Python movies. He was always the director. I mean, he directed, I think he's the one that directed Holy Grail and Life of Brian and all this stuff.
Mhm.
Meaning Alive.
Yeah, and he did all that stuff.
All
But then,
that.
Then in the 90s and the 2000s, he just started failing. So
Yeah,
Well,
how
here's
else
the
are you
deal.
going to have buildings floating away like chips?
Matt, you do realize he was the crazy American in a sea of British humor.
Oh, I know, and he fucking pulled it off.
He
Absolutely.
was
I mean,
American?
I'm not
Yes.
I'm not shorting him in any way. I'm just saying
He was the only out of Monty Python. He was the only American in there.
Yep, he was the guy, and you almost never saw him actually in Monty Python because he's usually behind the scenes. He was the guy that did all the animated stuff for Monty Python, the little cut scenes that they would do on Monty Python, and he directed and produced a bunch of their stuff and wrote a bunch of the Monty Python skits back in the 60s. So, but he was on some of it, but he was the face you saw the least.
History of the World Part 2.
Yeah.
That's Mel Brooks and shit, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That was
That's from way back. You're like going in the 60s or 70s with that shit.
that was like 80s.
What?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
disagree,
just do
but
the
I'm gonna look it up.
Or something.
Oh wow, History of the World Part
So are
1.
we
was
still on
81.
84, or have we moved on to 85 yet?
We can go.
Been all over the place. We've been back and forth.
Yeah, it started with 84. When I was
You guys
listening.
got into all the ninja movies from the 80s. You look at them now.
Speaking of ninja movies from the 80s, there's a movie that I used to watch the shit out of in the 80s when I was a kid, and I just recently got it on DVD and forced my family to watch it.
Jim Cotta?
And it's so fucking bad that it's good, and it is called The Last
Down.
Dragon.
Fuck you,
Yeah.
you
That's-
dirty
that's
rotten
samurai.
son of a bitch.
that
That
was
is
a
one of the
ninja.
best. That's Barry
I
Gordy's The Last
Fucking
Dragon.
love that
motherfucker.
movie. But I acknowledge that it's a bad movie. But
It is not a
love-
bad movie. Anybody
So,
that
I mean-
doesn't like that movie is a bad person, man.
Well, I agree. I
Don't get
absolutely
me wrong.
agree.
I think it's a bad movie.
It's such an entertaining movie.
I think it's a misleading movie because I still can't get the power of the glow.
Well, that's the thing.
Because you
I
won't
got
reach the
power
upper
because
level.
I fucking watch that shit.
You
I
have
can't
to
tell you how many
basically.
bullets I done caught with my teeth after watching that movie.
I've done all that, but I just can't get the glow.
You have to have sex with Ray Don Chong, I think. before that.
No,
I
that
don't
was
know, but
Vanity,
just-
and since
Yeah,
you
Vanity.
that's gonna
Vanity.
be
That's my
trouble.
Once you have sex with Vanity, you can do shit like that. You start
Yeah.
blowing.
I imagine you
that
can do
makes
just about
sense.
anything you want.
Hmm
Parents at the pizzeria. Boom. Daddy
Well,
did.
just a direct to your pizza to Daddy Green's Pizza.
Yeah, what the fuck was that shit, dude? It was awesome, but I don't know if it was as big as they thought it was gonna be, but shit.
Oh, it
was
wasn't. It bombed, but that movie was fantastic, dude.
It,
I
like
it
a
love
became,
soundtrack.
but
The
here's
Barge
the thing,
did the
it became
soundtrack.
a cult classic really quick.
He was on the soundtrack.
Like,
Yeah,
it came
I
out
think he did the whole
85,
thing.
by 87, it was a cult classic. Like, people were, like, find that motherfucker everywhere.
I think it was like a fucking Motown movie. Like,
Oh, yeah, no, it was,
It was
Barry
very
Gordy.
gordy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Barry Gordy. So that's what I thought the soundtrack would be, a bunch of different artists from Motown.
Alphabet City.
Oh, yeah, it was like DeBarge and all
Smokey
kinds of
Robinson,
shit on the
Willie
soundtrack.
Clutch. That guy's
Nice.
Rockwell,
dude.
but not a good song from Rockwell. I'm
They were
looking at the
supposed to
song.
remake
You always
that
feel
movie.
like somebody's watching me?
Yeah.
Crush
They better not try and remake that movie.
The RZA wanted to remake it, but I haven't heard any news in like 3 years.
Now, you know what? I'll say one thing. After watching the Man with the Golden Fist, or Golden Hands, whatever, they were supposedly making a sequel to that. I would let RZA
Man with
remake
the
The Last Dragon.
No, there is a sequel to it.
No, I'm saying I'd let him make The Last Dragon.
Maybe.
He produced
but
the
the problem with
soundtrack
Last
for
Dragon
both Kill Bills.
is part of what makes it so good is it is so, like, it's so that
In
era.
its time, yeah.
It's
Oh,
so
I agree.
80s.
That's what I'm
Like,
saying. If it was
Like, look
RZA,
at Show Enough. You can't
Yeah, you-
recreate Show Enough.
right? Who's the
Yeah,
baddest
man, like, you
man?
can't
Low
have-
down, mofo.
It's gonna be like a kung fu guy in tight jeans.
Never saw that
Yeah,
guy.
you can't recreate that today. It wouldn't work today. You know what I mean?
The guy
I
who
can't-
played Showing Up, I never saw him in another movie. I never saw him. in another
Dude, he
movie.
was in Briscoe
Oh, he's-
County Jr.
Yeah, he was the
No,
bounty
that's
hunter
shit.
guy. Yeah.
That dude. I think he finally died like in the late 2000s, like 2010 or something like that.
At
But
like
he was in
40
shit.
something
I think
or
he was
whatever.
like he was in Law and Order for a while. He was the second lead in Briscoe County Jr., the TV show after
Yes.
Bruce Campbell. So
See, Shokuza guy. That's a guy I want to know what happened.
What?
Shokuza guy, the only living ninja in existence left on this planet in the 80s. The guy like entered Dragon. Was it Pray for Death?
Sho Kazuki?
no, Timac. Come on, Timac is a ninja, and he's still around.
He is.
He
He
is still
does.
around.
He does.
He's a fucking.
he
a
does, like,
stuntman and he's a
conventions.
trainer to the stars. He trains fucking Hollywood fucking movie stars how to. He trains them in martial
How
arts.
to be
now. That's what he
badass.
does.
Yeah, exactly.
What about 100 what Shokuza guy was? He was the only supposedly living ninja in existence.
You're not saying his name right, by the way. Just
Oh,
in
whatever.
case-
Fuck it.
Every
Shokusogi.
single ninja school says they're the only living ninja school in existence. Just FYI.
Right there, you go.
So that
When you reach the upper level, your mind, body, and soul must be one.
Exactly.
In case you,
That's cool.
I'm just saying they all
Take the low.
one.
Your body, no.
You guys remember there was a classic movie from the 80s, like I think I'm the only person who saw it. It was called Miracle Mile with the guy, Anthony, what the hell is this guy's name? From like, he was in a lot of movies in the 80s, but Miracle Mile was about a dude like late at night, he picks up a payphone and there's like a message and they're like, World War III's about to start, like the nuclear missiles are about to launch and stuff, and he hung up and he thought it was like a prank call. You ever seen that movie? It was awesome. Man.
There is a movie, Charlie Bronson, where you get this phone call and it would get you to turn into an assassin by listening to the message.
telephone.
It was 1988. Yeah, Google Miracle Mile, man. It was a real classic, man.
Assassinate you with a phone call.
Oh, Tangerine Dream did the soundtrack, so you know it was good. There you go.
You didn't even mention The Color Purple. You know,
No, I didn't see that. I'm not into that kind of stuff. That's too depressing. That's like
Hey, the Tangerine Dream reminded me of a good one. Near Dark, the vampire movie. Bill Pullman,
Definitely. Yep.
Lance Henriksen. That was a fantastic flick.
Bill Paxton, right?
Yeah.
Bill
That's
Paxton.
Catherine.
Yeah.
That's Catherine Bigelow, who does big movies now. Like she did.
Is that the 80s
The
flick?
Hurt Locker.
Thinks he's Dracula and dresses up like him and goes around town killing people.
No, it was a bunch of redneck vampires that live in a motorhome
No.
and travel around and eat people and stuff, kill people. Lance Henriksen kills people with his spurs. I think it was, or maybe it was
That
Bill
was-
Paxton.
I think that was I think that was Lance, because that was like the first time I thought I ever saw somebody use a spur like that.
Yeah.
Ever.
He never mentioned a never-ending story.
That was pretty good.
I mentioned it earlier when I was talking about Falcor defense.
Nice.
Oh, children
Nice.
for breakfast.
Falcor defenses.
I was going to mention it, but I'm still in the middle of it.
You get that
Ninja.
flying dog dragon thing on the side of your lower.
Well, the crazy thing is, you're listening to the soundtrack of that song, the theme song. I always thought it was a chick that sang it. It's a dude. Limac or whatever his name, Limac, or it's a guy who sings that song.
Now, can anybody tell me the name that kid screams out at the end of that movie?
Atreyu?
No, because the whole thing is he's got to name the princess or whatever it is at the end of that movie, and that's
Mommy?
that's long been like, because in the movie he goes, "Rah, rah, rah." You can't tell what the hell he says in the movie.
Destiny?
But there is a name that he actually screams out, which is supposed to be, I guess, his mother's name.
Stella!
I don't know, but this has been apparently
Adrian?
fucking. This has been a debate for years and years until finally the people that wrote the movie came out a few years ago and says no. He says Moonchild.
Really?
Apparently his mother had a fucking hippie name or some shit. I don't know what the hell it was.
Apparently.
But
Well,
it's
kind of like my name. She's related.
officially it's Moonchild. So
that was Moon's mom then.
Yeah, that was my mom.
Assumed your name
That
was
was my movie. That was my
Wait
story.
a minute,
there
you
it
were
is.
in
So that was
there.
you. You're
go.
Bastion? You're Bastion?
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Attic.
You're an ugly kid.
That dog looks strange as shit when you think about it.
Holy
How about that
shit.
rock biter?
I have strong hands.
Once you got up to like the second one, the third one, they're horrible. The third one had like fucking music, like it was like a musical. Like the rock biter guy was like,
the first one, so
he was singing songs while he was riding his motorcycle.
Did
Yes.
already get its name dropped?
It was horrible.
When I was a kid,
Legend was
Say that again, Huck. My bad.
Legend with Tom Cruise.
that's a
yeah.
good movie.
One of the
Mm.
best.
What's her face?
Devil-
More tangerine
Oh,
dream.
yeah.
Day off.
Oh,
she was
hell
hot,
yeah.
Sarah
Mia Sarah.
She looks exactly the same right now. I saw
Yeah,
her
she's
like
still
online.
She
gorgeous.
hasn't aged.
No, she's
Good
totally.
Lord.
She's drinking human growth hormone or
That's
something.
all right though. It works.
He's eating.
Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, she was smart.
I mean, that was one of the saddest scenes.
She's married to what's his face? Jim Henson's son. What's his son? One.
You're kidding. I
Oh, yeah,
thought she
no,
married a millionaire.
Jim Henson's son. She's Brian Henson. There you go, Brian Henson. He runs Henson Studios and all that shit, like whatever. Yeah, that's who she's married to.
She's in the
Yeah.
puppet.
She married well.
She's
Yeah, she did it okay.
She's in the
She
Muppet
didn't have
family
to-
now. That's why she doesn't do anything anymore.
Mhm.
That's why you haven't seen her pretty much since what? Time Cop.
That's why she doesn't age, because she's their most elaborate Muppet.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
Talking about the chick from Ferris
Maybe.
Bueller's Day Off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
She said, she looked in the mirror and said, I think I'm too pretty to work, really.
I think so.
So,
And she
it's a wrap.
could say that legitimately, and it would be true.
I always thought Jennifer Grey was kind of cute and had something there, but then she changed her face completely.
Nope.
Nope.
Not anymore.
I said, no.
You, sir, are wrong.
She looked cute in Red Dawn, man.
No,
And,
you're
and,
wrong. That's incorrect. It's see, there's things called facts, and there are facts like the fact that Jennifer Grey is not cute or hot or anything. And so if there's anybody that says that she is, they're just factually wrong.
I don't know about
She's
that.
What are you talking about,
She was
man?
cute. I mean,
Mildly attractive.
she
It's
was
not
cute.
even an opinion. It's just fact and
Nobody
untruth.
puts baby in the corner.
I actually didn't like. I liked her better with her original.
No.
look. And
Yeah,
when
me
she got
too.
a nose job, I didn't even recognize her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know
she's
Charlie
just-
Sheen when she met Charlie Sheen at the end of Ferris Bueller, man. He was. He
Yep,
thought she
things
was
were gonna
cute.
get messed up.
Goddesses, like, come on, man, join the goddess team. Join us.
No bueno.
He taught her Spanish.
Yeah, that's how we knew, man. We talked about Howard the Duck. We talked about. Did you talk about Willow? How bad Willow
We
was?
did. We went. I liked Willow
wasn't
too.
bad. Willow was awesome.
I didn't like Willow. Now
Yeah,
that I
that
look
was-
back at it,
Mad
Willow was-
Mortigan. Mad
Willow was-
Mortigan.
Val Kilmer and the Leprechaun guy.
Willow was basically George Lucas.
They were
going,
brownies.
Let's do a fantasy version of Star Wars.
Warwick
And-
Lewis is one of the greatest
That's a good
characters
one.
of all time.
Do you know the guy from Ferris Bueller's Day Off and the principal and Howard the Duck? He's a convicted sex offender. He got in
Howard the
trouble.
Duck is a sex
he-
What are
offender?
you talking about?
No. The guy who played the principal in Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Convicted sex offender. He got into trouble because he didn't report when he moved. That dude's been some shit. The other actor that was in that movie that was Tim Robbins and Howard the Duck. Another kind of guy.
He's the one that married what's her face.
Extra.
Susan
Susan
Sarandon.
Sarandon.
Yeah.
That's crazy because he was kind of
He's a
creepy
douche.
in Ferris Bueller, man.
Who? Oh, yeah, that
The
guy.
principal.
Well, and then he changes into the freaking alien demon thing in Howard the Duck.
Mm.
He was
in
in
that movie Hotel.
Now look, we're talking about Howard the
Beetle
Duck and Ferris Bueller's Day Off. So we're basically talking about 1986. Okay, both those movies came out in '86. But you know what else came out in '86? One of the best movies of all time.
Top Gun?
Aliens.
The
That's
aliens, yeah.
Aliens. Classic,
Highlander.
classic action horror sci-fi movie.
Dude, I'm so fucking excited. Like, Alamo on April 26th is doing a double feature where they're going to air Alien and Aliens together.
Oh, such
I
awesomeness.
fucking got tickets for that.
I mean, I mean, you look at Alien and Aliens, all right? Two very different movies, directed and written by completely different teams, and
Oh, different
You know-
viewpoints on life
Oh, yeah.
and the
And-
world and everything.
they're so different. I mean, one is basically just a straight up kind of claustrophobic horror movie that just happens to be set in space, and the other one's straight up an action, fucking movie with some aliens and some shit thrown in it. But they're both so amazing, and they both work perfectly together. It's a great pairing right there. Everything that's come since then in the whole Aliens franchise has just been shit compared to those first two.
Oh man, I used to see Alien back in the day. I don't remember it, but he's like, I took you little shit, but
That is the preferred weapon of your enemy, and it makes a distinct sound when fired up at you. That's also 86.
I have to say that Aliens 3 was like Superman 4: The Search for Peace.
Yeah, exactly.
Which
If you
I
didn't like
watched.
Alien 3, check it
didn't
out.
mind
It's the full extended version with all of the deleted footage and the story in proper order. It's actually a lot more enjoyable.
Right
But
on.
everybody still dies in the movie, which just
That was like
Is
David
that the-
Fincher, right? With
Blonde
Winona
guy?
Ryder.
wasn't Aliens 3 David Fincher?
4 was
No,
no.
Ryder.
No,
That
the
was 4.
3 was where
The
Ron
prison,
Perlman.
right?
Sigourney Weaver was
Yeah,
born.
yeah. 3 was the prison where everybody dies. I mean, the movie starts off with
She does the
Bishop.
swan dive into molten.
Yeah, no. I mean, the movie starts off with everybody from the previous movie: Bishop, Newt and Hicks are dead at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah,
They
this
die right at the beginning of the movie, and then she dies at the end of the movie. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happens in between that. Yeah, maybe the director's cut is a little better, but in the end, all the main characters
That's
that you give a
sad.
shit about are dead by the end of the movie.
Actually, it got retconned. Hicks isn't dead anymore. Hicks is alive.
Oh, fucking retconning, because that's.
Well, Bill Paxton used to die in almost every movie he was in. He died on every role, man. Except for,
Okay,
like,
so anyway, what happened?
That dude
was-
It was, yeah,
Scott
it was. That was David Fincher.
Yeah, it
Really
was David Fincher.
Surprisingly,
David Fincher
maybe his
did
worst
a
movie. Yeah.
shitty movie with Aliens 3. So yeah, we don't talk about that one. Aliens 4
Aliens
is
4 was-
better than Aliens 3.
I like Aliens 4.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with Aliens 4. I mean, it plays off the fact that it acknowledges everything from Aliens 3 really did happen, which kind of sucks. But the movie
No,
itself,
that's how they got her DNA to make it.
yeah, I mean, the movie itself is a good movie. I mean, they did it well.
It was
all
a
the
good
characters were
story.
good.
It was
It's-
a good
I
story.
can't even believe what I'm hearing.
I can't agree with that. I enjoyed Alien Resurrection. I'll throw that out there right now.
Yeah,
but
it's
that movie turned to
I love
shit when like there's that weird fucking hybrid alien thing that came out of like nowhere, and then they blow up the Earth.
Yeah, the ending.
Well, yeah, but it's still
Good.
better than Aliens 3. It's still an entertaining movie, whereas Aliens 3 is just a steaming pile of shit.
I mean, it's like saying I prefer to like when I'm shit on for the shit to be wet, so it's easier to wipe off, than for it to be hard.
No, hard's
no.
better. It's easier to get the hard stuff.
No, because Aliens Resurrection isn't a shitty movie. It's just not a great movie. It's an okay movie that works well for what it's trying to do, and it's trying to pull from storylines that were already laid out, so it has a limited base and limited foundation to work with. So it does the best it can with the legacy it was given, and they did a very good job with making the characters cool, with making the storyline flow well. I mean, everything in the movie worked. There
Okay,
was
I want to say this. Joss Whedon is the one who wrote it. That's why it was funny and there were quips in it.
yeah.
Logan.
It was one of the first
Okay.
movies he.
I just want to say that the original story was set out by Alan Dean Foster and Ridley Scott. And that's really the only thing that mattered to anyone who really cared, like you said, cares about Hicks and Newt and Ripley and all them. Yes, 3 went to shit, but if you ask me, compared to Resurrection, you gotta. There's not even any comparison. Resurrection was like a Hollywood blockbuster action flick, whereas even Aliens had action in it and still managed to be a horror movie. 3 was where the trilogy or the series died.
Yeah, no, 3 killed it. 3 killed it. Resurrection came along. They tried to bring it back, and I thought that with what they had to work with, they did a good job because it was definitely better than 3. And it's a movie that I can still watch. Like I can't if Aliens 3 is on, I can't watch it. It's a piece of shit. I can actually watch Resurrection. You know what I mean? Like it's still a watchable movie.
Hey, hold on. I hate to take it there, but Alien versus Predator.
It's a good movie. The first one's a good movie. The second one's a piece of
The
shit.
second one blew.
Oh no!
But the first one is not a great movie, but it's an entertaining Aliens versus Predator movie. It gives you exactly what you expect, and you know it's not a spectacular movie or anything like that, but it's fun. It's a fun movie.
I don't know. I think Aliens vs Predator 2 was better than the first one.
It's the best space movie of the 80s. You guys have missed it altogether. Spaceballs.
No, the best space movie of the 80s was Empire Strikes Back, and then after that was Wrath of Khan.
Then Aliens, maybe.
And then Aliens, yes, exactly.
Baseballs, come on.
Dude, there was like the fucking Pred Alien that like got made, and like shit got weird.
No, I do not accept that.
Plus,
Yeah,
they didn't fucking
after Aliens and then Alien 3,
fucking how.
I think I watched like Siskel and Ebert, like when Aliens 3 came out, and they trashed it so bad that I just didn't go see it or something like that.
Those people would trash any good movie that they didn't agree with for whatever reason. I mean, they made some great calls, but it made some horrible ones too.
No, yeah, for sure. But like, it was just too sketchy for me because Aliens is one of my favorite movies of all time, and I just felt like,
Yeah, I mean,
Probably my number one favorite
saw-
movie of all time.
Yeah, no, I mean, just because of how, I mean, because, you know, of my age, I saw Aliens before I saw the first original Alien. I mean, all the way through, you know what I mean? Like, because I couldn't, you know, I mean, it came out when I was 2 years old, so I couldn't latch on to the first Alien, which is an amazing movie, but the first movie that I saw in that whole franchise that I could comprehend completely when I was old enough to see it was Aliens. And so, I mean, to me, that's the best Alien movie out there, followed by the first one. And everything else after that is, I mean, if you're going to compare anything to those two movies, it's shit. I mean, those
Well,
two
if
movies
you were a fan of
are
the second
amazing.
one, if you were a big fan of the second one, you should definitely go check out the full proper version of the third one. Seek it out. I don't know what it's called. It's, you know, Special Directors Extended or some crap, but it's well worth it to put the series into. I mean, it makes
I mean, what do they? How do they change it? I'm just curious.
everything. Like, literally, it's a completely different narrative, and like it's
Is it,
just
what, is
completely
it
different.
called like a director's cut or what's it called?
I cannot remember. It was my brother spent like $300 and bought the anthology or whatever.
Oh shit!
When it first came out.
Well,
and
I
had
tell you what, I'll
every little bit of footage on the whole
I
series.
will see if I can find it at a less than reasonable price because just given my
You can probably watch it online. I mean, you can probably find it somewhere to watch.
okay, because I'm not gonna like pay money to
No.
see a slightly better version of a shitty movie. So
There was
But
a
I
I
am
wanna
curious. You got me curious. So
I want to
I
share
shared,
this.
I
It's
shared
not like-
the
it's not-
exact opinion you gave. I was right there with you on Alien 3 until about 5 years ago when I went and rewatched this super fancy extended edition, which was another hour longer or whatever.
Fincher's one of my favorite directors like ever. So like, he's like at least top 10. You know, so I'm sure they came in and they were like, we don't like what you're doing. You know, we need to cut about an hour and a half out of this movie or whatever. And it's like,
exactly what happened.
Then it's shit. It probably might not have been the
here's
best
my
movie.
problem. Here's my problem with it. It still follows the same basic theme. I mean, there's still the beginning of the movie or the beginning of the movie.
There's no shit with dead bodies on it in the beginning.
There's not. So they just
It's a
added
totally
that.
different narrative, like totally different. Like Ridley rolls up on the shore, they find her, pull her out of the water, and she's covered in sea lice, these weird little bugs, and like it's a totally different little deal.
Oh wow. So Hicks is not dead. Newt.
No, and what they
Bishop
did
all
with that is because the Earth Hive series had already come out at that time. They were which was loosely based on Hicks and Newt, and couldn't be legally named Hicks and Newt, but that's the series that all the real the fan base followed because they were everyone's favorite character was Hicks. So.
Shit.
What did you guys think about 2010?
Nah.
All of them.
Nah.
I liked
Nah.
I
it.
mean, it's
I'm not. I'm honestly
engineering prospect.
as somebody who likes sci-fi and we do the geek thing all the time. I don't like 2001 or 2010. Neither one of those movies appeal to me.
Stanley Kubrick, what's wrong with you, sir?
Because I
That's how
don't
I
give a
feel.
shit.
I don't like
I
them either,
also
but-
I also don't like Clockwork Orange. I also don't like most of the shit that Kubrick has done. I
love Clockwork Orange, but I have to say with the 2010 and 2001, it's kind of I respect them because it's like any piece of art that I don't like, it's still a piece of art. But
No, yeah, I mean,
it's-
I still acknowledge that it's a good movie, but I don't acknowledge it's a good movie that I enjoy because I don't. I don't enjoy those movies personally.
G-Webs, you had mentioned earlier about how Firefly was in the Aliens universe. Can you state again how you know that to be true?
I'd never heard of that before, so
I was saying that. I saw a video today that pointed out in Firefly they're in some kind of turret, and at the top of the turret on that little HUD display, or the little heads-up display, there's a Weyland-Yutani symbol at the very top.
what is that?
Weyland-Yutani is the company that makes Bishop robots. In
They're
Alien.
also like
Guy that had
evil
the
ones.
robot, or the wait, that's the guy that was doing the knife thing with his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
Bishop.
Bishop was the android model of the inventor of the CEO.
Yeah, it's like the Walmart company, you know, the all-encompassing universal company is Weyland-Yutani.
Well, and very well then Firefly would have to be much further into that universe to have a centralized galactic control unit. It had to be past the aliens point.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to be like well past it. Like they're using like because they have a cheap like taped together ship like the Millennium Falcon, so it's all old technology. That's why they have a really tiny gun.
And instead of having to fly and be put into sleep mode and take them months to get somewhere, they can get somewhere fairly fast. So it's more advanced.
And did you guys talk about Flash Gordon?
Isn't Blade Runner
Flash
on
Gordon,
the universe as Alien?
1980.
Flash Gordon.
Hold on. What about that movie where the Jedi crashes on Earth and then he helps save the kid by making his bicycle fly? E.T. was. You all read that? E.T. was a Jedi.
He liked Reese's Pieces.
Ouch.
He wasn't a Jedi, 'cause that's like saying Jar Jar Binks was a Jedi. Just because he was like a galactic politician, he was a senator or some shit.
Yeah, but he was all
He
obviously.
could make flowers
he
come
obviously
back
had
to life.
He could bring things back to life. He could levitate, and he
He
could.
might not have been. He might not have been a Jedi, but he had some Force powers.
Oh, okay.
So does Han Solo though.
I'm looking. What I can find
So does
on,
Jar Jar.
like Amazon is Alien 3 Special Edition that they say has 30 extra minutes of footage.
That might be it, but I seem
That's
to remember
the only thing I can find.
is it might be the anthology edition. That might be the only one.
Yeah, I mean there is an Aliens anthology, but it doesn't say anything about specifically that movie.
I would really like Aliens 3 to be a better movie and watch it again, but I don't want to pay $300 to make it happen.
I mean, I bought the
Again,
anthology.
I'm sure it's been uploaded somewhere.
I have the anthology edition. I didn't, the Blu-ray one. I didn't see anything different with Aliens 3 on it.
Maybe it's a different selection or something because it's definitely there. I've watched it. Maybe you have to like select it or pick which version you're watching, theatrical or whatever.
So let me ask, Matt, Buckaroo Banzai, how do you feel about it?
Love it. Fucking love that damn movie. Wish it would have gotten more play because I would love to have seen the sequels that they intended for that movie.
Wherever you go, there you are.
Exactly. Yeah, Buckaroo Banzai.
John
was-
Big Boutte.
Me and Mandy just watched Super, and that was a pretty amazing movie.
That's a good movie.
I was blown away with how good it was. At the
Yeah,
first
it's-
10 minutes, you're like, what the hell am I watching? And then it gets amazing.
Yeah, it's a really, really good movie.
Best ending for Ellen Page ever.
What is that movie?
It's a superhero movie, but you got to stick with it.
You ain't watched that movie yet? It's on
I
the
think I
Netflix.
watched it. Is
It's
that the
got
one
guy
with
from
the?
The Office.
Oh,
What's
yeah,
it called?
Yeah,
Back from the office.
yeah, that's the one with the wrench where he has the wrench. He handles business with it.
What's the name of the movie?
Graphically.
Super, it's on
The
Netflix.
word super.
Say
Yeah, I
again.
liked it.
Say it again. Somebody post it in the side check, 'cause y'all will talk over each other.
Super.
Just the word super. It's the guy from the one guy from The Office, Dwight, and then the chick from I don't know what movie she's in, little chick.
Juno. But that's what's her face from the Aerosmith videos that's addicted to heroin, right?
Yeah, Kevin Bacon, Michael Roker, Liv Tyler, Rainn Wilson, Ellen Page. Who am I missing?
But it's definitely a good spin on a superhero.
Oh, yeah, awesome.
Unique.
The Pope of Greenwich Village.
I've read the perfect description of it online. It's like if the guys in Seattle that are wearing the costumes met the actual Punisher. If you mix those two, and that's what that movie is basically.
It must have been good because James Gunn made that movie for probably not a lot of money, and then they were like, "Hey, you can do a big movie," and they did Guardians of the Galaxy. And I was like, Uber the man now. I only saw it. You're right. I saw the first 15 minutes and I turned it off. You were like, if you can get past the first
Yeah,
15
you gotta
minutes.
watch
Yeah,
the
you
whole
really
thing.
got to.
It's good.
I don't think you mentioned
Crazy. It's a little crazy.
according to Garth.
That's old.
Robin Williams and
Never turn your lights or your car off.
Well, seeing John Lithgow in full drag was kind of crazy.
I'm seeing the Alien Anthology series on Blu-ray for $28 on Amazon, and it says it comes with Aliens 3 Special Edition.
Sweet, that'll be it. And again, it's not a whole lot of footage, but the way they recut the movie with that footage makes a big difference.
It says it's about 28 minutes of extra footage. It's about 28 minutes longer. So
Yeah, but think of the anti-cheese edits of Star Wars. They won't remove even that much, and it's 1,000 times better. So I imagine if they added the right amount of shit to a movie.
Well, I found on YouTube the Alien 3 beginning where it's her washing up on the beach. I just posted it in the side chat.
That's the special edition. So Alien 3 Special Edition is what you're looking for.
Yeah, I believe our estimate after watching everything on the entire anthology, which was like 12 or 15 discs, was that it wasn't really worth it. That you could, what was missing was Alien 3 was the biggest part of all of it. There's some cool stuff in Aliens, but it's like smart gun scenes and not a whole lot of huge stuff.
because I've got like Alien and Aliens on DVD already, so is it worth spending $30 to get an anthology versus? But here's the other side of that. If you just want that one movie, just Aliens 3 Special Edition, you're going to spend $20 for that. So do you spend $20 on that so you can get the proper story for that, or do you spend the extra? Well, it's $28. It's the extra $8 to get the anthology for all 4 movies, even if you've already got a couple of them.
I was going to say that buying them in bulk pack just to get all the extras is probably more economical. But I remember watching Aliens in the movies, like at the physical theater, and they had the part where they had the robotic guns that they set up in the corridor that would sit there and go. And I remember how cool that was. And then I got Aliens on VHS, and that scene wasn't in it. I was so ticked.
Yep.
And then eventually I got it, and it's like on the DVD. It's on the DVD version, but they cut it out of the TV version, and they cut it out of the VHS version.
There was a version of Talladega Nights where Ricky Bobby goes into his basement to play with his G.I. Joes, and there's a giant G.I. Joe fort. And I saw that in the theater, and I've never seen it since. I've never seen it on a DVD or anything.
Me either.
me either, and I had the DVD. It's not in like.
Yeah, we have it too. We have at
You
least
take
one
that
copy.
back, Ricky Bobby. You don't put that on me. I love that. That movie's fantastic.
They're making a Step Brothers 2.
Just gonna let them kids talk to me like that? Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Step Brothers 2 is coming out, or they're making it.
Okay, so I brought up Buster Banzai, but I would also like to, honey, I'm talking here. I would also like to bring up Ice Pirates. Who remembers Ice Pirates?
Oh my God!
Robert Urich.
I fucking love Ice Pirates.
that a
Watch
ice
the
skating movie?
shit out of that.
Is that an ice skating movie?
No.
I still have Space
That was
Odyssey.
Ice Castles, by the way. Rebs.
Talking about Xander.
The competitive ice dancing.
Ice Pirates is an amazing movie.
No, I remember. That was the musical version of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, right? It was like the musical ice-based version where they're all on ice skates.
Hey, so get this.
Who was the princess in that one?
My wife just walked by and told me to be quiet, and then she turned on the washing machine.
Nice.
Whoa, 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 Mr. Webbs. You take it easy with that.
What? I thought that's the movie you're talking about.
No, that is not the movie we're talking about, sir.
We mentioned Alan Quartermain and the Lost City of Gold.
That is not a space movie. Stay on topic.
Okay.
But it was the Sharon Stone, and
Well, here's a good space movie. Barbarella. I'm just kidding. That's from the 60s or some shit.
Right.
Really, Martian.
Galaxy Quest. What year was that?
Galaxy
That's
Quest was awesome.
Ooh, late
That's one of my
90s.
favorite
An
ones.
amazing movie.
Late 90s, early 2000s, or late 90s?
Barbarella, wasn't that 70 or 69?
Galaxy Quest was like 98, 99.
No, but
Barbarella was
Barbarella.
one of those movies that promised a lot of like boob and didn't actually deliver any boob.
Which
You
one?
know what? A good one.
Barbarella. All the
Barbarella?
nudity was in the beginning of the movie, during the credits.
The slide.
The original Total Recall, but also, what was the movie with Sean Connery when he was in space? When he was a
Outland?
cop? Outland, right?
Outland.
Yeah, that was.
That was good. What about Flash Gordon?
You know, I liked that a lot actually when I was a kid.
Other one, man. Queen.
He'll save every one of us, man.
Flash Gordon.
The soundtrack alone was the shit.
Flash Gordon is the epitome of cheesy 80.
Movie is fantastic. Max von
I think it's a
Sydow.
little flamboyant, that movie.
That's because you're
Even as a
insecure with your
kid, I was like,
masculinity.
what
You're
the-
insecure
what
with
is
your
this?
masculinity, bro.
When I was a little kid, I hated that movie.
That's one dude that never is gonna die.
What was the princess's name?
Eliana?
No.
Vulva? I don't know.
No. And DB, it was not GoPro.
No.
If you're going to ask these questions, why don't you IMDb it? Because we can't remember back 30 years. Okay, so what do y'all think of Blade Runner and the possibility of the next Blade Runner coming out? That they
I'm looking forward to it.
Are they doing it?
Oh yeah, it's already in production.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's supposed to be.
Yeah, they've already got the cast set up. So Harrison Ford's going to be in it. He's playing the same character. Obviously, he's older now, and there's going to be younger people in the movie that are kind of taking over where his character left off. So I don't know how they're going to play that out.
They want to get killed. Lightsaber.
And what's his name? Dave Bautista is going to be in it. So I'm assuming he's playing a replicant.
Yeah, my wife watched that Blade Runner movie for the first time like 2 days ago and came back telling me it was garbage.
I hope you humbly disagreed with her vehemently.
There's this, and
for divorce yet?
it's really only it's reserved for certain situations, but there's this thing called divorce. And
Yeah, but then I have to pay people to come and clean my house and wash my clothes.
it might be worth it. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there. It's just money.
It's like people to say you don't pay for sex. You pay for sex when you're married because you're paying for all this shit all the time, and you don't get any.
No, I won't disagree with that statement other than the bit about not getting any.
So just so you know, for those of you here were talking about it, somebody just basically forced me to spend $30 to buy an anthology series of
Nice.
aliens. So
Well, us here on Gun Channels, Matt, are more than happy to help people.
yeah, we're
Spend
gonna
their
help
money.
me spend fucking $30 on some shit
Yep.
that I will receive on Wednesday because I have Amazon Prime.
Nice.
We'll
Free shipping.
see.
We did you a favor.
Dude,
Yeah.
it might even be there before Wednesday.
No, they're pretty accurate. It said Wednesday when I placed the order, so pretty sure that's when it's gonna show up. So, yep, it's
Okay.
done.
I got a question for the panel. Dune from 1982 or the sci-fi remake of Dune?
Sci-fi remake.
That was
Oh,
more accurate, but I like the movie. I like the movie way better.
I like the movie from the '80s, but it was a good movie. But the sci-fi
Sci-fi
remake
was way closer to the book. I'll definitely
It was-
agree with
It
that.
was
Matt.
closer to the book.
Plus, it was also more enjoyable to watch.
What?
Yeah, I enjoyed watching it more because it was like 2 miniseries. So you had like
It was.
It was really long, and it went.
it was really long, but there was more story to
children.
it. You understood what was going on better. They were able to, between both the miniseries, they were able to do more, and it was just in general it was better. I mean, because it's a huge story. It was hard to do in 2.5 hours, and they did their best in the 80s, and they did a good job. I mean, I liked the movie, but they did so much better with the miniseries, both the miniseries in the late 90s, that it made watching the story flow better.
You gotta lay off Natty Light, man. You need to get the MGD. Natty Light's killing him.
I was gonna say that the first Dune was like, what was it, like 2.5 hours? And
Yeah,
that
about 220, 230. Yeah.
And you gotta realize we're used to that now, but when I was a little kid, that was the first movie I ever had to sit in that long and have to take
Right,
3
that was
people.
forever and a day, but I definitely like that movie.
Crazy long.
Oh, it's a great movie, but the miniseries did so much more.
Well, if you remember
Did
watching
it
those,
have a hot young Sean Young? No,
Yeah.
it didn't.
It had a Sean Young that was hot and young, just like the Blade Runner hot young
but if
Sean Young.
on cable back in the day, they had intermissions. Those movies so long, they had like an intermission in the middle of the movie that lasted like 10 or 15 minutes. You had to like wait.
Like Spartacus and shit.
Yeah, or Godfather, Chariots of Fire.
Gladiator movies.
Yeah, right. Do you like it when Scraps rubs up against your leg?
You ever
Like
seen
Gladiator was-
naked?
You ever been in a Turkish prison?
What was that? Midnight Cowboy? No.
Oh, wait, hold on. Everyone stop right now. My grandfather read Louis L'Amour cowboy novels all the time, and my grandmother saw in the newspaper that there was a new movie out. She took him to see Midnight Cowboy. They made it through 5 minutes of it before they got up and left, because it's about Robert Redford being a gigolo in New York.
No, I thought that was not Robert, that was John Boyd.
Oh, John Boyd, you're right. I'm sorry. John Boyd and Dustin Hoffman starred in it, but it was about a gigolo in New York, right?
Not going to pull anything with Ed in the room. He knows all the male prostitute movies.
Yeah. Well, I watched it the other day, and I watched it for the first time in its entirety. I was like, where he's like trying to hustle this lady that's rich, for his services, and then he has to like play it off as a joke or whatever. Anyway.
You have to realize my grandmother and grandfather helped found a Methodist church in 1955, and she accidentally went to this movie with it.
Oh, shit.
It's hilarious.
Nathan Forrest.
My grandmother was offended by the movie Gremlins.
What?
She thought Gremlins was...
That's what we're talking about. That's a great fucking movie, the first Gremlins. Why?
But I'm more interested to know the why portion. Why was she offended by Gremlins?
She claimed that it was so horrible when the little monsters came out that she could hear and smell people vomiting in the theater, and I have no memory of this. She talked about it for years.
And obviously,
Smell
as a
of the puke
Methodist,
in the
Grandma
theater.
wasn't smoked up, was she?
Now, Grandma was... She's very
Straight-laced.
religious.
Have you guys talked about horror flicks tonight outside of just generalizing?
We're kind of talking about space movies
Movie?
that are horror flicks.
I can talk about some horror flicks.
Because no, one of my favorites when I was in middle school, I think I was like 6th grade, was Chainsaw 2 when it came out. I was like, yeah, you watch it. I can still watch it, but that was a cool flick when it came out. I thought it was cool.
I didn't get into any of the second. I liked the first one for what it was.
Absolutely.
That's about it. I mean, I didn't really. I like anything with Bill Moseley in it. I believe the second one had Bill Moseley in it.
What's funny about Chainsaw back in the day, I remember when I was a little kid, he was like, you can't watch this, it's too gruesome. That has like nothing, dude. That's like
Hold
a
on,
cartoon compared to like, Saw.
Edge, you and me lived in Texas. That's what did it added? If you lived in Texas and you watched Texas Chainsaw Massacre,
All right.
and they claimed it was a true story, it made you wonder did this crap really go down around me?
Who has
I
the
haven't
L
been
Ray
to
network where they're at?
Texas
Wait a
time,
minute.
But I've driven through Plainsfield where Ed Gein lived.
Who has the L Ray network where they live?
Right
El
here,
Rey.
I do.
Well, because Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai is supposed to be on tonight. Now, I say tonight being that it's 5:18 p.m.
Okay,
Hawaiian
let's go.
time. But it's supposed to be. It was supposed to be on at 8 Eastern your guys' time. So obviously that has passed.
Oh, it's already done here.
But doesn't El Rey replay it? Same
Probably.
day. Just saying.
Then you
Just one
need
heads
to
up.
reboot some Buckaroo Banzai, make some new movies, new TV shows. Oh, they make your TV
Like
show.
Peter Weller or like totally different?
Well, no, I mean, update it. It's not going to be Peter Weller anymore because he's fucking 107 years old now. But
And like a college professor.
yeah, but it's still a good valid story. I mean, they should update that shit.
I have never heard of Buckaroo Banzai.
Oh my god.
Oh,
That was a comic book too, right? Before a movie or no?
Who has the
I
boot?
believe so. Right? Pink does.
I think it was a comic book
But he's
movie.
not here currently.
hold on. What? Let me bring one more up. The Last Starfighter.
Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I liked it.
Oh, did we talk about that already?
I liked it a lot.
We were talking about Maggie being in Night of the Comet and The Last Starfighter and trying to figure out which she did first. She dated the alien space pilot to help save the world, or did she survive the zombie apocalypse first?
And
Since
then-
it was the same year, 1984.
And
She did
then-
all of that in
and then
1984.
date the guy from. Is it Chaps? What is the?
Taps?
No, the guy in Night of the Meteor the Mexican guy who was on the motorcycle show in the 80s.
No, that guy
No,
is.
you're being very racist right now
Punch, yeah.
because
Eric Estrada?
the guy from
No,
the guy
that is
from
not Punch.
wait.
That was the guy
No.
from Voyager.
Yeah, the guy from
That
Voyager.
reminded
That was
me
the
of
guy from
something.
Voyager, not the guy from Renegade. So that's an extremely racist comment because you can't tell an Indian from a Hispanic. So there's racism right there. I'm sure.
Estrada is what I was trying to remember. Sorry.
No, that is not Punch.
No, not at all. See, again, racism.
What?
It wasn't Poncho?
You're telling me that
No.
was Eric
Poncho
Estrada?
Villa?
The
That was
guy
not Eric
from Night of the
Estrada.
Comet.
That is the sidekick from Chuck Norris.
No.
And
Yes.
in Lone Wolf McQuade. Yes, it is. Good job, G-Webs.
Kid from
Hey,
Lone Wolf McQuade.
before I forget, The Boy is actually really awesome. Where you guys were talking about Maggie. The one that just came out, The Boy, it's about an evil doll, is actually really good. Stick with it if you watch it.
Did you like that? I didn't watch that. I wasn't
It's
sure
not
about
what
it.
you think it is. It's not about an evil doll. Basically, it's a lot weirder and spookier.
I tried to watch. You talking about the movie about the doll?
No, it just came out like literally a couple of months ago.
Where Huck said the doll.
No, I'll step away.
What's so special about a Texas Ranger? I mean, it's lone.
I saw that movie about 3/4 of the way.
What the fuck? DB is just trying
Yeah,
to.
it's another one that's terrible until
Oh.
you get to the right spot. It's really good once you realize what the movie's about.
I'm reading about Lone Wolf McQuade, and they're making a big deal that he was a Texas Ranger. Like,
That was one of the best movies ever made.
Oh no, I know that, but like I just thought he
Dodge
was a cop.
Super Ram with the supercharger.
Like Lone Ranger.
The dog.
He liked to work alone.
The hot chick. David Carradine. I mean,
No, Rookie. He is
One of his best movies is Invasion USA.
I was about to say Invasion USA is my favorite.
Enough. It ain't as good as Lone Wolf McQuade, dude.
No, it is.
It
by
ain't
far.
better than Octagon, dude. No way, dude. Octagon was like the truth. man.
wait, I'm down with that statement, DB, because Octagon kicked major
Yeah,
ass.
that was number one.
But what was that movie Chuck Norris made where the dude won't die? He like
Yeah,
kills
Silent Rage.
Silent Rage. Yeah.
DB pulling
That
it
shit
out
was
of the
insane.
ether.
Dude. I pull it out the ether. Well, I've talked about this
Well, I was
before.
gonna
in the
say
chat.
your GoPro, but I figured
No,
we'd
I'm
keep it
telling you. I
clean.
mean, I remember I saw that in the fucking movie, and I was like, "What the fuck?" It was like
Absolutely.
supernatural, it was like a horror movie.
And there was the Hero and the Terror, that one he made too.
Yeah, but I liked. My favorite probably of all time is Octagon, and then I'd say Lone Wolf McQuade.
Are you trying to say Missing in Action 2 sucked?
No.
Yeah, I'm not saying it sucked. But in
Braddock.
comparison,
I'm just saying I'm with them that Octagon because that was the first time that Chuck Norris had to show the rest of the world that your fucking ninja shit don't mean nothing.
Dude, I
Chuck
like that.
Norris.
He
Oh,
was
yeah,
in his
that's
prime,
That
man.
was all
3
about.
years into it, you want to tell like that voice in his head to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and just kill the dude.
No, if you don't know Edge, the voice in his head was like in Breaker Breaker, Good Guys Wear Black. I mean, that was like part of the Chuck Norris shtick from the late 70s into the early 80s was the shit in his head. That was part of the movie, usually.
Yeah, Sakura.
So
Yeah,
who's
exactly.
who's the? Hold on. Let me ask this. Who is the best actor who played a ninja?
Chris Farley.
I can't. I'm not saying I fucking best. Shoku's the guy. Shokuzugi, whatever his name is.
I think he's trying to say Sho Khashoggi, but
I'm gonna go with Timac from The Last Dragon.
Ninja.
Best ninja ever, Michael Dudikoff.
Lee Van Cleef, the
Nah,
master.
the best ninja ever was Chris Farley.
That's my
No.
Beverly Hills Ninja.
Yeah, but no.
best ninja ever is the Sho Kazuki dude.
I remember Shokasuke when I was a kid. They called me Ninja Nate when I was a kid because I was so into ninjas, and they made fun of me. And then guess what happened? In 1984, Teenage Ninja Mutant Turtles came out, and all of a sudden everyone loved ninjas and found out they were badasses. And I already had all the gear.
Well, you're forgetting about surf ninjas.
Sho Kazuki was the epitome of a ninja in the 80s. Like, there's no doubt about it.
This is how ridiculous, though, the ninja genre is that American Ninja and Shokasuke did nothing. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles brought ninjas to the mindset of American children. Before that,
It was
I
the
used to get-
adult.
There were ninja magazines. Like, when you'd go to the supermarket, there would be like a ton of fucking Inside Kung Fu and Ninja Magazine and
Yeah, I mean, if you were into the whole
tons of
karate
shit.
or the whole karate movie scene, you followed like those movies that Show did. And you remember that movie's called Ninja 2 Domination? He was in that movie.
yeah, that's good.
That's
Man,
the one where I took over the chick.
Yeah.
Ninja.
No, that was 3.
the telephone chick, the telephone service chick becomes a ninja.
Yeah, hold on. Do you remember the show The Master?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what I said. Lee Van Cleef.
Yeah.
That was like a sample.
Matt
That
Kahane.
became a TV show after the movie came out. I think it had one of the Van Patten boys in the TV show.
And then they had like shitty surf ninjas and all their shit that came out in the early 90s. Good lord.
So I have questions for the panel. I'm assuming everyone here has at some point owned a Ninja Star. I'm just going to have to assume that.
Yep.
What about owning a ninja suit?
I did.
I never did. My friends did.
My parents approved me once for Halloween. I had wanted one, and you know, all the ninja costumes that were available were all sold out all the stores. So they went to like this dojo,
And they went and bought you a black sheet.
Got a garbage bag.
wrap me up.
Said, here you go.
Did they
those
just
boots?
buy a clan uniform and
My
dip it
friend had the boots, dude. The boots with the
Like, I don't
split
wanna
toe
be-
thing.
The top.
Those boots were expensive as shit, dude. They might have been like $80 in the 80s.
I'll finish my
Well,
story.
hold on. The Tabai boots were so expensive that you could buy the cheap rubbery versions called Tabai Ninja sock shoes, which had rubber soles, but still had the thing you could pick up ninja stars with your toes.
Nice.
Well, they went to this local karate dojo and they ordered one through Century, and they got me the whole spiel, man. It came with like everything: the hood, the mask, the cover, the hand, little things go over your hands, and everything. The only thing that come was like except the
Gloves.
They ordered it through Century. Did it come canted?
Nice.
Century.
Cast Trunnion.
If you're ever into karate back in the day, Century was like one of the biggest manufacturers of.
Century still makes uniforms.
Yeah, they're still the biggest thing.
Yeah, if you
Anything in the
buy
back of the Ninja magazines was official.
He just doesn't know Ninja.
Dude,
You
I had
you
a
buy the
Leonardo
Ninja magazine.
costume, if that counts.
Only a ninja can destroy a ninja.
The last 5 pages of like the Ninja magazine was all the ads for like the cool shit.
Right? And that's where you had to get the shit from.
Yeah.
do you Do you realize how hard it was to talk my mother into letting me buy the Ninja climbing claws and feet claws?
What? You were rich.
It sucked so hard.
Right?
Like $15.
Horrible.
A guy I moved in with, a roommate of mine in 2006, worked at Karate Mart in Phoenix for, I don't know, 10 years, 12 years, something like that. So his house was like a museum of 1980s ninja stuff. It was absolutely amazing, which I still have a lot of it here today. I got size sets and like crazy amounts of random ninja stars, but yeah,
Well-
nowhere near the stuff he had.
I remember as a kid, like we were fascinated by ninja stuff. They're cool. You always wanted to be one, and because you just like you want to be Superman. Then like some dude, the neighbor's dad breaks it down, like those are assassins. That's all they are, really. They're just assassins. They're like, yeah, I want to be an assassin. I'm like, okay. Just never grabbed the concept as a child.
Of course, you're a Mexican. You always want to just stab people.
Sometimes. Well, the night born when I came out of the womb broke. Hey.
I'm sorry. Did I just break the chat for Matt there?
It was a cool era, though, of, all that shit, the karate and the whole ninja stuff back in it.
No, I mean, like I said, there were like people who were into kung fu and stuff, but when I was a kid, it all varies by age, because the guys here who are younger never remembered what I remembered, because I went through a time period where, like, superheroes were cool, but Kung Fu and Ninja wasn't until Ninja Turtle came out. And once Ninja Turtle came out, it just exploded. And they're like, oh, ninjas are awesome, and ninja for the last 30 years. But when I was a kid, people made fun of me and used to ask me what a ninja was when I was a kid, when I was into it. And then Ninja Turtles came out, and all of a sudden, I was on the inside track.
Well, I think it's just like something you're into. It's like if you're into Star Wars, you're into being a Jedi. Well, they make fun of you for that too. And being into ninjas as a kid, I was fascinated by it. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, well, it used to be you had to look up stuff. You had to actually research and order stuff, and you couldn't just say, "Oh, watch channel whatever." There's a ninja show.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. Because I was born in '77, and Ninja Turtles didn't come out till '84, I think. And so, as a youth in elementary school, none of the kids had seen any of that ninja stuff unless they went and rented it or went to the movies, which all the ninja movies back in the early '80s were rated R.
In the summer, they play those ninja movies all summer long too. In the evening. But yeah, I mean, that's what kind of the way it was. I was born in '76. Similar.
But think about nowadays when I was a kid, people would call kids, "Oh, you're a nerd, you're a dork because you're into sci-fi stuff," and now everyone's into sci-fi stuff. Everyone's into it because it's like awesome.
Well, yeah.
When I was in school, you couldn't talk anything about like fucking comics or like video games because you were a fucking nerd. Like now. With my younger brother, it's like that's all anyone talks about nowadays because that's like the cool shit. Like you'd play football and then you'd go play Call of Duty and then you'd like watch fucking like Guardians of the Galaxy or some shit.
I guess I see it because like when I see people with the magic cards at where I work and they're in the lounge just still doing that magic card stuff, and I'm looking at them like, really? It's about time to get your own place right now, guy. Following your grandmother, and I look at them and kind of feel that way or that stereotype about it, but that's their thing,
Because you're a jerk, Ish. That's why.
Okay, hold on. So what we have here, let me see if I can.
Or you don't have a deck.
Is we have people who just go with whatever is fed down their throats by popular media. They're only going with what is in the movies now and on TV now. That's what they go with. The people who only are fed the popular stuff. Then there's the people who actually like enjoy the cool stuff, like us, and then there's the people who are kind of like engineer types that just get way too deep into that shit. That's how I feel.
Well, you got kids, you have young children, maybe they're 8 or 9 years old, and I have a 12-year-old. Her and all her friends, like she's my daughter, can't stop playing Minecraft.
Oh, good God! They play Minecraft half the day today, but luckily, my 11-year-old is such a Star Wars fanatic from the age of 4 till now. We're playing a hell of a lot of Battlefront together, father and son time. We went to main event today and played laser tag, and he took first place, and I took fourth place out of 20 people.
That's cool. Yeah, dude, my buddies that works for me, he's worked me another job before, and he works where I work now, and he's telling me, does your daughter watch Minecraft videos all day on YouTube? Just like all fucking day, dude. That's all they do is watch Minecraft videos all day on YouTube on how to do this, how to do that. And they're like glued to it like they're zombies, man.
Yeah, I'm so glad he's into at least Battlefront, because he and I, like, it's cool. We like are playing together, like double team on these missions, and there's different levels of difficulty and stuff. And we actually sit there as we're playing and discuss combat tactics, how to use cover, how to cover me. Hey, you run. I'm going to shoot the missile. Grenade out. You take that position. I'll take this position. That's what we do. It's awesome.
Right on. But I mean, this era today, we're talking about movies. They're having to go and remake all these movies because they can't create anything anymore. I mean, what's the latest new character? The only one I can think of is Spawn that came out like in the mid '90s. They came out that wasn't. And there's many comics. I understand. I never followed Spawn, but what I understand of it, there's many comics are written for it before that. But that was like the last thing that I ever saw. That was an original new concept that was put into making a movie.
Watch this show on the Amazon. It's like 3 pieces off of PBS, and it's all about superheroes and comic books and stuff. And they said that Spawn was because of whoever started drawing Spider-Man, and I forget the other one. Anyway, they were at Marvel. It was like Spider-Man and Hulk or something, and they weren't getting recognized. So they went off and made their own thing, and since they couldn't use any of the characters, they just made up their own characters. So it was like supposed to be one of the first times, like you're saying, that they came up with new characters.
What was their company? Was it Image Comics? I can't remember what it was, but like it was supposed to also be like, it was like a revolutionary idea too, because they were legitimately paying the fucking people who did the writing and the drawing like actual royalties from the fucking comics instead of just like a set amount, and then keeping like majority of it, like Marvel and DC both were doing.
Yeah, but yeah.
They also established brands that they had like a million different things that they had to pay for to keep those brands alive and own them.
Yeah, I remember as a kid,
Superman, you got to be suing everybody that uses Superman, otherwise you don't own it anymore, and somebody else is going to just be able to use it. So there's a lot of costs involved with keeping those brands.
That was one of the things about McFarlane too, was when they went to the side like that, it was then creator control as opposed to like Marvel or DC editors, you know what I mean? Like, you could write it or draw it however you wanted, but it's still got to go through the editorial process at Marvel or DC, whereas when he went to do Spawn, he had total control over his character and creation.
And it was also right after they got rid of they figured out they didn't need to pay attention to the comic code anymore, so
right.
They started doing their own shit and getting in trouble and doing drugs or writing drugs into them and stuff. They couldn't do any of that stuff before that.
Yeah, with prostitutes and shit. Spawn was the shit.
I haven't followed Deadpool or any of the character. Is that an old comic?
Deadpool?
Not
really.
What I mean by old, like 20 years old, not 10 years old.
No, not even.
Well,
He was
didn't
like
wait.
20 years
Deadpool
old.
is in the 90s, so it is.
Yeah,
20,
Deadpool was
I guess.
actually, I think it was late 80s because it showed up around X-Force. Like, that character did. And then from there, they gave Deadpool to this one dude. Because they were like, well, we don't know what to fucking do with this. Do whatever you want. This comic's getting shut down like a week or whatever. So he was like, well, fuck it then. And did whatever the hell he wanted. And, like, kept doing random bullshit. And they kept making it more and more popular.
Dude, they make new original movies all the time. You know what happens? No one goes to see them.
No one
so then,
sees it.
You know, they make new and original movies all the time, and then they lose money on it. So it sends a message to them to stop doing it.
Well, there's another movie I thought that started an original series also based off a comic book character, was The Crow in the early 90s.
Yeah,
And
that was comic.
That's a classic, you know, cult classic, you know, flick that I thought was awesome.
Also,
So hold on. Let's discuss a few of these things. So one thing is, I take a cartoon from the 80s and I try to remake it, like Transformers with Michael Bay. Okay, so I got this really great idea, but I don't have a screenplay for it. I just have to completely take this great idea and make up the whole damn storyline. That's what Transformers and those cartoon movies are. Okay? Next, you have Marvel Universe, where you have a ton of movie screenplay scenes already laid out, a storyline already developed, where you can take it and manipulate it and change it to make it into a great movie as long as you hire a lot of really good people to do that and give them the artistic ability. That's why the Marvel Universe is doing so well, is because they're taking all the stuff from the 80s written in comic books, and they got the storylines, they got the ideas already out there from geniuses who wrote it.
Yeah, it goes back to even like the 60s and the 50s. Like, I think like a lot of the cool shit from the 60s. So.
Well, I mean, the X-Men has been around since the early 60s, mid-60s, and then when it started, the first comic was written, and it never long. It always got fun.
No, the X-Men were not the first comic ever written.
No, I'm not saying it said they were written around the mid-60s, I remember right. The X-Men 1, first comic book made.
Yeah, but Superman goes back to the 20s.
I remember when I was a kid and we go to comic book stores and like X-Men and mint condition, the X-Men number 1 was like $300 back then. You know what that shit's worth now?
Yeah. And to respond to Guns of August in the chat where he said, and that Spawn movie was complete shit. It was Image Comics for McFarlane, but the HBO series.
That show's so fucking good.
Fantastic, bro.
Oh my god. It's a shame they never fucking continued that. It was like a very limited run they did. Because it had the voice actor who plays Goliath from the fucking
David Keith.
Yeah, I fucking love that dude. He was awesome.
I think that's David Keith. I'm pretty sure.
Or not? Was it? I'm gonna look it up. I just remember it was like the dude who played the voice of Goliath.
Okay, so we have a couple different genres here. We have one where they take a movie that was really great in the 80s and they remake it now and it's crap. We have where they take a cartoon in the 80s and have to make up a whole new screenplay and it's crap. And then we have it where they have comic books where they have tons of stuff for decades of material. They get the best stuff, they redesign it, and they turn out a good product.
Let me ask you this. How many of you guys watched the original Transformers movie? It was a cartoon movie in the theater.
I think I did.
What was it? The something
It was where
Cybertron?
got killed on
The one Optimus Prime dies, the original.
Oh, God, I did see that in the theater.
Something Cybertron, right?
Yeah, he was on Cybertron, he died, and then he was resurrected.
Where was the movie? Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, he
I
got
saw that live. There's a bunch of kids crying in the theater, man, when Prime dies. I'm they're like, it's a cartoon, dude, chill out. They're like, he died!
I don't understand, Ed. You just don't understand.
And there are people that are coming out with new innovative sci-fi and regular films these days, and some of them take off and some of them crash and burn. But when you look at the major production houses, we're talking Warner Brothers, Disney, Marvel, all these places, they're going to go with something that is known to the populace already that they can draw in on and promote, because here's the reason why. I go and take my 11-year-old to the movie, and then I buy the DVD and $100 of merchandise off their movie because I'm a big douche. And they're targeting me through my children.
No. Yeah, they know they got you.
Yeah. They're hooking me and my kid both in, and they're doing it on purpose, which is a great, I mean, I can't blame them.
Was there any characters you remember on reading comic books about which you were fond of that you think should be or you would like to see made into a movie?
I never read comic books, Edge. You're a dork.
All right. Well, I never really read them that well. I just read them when I was fucking bored. Well, I mean, because you got the X-Men, you got Superman, you got Batman, you got Did they
I
make
think
an Aquaman?
Aquaman be good.
They made Green Lantern. They made Aquaman. What happened to Aquaman?
Aquaman's coming.
Aquaman's gay.
Aquaman is not
That's
gay.
wrong.
Aquaman's married to a super hot chick.
In the next movie, the chick they pick from is super hot. She is.
Oh, Mira, his wife, is fucking super hot.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Silver Surfer.
But you know, I grew up with Justice League when I was a kid, not the cool Justice League.
No, you grew up with
Lame
Super
Justice
Friends and shit like that. That's not even.
Or Aquaman just called some dolphins up to kick ass. That's all Aquaman could do.
When I was a kid, like you look forward to the annual that they make every year, like for DC Comics and for Marvel.
In that show, they talk about how the superheroes started out, like you're saying, back in the day, and they come from the mobsters and shit. Used to make porno magazines, and then they were looking for ways to make real money. And some guy figured out that if he takes the funny pages out of the newspaper and folds it up, he could charge for it. So then they figured out, oh, okay, these things can make money if we sell them to kids for their lunch money. So that's where they developed, and they started out being like Superman and Batman. So then they talk about how the eras, or whatever you could say, like once we get into like the nuclear age, like then you get like Spider-Man and the Fantastic Four, where like the heroes are a result of some kind of something happens to them, like a spider bites them, or the cosmic rays, or something happens to them and they become like they fall into goo or something. They become a superhero. And then the newer ones are like new ones are like regular people, like Punisher, who just become a superhero. And when you talk about it when they talk about like the development of them, how they started out being for kids, and then as kids kept reading them, and as adults are still reading them, then they had to start making the what do you call it, the stories more mature or whatever for adults and stuff. So that's why you start getting into these massive storylines, because they've got the simple storylines for little kids that are just getting into it and little kids that are reading it, and then you get all your crazy storylines for the adults who've been, like, say, reading it their whole fucking lives. They want to see some real shit start happening. It's pretty interesting.
So G-Web's question, were you saying that comic books came from porn?
Yeah, originally the books, the publisher, like they didn't just create comic books out of thin air. There was newspapers, and there was these like dime store novels. They were like back in the olden days, they would have been like the cowboy stories, and then like the gangster stories, and then they turned into like detective stories and like softcore porn type of written stuff. And then they were all run by mobsters, I guess. And then when some guy figured out that you could sell comics to kids in that format, they all went legit and started making comic books. And that was right before World War II, I guess.
You know what that sounds like a lot to me? Is it sounds like the internet.
Well,
the internet is driven by porn.
I will tell you, one of my favorite shows growing up as a kid was watching the Hulk, the series, with Bruce. What's his name?
Lou Ferrigno?
Bixby.
Bruce Bixby, yeah.
That was Bill Bixby.
Bill Bixby. Sorry.
Bruce
But
His name was Bruce.
And actually, no, that was Dr. David Banner, because at that
David,
time,
they thought Bruce was his name.
You got that right. That is a fact.
Yeah.
They
It was
changed
Bruce Banner in the comic book and in the later movies, but during that thing, the director of it, he said, "Yeah, Bruce sounds too gay. We have to call him something else." They call him David Banner.
I love this. I remember used to watching it in the mid-afternoon when I was a kid. It would come up, whatever the they call it, fucking syndication of it. And it was always cool to watch. And there's always that song at the end, man. The Lonely Man. It's called the Lonely Man song when he's like trying to hitchhike on the road. That was a cool fucking series. I thought it was always cool.
All I ever did was waited for Lou Ferrigno to show up. The entire series, I'm just watching it going, when's the Hulk going to get here? When's the 5 minutes of the Hulk?
As soon as Eddie's father gets pissed off about alimony payments again, or child support,
Spider-Man was the beginning of all that.
Don't make me angry.
they were good comic books back in the olden days, and they were just superheroes doing like adventures, and then they got out of style, and then whenever Bruce, or what's his name, Stan Lee was about to leave, he's like, "Fuck this, I'm sick of these things already." And his wife was like, "Well, you should make one that you like first." So then he did Spider-Man, and it was all about Peter Parker being this regular guy, and that was like the beginning of superheroes having like, you know,
Real problem.
more to the story than
Real
just
life.
clobbering people like in Batman and Superman. They were just always clobbering people. And that's when Batman brought in Robin, and they started figuring out, like, say, the tastes were developing, and people wanted more than just the action part of it.
See, my daughter asked me a question the other day about the whole Batman movie, new Batman, whatever the fucking movie is. I watched it, and she asked me, "Dad, how come Batman's a superhero if he doesn't have any powers? Superman has powers, but Batman doesn't have no powers." Oh, you got me there. It's a good question, because Spider-Man had spider sense and agility, but Batman is
Spider-Man
just,
also had super strength.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But he had agility, super strength. But Batman technically didn't really have anything outside of being sharp and a bunch of badass toys to work with.
No, Batman's superpower was unlimited money. He had the superpower of unlimited money.
Well, I guess, but I don't have an answer for you. Yeah.
It was his intellect. That's what his power was.
Yeah, I mean, because technically Lex Luthor had super money and he kept effing up and getting his ass kicked by Superman.
Well, that's because Lex Luthor was a villain. He had the poor idea to be a villain.
Yep.
But he had super money like Bruce Wayne. He just did not
Yeah,
have
but see, Bruce Wayne decided to be
the
the
drive
hero.
of martial combat techniques.
But Batman's willing to do anything to be the hero, not to be the bad guy.
Well, and Lex Luthor would put all his money into building something, but Batman would earn the ability to use that gadget.
You guys think Ben Affleck's going to do another Batman movie?
Yeah.
Yes.
They
Yes,
already
I
announced it.
They have him signed in.
Really? Because he looked like a bad wrestler in that suit, man. He looked like an Iron Man, kind of.
That was what he was supposed to look like for the movie.
Okay,
That's the suit that he fights Superman in the comic books. That's what it looks like. This was already settled 20 years ago when that book came out. Just so you know.
And you'll notice the other part that they did, because he was in the metal suit. In his regular suit, he just looks like he's inside a suit with veins popping out on him, like he's all muscular and stuff. It's not like the old school bat suits. They want to make him look rough, but not make it look so like giant armor.
Well,
And then
they were-
armor.
bat
There's a
nipple
difference.
They were trying to model after Batman Returns, the Frank Miller thing.
All right, we got to settle this once and for all. Best actor to play Batman.
Michael Keaton.
I agree. No Adam West fans here.
I like Adam West, but I don't like him for the same reason as Batman.
I mean, I would literally go Michael Keaton, and then what's the fucking Dark Knight guy? Oh, come on.
American Psycho.
American Psycho, yes.
Christian Bale.
Christian Bale,
Christian
yeah.
Bale, thank you. And then put them in whatever order you want, whether it's Clooney or Val Kilmer or Ben Affleck, whatever.
Clooney had the bat nipples, right?
Ben
Yes.
Affleck was better
Yeah, I
than,
think Clooney was
I
the
think
best
so.
Batman.
not because it's Ben Affleck, but this Batman was the better Batman of all the Batmans, I think.
All right.
Didn't his Batman kill a bunch of people?
He's got guns and he's just tough rich guy, like you're saying, instead of being like some of these he's like jumping all around like he's some sort of superhero, and he's not.
Well, there's
Right.
different.
And the funny thing is, everybody says, "Oh, Batman doesn't kill or use a gun." Batman started out killing people and using a gun when he was created.
Right,
Yeah,
that was
back
the
during Detective Comics, though. That was like
Hey,
the story
whatever.
got changed
So people
later.
that say that Batman don't kill people and Batman don't use a gun, they're wrong. Is all I'm trying
that's
to
from
say.
Batman Begins. Like the Batman Begin, where they like rebooted the whole thing. That takeaway from that
Yeah.
movie is
Bat-
Batman's a ninja and guns are evil.
Yeah.
No, Batman has no issue with guns. It's just Batman doesn't fucking kill people.
Batman
Well,
started out.
Hold on, everybody. In
Guns.
the original comic book, he did kill people, and in the original Batman with Michael Keaton and Batman 2 and stuff, he did kill people there too. So he was adverse to killing, but he would do it.
I gotta say this: Smeggy is a superhero because he got eaten by G-Wave's dog, and he regenerated. His superpowers.
Damn straight, bitches.
He came out the other end and froze up again.
He can change colors too. He can become yellow.
Your dog pissed him out, and he flew up.
Hey, what's wrong with your dog that he's so white?
So we can have 2 sets of twins. We need 6 string in.
Your dog pissed him out, and he flew up again. Oh god.
That is a magic snowman. I've told the story before. I made it in July.
Not surprising. Because you're in Michigan.
Shit, man, it was snowing a little bit today. None of it really stuck, but little flurries. It's like, what the hell? I thought it was springtime already. I'm gonna go kill me some frickin' what the hell's that thing called? Not the gopher.
I thought we agreed that Michigan was
groundhog. Yeah, I'm gonna kill me some groundhogs. They don't know how to predict the weather. Bunch of assholes.
I thought we agreed.
It's not the groundhog's fault.
Michigan was going to be given back to Canada.
Why? Michigan's great.
Fuck yeah.
What the hell are you talking about?
I don't know. Edge is
Them
fucking
all
out
those
of
lakes,
line.
that would give them 2 of the 3 of the Great Lakes. Fuck that.
You
And
want
the giant-
to give someone to Canada? Give them freaking Illinois with Chicago.
We're like, we'll take Canada.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. There's a little thing called North Dakota that we could just give back, and it's not attached to anything. Wait.
Haven't
What give it to Canada for?
Hey.
There?
Yeah, why are we giving shit to Canada? Fuck that. Let's take it back.
There you go. I'm down with that.
Northwest Territory.
He says,
Make Canada great again.
I don't want a bunch of new patches with new flags. I want 49 states to give Michigan back.
Let's talk about giving states back to Canada that we don't want anymore. Technically, California is pretty close to Canada. Can we give them back to Canada?
Nope.
Mexico. Get into Mexico.
Nope.
You can move California.
We ain't giving up nothing. As a matter of fact, they better all look the fuck out because we might just start taking some more.
You know what? We'll take some more and we'll make
and walking out on the tab.
Hang on, I would be willing to trade the Northeast. I know there's some good areas, but if we could just get rid of all of that, like the Northeast part, so get rid of all the fucking New York, New Jersey, all that shit, and trade that for Western Canada, so we can connect Alaska to Washington. Like that would be cool. I'd do that trade.
We couldn't sell New Jersey to the French.
And you killed the chat with French people.
Because that's Edge for you.
Hey, I was looking up stats. So sorry.
Well, because you got to understand, what is it? Is it New Hampshire? And there's like a couple of states over there that are actually very pro Second Amendment and freedom.
Yeah, they are.
And unfortunately, they're closer to Canada than the other states that you're trying to unload.
Well, that's why I said it'd be painful to get rid of those ones, but I would do that as part of the trade. It'd be a sacrifice.
Well, see, my thing is, why do we need to give up anything? If we have one of the greatest militaries and wills of the entire world, why don't we just say, hey, you know what? We kind of want this over here. What do you think?
Hold on. I'm sorry, because earlier I phrased it the wrong way. I meant to say garage sale off crap states.
We could say a
Well,
lot.
I don't know that any states are crap. They just may be mishandled.
They're just filled with crappy people.
Look,
Yes.
50 states. 50 states in this garage. We ought to build a garage sale some of this stuff or something, huh?
See, that's what I see. But we're Americans, so we probably think about actually getting a bigger house so we can put more states in it.
Let's see, Dog will move back to the States. and Beth.
Technically, they do live in the States,
Oh, that's right.
but that's
Yeah,
besides
bro.
the point, of course.
Come on, bro.
Bruh.
Don't dog the islands, bro.
You know, we should get back a few of these really crappy states and then go find some nice islands, some good vacation places.
I think somebody said it before. I think we just basically take over all of Canada. We take all the way down until, like, say, the Panama Canal. And then basically we just say, you don't like it? Fucking beat it. We got beachfront from stem to stern then.
It wouldn't be a bad idea, except for the fact that America has never been a colonial type place.
Well, maybe it's time to start.
We only do occupations when somebody kicks us in the balls.
Hey,
and then
here's
we
the
can
thing.
occupy their country for 50 freaking years from half the world away.
Hey, you know what? If we just
did you
annex
miss-
them, they don't have to try and cross the border illegally because then they will be within the border. Just saying.
I agree.
I mean, that might be a thing. I don't know.
I think it's silly that we have, like, South Korea, Okinawa, you know, just these places that we had wars so long ago that we're just inhabiting. We got a base in, good God, we got a base in Cuba. Come on, that's ridiculous.
I think
We
we should
actually-
have a base in Cuba.
Well, hold on, but think about this. It's a tiny little Caribbean island that we have a base in that we keep going in and out of with airplanes and ships.
Cuba's bigger than
Any country
Yeah,
unto
Cuba's huge,
itself would not
by
let
the
you
way.
in.
I mean, it ain't as big as Texas, but then again, what is? But Cuba's huge.
We're like a tick on Cuba's balls. And what's the point?
Oh, just to let them know that we're fucking there, and there ain't nothing they can do about it to get us to leave.
Hey, look, Cuba. America is giving you just the tip for 50 years.
Like it or don't, we ain't changing our mind because of their mind, and I'm kind of down with that.
Does Dog still have a show on TV?
Don't know. Maybe.
I gotta see.
It's only like 2005, 2006, 2007, so I don't know.
The who?
So, Beth,
Hunter.
would you hit a Z?
Beth? No. No. No.
How many beers?
There aren't enough on the
All.
planet.
All the beer.
I'm working on it.
So I have a question for you guys. I need some help.
Obviously.
Need help.
We're good at that
I'm
shit.
going to Cabela's tomorrow
Oh,
with
shit.
my parents. And my birthday's coming up.
Uh-oh.
And I have a feeling that they're going to be like, hey, get something. And I don't know what I need or what I want.
Tell us what you have.
Is there such a thing
What's
as
your budget?
a Ferrari?
Are you married?
Hold on. Realistically, tell us your current inventory of firearms so we know what you need to fill in the gap.
Oh, I don't think I'll be able to get a firearm. That's a little too much.
Okay, well then see, there we go. We're
Hold on, you're going to
narrowing it
Cabela's
down.
and buying a firearm? I don't understand.
Are you married? That's what I'm asking.
No, I'm all by myself.
Oh, well, then you can't get the birthday favor, so you're shut.
I said I was going to Cabela's with my parents. What would that have to do with
I
anything
know.
else?
That's kind of crazy, actually. Yeah. Sorry, Smegs.
I was
we
thinking
can't
of
keep
some
them in
type of
control.
yeah, I was thinking of some type of accessory or something. I just don't know what I need.
Okay.
Hold on.
Now, what about
Okay,
reloading
So
stuff?
tell us the dollar amount. Tell us the dollar amount you think you can get out of your parents. How much
Or
do you
just
think?
comfortable with mentioning. How about that?
Let's say under 100.
Okay.
Okay.
Ammo.
And what type
Ammo.
What type of weapons do you have, Smeg?
Thermal underwear.
I got a 9mm handgun, a 30-06 rifle, an AR, and a shotgun.
Go for an AR accessory.
I stand by ammo.
I would
Yeah, I thought of ammo.
thing since it's your parents. They don't give a shit about buying you guns.
Just go to local truck stop. Lot lizard.
Wait a minute. Gee, I couldn't hear you. You were kind of low. What did you say?
I'm saying some sort of camping equipment or a tool because it's your parents. They'd probably dig buying you a camping thing more than a gun thing.
You might be right on that.
Webbs is smart.
Go to the truck stop.
Get a dehydrator. That's what I would get. Dehydrator or like a game cleaning kit.
Yeah, if you don't already have a dehydrator, they're cool as hell.
Or a new reservoir for your backpack, for your camel pack.
Look, there's two things you need for the next presidential election, Smeggy. A dehydrator and a lot of A1 steak sauce, because people are probably not going to taste as good without A1 steak sauce.
You may be crazy, but you might be right.
A Dutch oven set.
Nice. Those are
Next
fantastic.
people eat, they're going to taste like ham.
Well, they
Only if
will,
it's
but
salty
you want to be able to have the ability to make people into jerky for longevity, of course, and then be able to flavor them too. Cabela's a great deal of injectables for your meat too. You can go into that.
I agree having a bunch of salt is a good idea, but I don't think you need to buy it at Cabela's. I'd buy it at a bulk store.
Oh yeah, don't buy salt at Cabela's. Yeah, there's some things you don't buy at Cabela's. In fact, if you want to buy something, search Walmart and Academy and Walmart, Academy, and Amazon first, and Cabela's is your choice.
Well, yeah, and that's one of the things. What I forget who it was now. Someone said ammo, and that's a possibility. But I just feel bad having them buy ammo at Cabela's because I know it's so much more expensive than just buying bulk on the internet.
The sales stuff. Get them to buy the stuff on sale at Cabela's, and then they think you're doing you a favor.
Gun cleaning accessories.
And you're talking to a guy who lives 10 Cabela's, and I go there like once every week just to buy reloading equipment and stuff, and I buy other things there. But I look for the deals, I look for the special stuff, I look for the good value. By the way, you can get free fudge treats up in the fudge shop, so go have some fudge. You're very skinny, you're melting. But and make your parents have them take you to the shooting gallery and get you tokens to shoot the fake animals. That's a lot of fun. My kids love that. And other than that, just try to find the deals, the stuff on sale, the stuff that's worth it.
He's not 6. I mean, the shooting gallery, come on, man. You can pay for that yourself.
I'm 39, and I make my parents pay for my kids and me both when I go there.
Do they buy you all ice cream, too? If you're really good?
No, I said we eat free fudge.
Your kids are like, come on, Dad, I don't want to shoot again.
I'm like,
shut up, we're going again.
I'm the guy that's behind my kids going, look, actually in real life, my son's left-handed, and he'll shoot just in all these awkward, weird ways. And I have to get on his case. I'm like, put it to your shoulder, use your dominant eye, and shoot correctly.
Did you guys have Yeti cups per se?
No, I'm straight.
All right, cool, man. The only reason I ask is like I did a thing on that video I did on Arctic cups, but man, Walmart, that Ozark Trail brand that they have, that camping brand that they sell with all the knickknacks and that. Those same cups, man, I watch videos, I've seen on YouTube. The same Yeti cup for $40 you can buy for $9.77 that they're selling at Walmart, and they're identical for the most part. I've seen the test on them. People are like, I wouldn't buy a $40 cup, I'm not going to buy a $10 cup, whatever. But if you ever thought about buying them, I mean, this past Christmas, that was like the hottest selling thing or the most sought after gift for like your husband or boyfriend or whatever, or for women was like, or whatever you guys do, was the Yeti cup. And they were like selling them online on Craigslist for like $70 because you couldn't find them. The same cup from Ozark Trails, I've seen the video reviews on them. They're identical, man, for fucking almost $10, under $10, if you can find them.
Right now, Cabela's has a sale on Vortex binoculars. You get like a $300 pair for $182. I saw that the other day. It's kind of tempting.
You like to shoot long distance?
What's that?
You like to shoot long distance?
No,
Yeah,
he
I
likes
do.
to spy on his neighbors.
Well, that too.
A spotting scope's also cool to have. You go out to ranges where you don't want to have to, where like you have to walk up, you have to call ceasefire. It takes like 30 minutes for you to get back to the line because you have to walk 300 yards or 200 yards to your target and come back to inspect what you did with it. Get a good optic, typically you can do that, but as well as having a good spotting scope, so something you definitely want to have in the bag if you're into long range shooting.
Well, I shoot on my own property up north, and the farthest I can go is 200 yards.
That's not bad.
But I can still just, I can just run up and look at it whenever I want. I don't have to worry about calling ceasefire because there's only ever one person shooting at a time. And I got my four-wheeler if I want to be really lazy. I can just jump on the four-wheeler and zoom down there.
Is it like a bicycle with 4 wheels?
Like an ATV.
Oh.
It's just vroom, vroom, vroom. Go down, check it out.
He thought you meant one of those recumbent bicycles.
I'll be there in 30 minutes. I'll just take my time.
I think that fad passed, thank God.
Hey, Edge, I think the scooter store has some deals if you have the right government Medicare and stuff.
So, yeah.
The scooter store?
Oh, they closed the biggest, one of the biggest ones in South Texas was right outside of San Antonio's New Braunfels. I think it's called the scooter store.
How on earth could they close the scooter store outside?
They were ripping on Medicaid. They were like fucking jipping Medicaid big time on all the people that were like qualifying for subsidies. They were like overbilling the government, and they basically like tore them up and devoured them.
Well, it was interesting because their commercials said, if you qualify for Medicaid, we can make it happen.
Yeah, it's outside San Antonio, just about 20 minutes, New Braunfels, and they had their main headquarters there, and they ripped them apart, man. IRS tore them down.
So San Antonio and Houston had been big on the scooter store.
I'm wondering, where's your go-to site, Edge, for tactical pants?
Top Brass Military.
Nice.
Yep.
Where's that located?
Or online.
Can we all have Edge play the commercial?
I love it.
Did you hear me on the commercial?
Absolutely, dude. Are you fucking kidding?
Thank you.
I had him play it like 3 times in a row, bro. I couldn't get enough.
Get that on the show. Got that on the show. We'll play that on Monday.
Yeah, they have me on I saw it. I was like, "What? I've never heard this fucking commercial. When are they gonna play it?" I caught it the other day on ESPN News or ESPN, their AM site. I was like, "Well, there I am."
Good job. Yeah, I thought you did great,
When
actually.
you're like in a restaurant or at a busy store or something, and that commercial comes on, do people just like stop and pat you on the back and like get autographs?
I tell them, "Shut the fuck up! I'm on the radio. Hello."
You're like, this is me. Hey,
Listen
shut
to
up.
this
This is me.
Listen to this guy.
Yeah. Hello. Thank
you. His pants.
Now you.
It's my family, like my uncle's parents, started a chicken restaurant around here. It's called Chicken Shack. If you're ever in the Detroit area. Anyways, it's all basically family owned. They franchise out some of the stuff, but like half the stores are still owned by my family.
Nice.
Anyways, I was listening to the radio the other day, and I was like, "Holy shit, that's my cousin!" Like, you know, they used all the family in the commercials. I had no idea. I was like driving. I'm like, Neil? What the hell is Neil talking to me right now? What the hell?
Now, does Chicken Shack have good fried chicken? This is the real deal here. Don't bullshit me, son.
Waffles.
Well, it's roasted, but it's fucking amazing.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, you said the
love
magic
it.
word.
Kinda
I know what roasted chicken is,
very
bro.
fried.
That's
Anywhere.
shit.
I mean, are the waffles?
You can get whatever you want. It's free.
Yeah, sometimes.
That'd be pretty cool.
Depends on who's behind the counter.
There was the one store that, like, it was my aunt and uncle's store. They've owned it for a long time, and my cousin now like runs it. Well, it was near where I used to work when I worked afternoon shift. So I'd go in there for lunch, and then I had to be at work at like 3:30. And it seemed like I'd go there a couple times a week, and about 50% of the time, my cousin would be there, and I'd go up and like order, and before I could finish, he'd be like, "Yeah, don't worry about it. Here, let me get you some stuff."
He would tell you like, "Hey, go back. I need some dishes washed. You know, I paid for your meal, buddy."
No, they didn't
Maybe
even
not
put
so
me to
much.
work, man. Shit, the one time he gave me a slab of ribs.
Nice.
He's like,
See?
all you got to do is throw this in the oven, you're good to go. Like, just warm it back up. It's already, like, you know, pre-cooked and everything.
This plate came back. Let me give you this one right here.
Just gotta find a lady that likes the chicken, and you're set.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the girl I've been hanging out with now is a vegetarian. So, no bonus points there.
Out of curiosity, haven't you guys heard about Hawaii Volcano Squad? What he's doing?
He's got a robot heart now, so he's probably out running around.
Well, that's what I heard. He's recovering, but I haven't heard of him. I'm curious he's doing okay.
I think Heavy B is the one that has the update on that, because I have no idea.
Right on.
But last I did hear was, yes, surgeried, convalesced, and was supposed to be on his way home before too long.
We dedicated last night's chat to him, so just,
Oh, right on. That's awfully nice, yeah.
yeah.
Hope you did a good job in the chat, so it actually meant something.
It was just me and Finn, man, but me and him kind of, you know, we could carry a conversation, so it worked out all right.
Well, good job. Way to make it happen.
Shotguns and what was it? Active shooter situation at Lackland Air Force Base.
What year was that?
That was That was Friday morning.
Oh crap! So I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about that thing on the Air Force Base that happened where the NP shot someone at like
This dude.
82 yards with a 9mm Beretta by taking a knee.
Nah, this guy, what he did was he killed his squadron commander and then killed himself.
Well, how's that possible? They're not allowed to have those type of guns on base.
Well, that's what we talked about because I mean, you know, I worked on base for a while and they check you. You know, they'll do random checks. So you got to have your CAT card to get on base. And then sometimes they'll check your vehicle. I never had mine checked about the 5 months I worked there. But if they have any suspicion, they just randomly decide to check you or they have orders to randomly check people, they'll do it. And you can take a gun on the base. I mean, there's not only metal detectors you drive in. Because we used to even talk about it, like about other gun guys to work with at Lockheed. They'd be like, "Just wink, wink," like, "Yeah, you can't have one. You only caught with one," but just wink, wink, like, "Yeah, but I got one," and so on. But that's what he did. He just drove on base, probably whatever he's doing on any given day, and handed guns in his vehicle, and they didn't check him.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. We have these individuals on military bases where the DoD says there's no weapons allowed, and they have guards with M4s with no bullets in them. They're just intimidating factors. And the only people on the base that are armed are the MPs. And you get on a base that's like the size of Fort Hood, where it's 30 miles by 30 miles across. If it's an emergency, the response time sucks crap.
Yeah. I mean, at Lackland, they have private security that usually mans the gates, third-party security that they pay for. And if you don't have like a cat card to get on base, you have to go through the dance of getting permission to, you have to go to the stop station and fill out the forms if you've been invited to show up there, and so on. And they ask you a bunch of questions, and so on.
Hold on. Let's give a little bit of thought about how to make our security bases in the United States more secure. Let's see. We'd have to hire some private security guards. Oh wait, we have soldiers. We'd have to buy weapons for them. Oh wait, we already have lots of guns for them.
Yep.
We'd have to have people walk around and patrol. Oh wait, we already have that, but we don't give them bullets in their guns. Oh wait, we'd have to have people in charge who might be armed to supervise over them. Like officers in the police force. Did we have officers in the military?
Yeah, the provost marshal, if you're in the Army. I don't know if it's the same title when the other branches, but the provost marshal's in charge of the police for the Army.
But I was being sarcastic, Edge.
I'm sorry.
My sarcasm was, you have the security personnel already on patrol carrying armed weaponry. You have the people at the gates armed, which most of the people at the gates actually are armed. And then you have the officers on duty armed. And if anyone is under questionable circumstances, which again, that's like they got busted for DWI, they got put up on Section 8, they got put up on suicidal, they got put up on medical conditions where they're talking to people and stuff. Just all those people are not allowed to carry guns in that sphere of influence. But everyone who is not on that shit list can carry a pistol if they're an officer or a person who is part of security. It's a very small force. It's only like maybe 5-10% who would carry. You could even say if you're just back from overseas, you have 2 months before you can get approved for carry. I'm just saying, I'm not saying everyone carries on base, but I'm saying a small percentage carry on base who are totally known to be the people in charge and part of the security force. Nobody's going to argue this back with me, I guess.
I don't think there's an argument to be made there. I got a brother that's just getting out of the Navy now, and he kind of complains about it, but he's been in it for 14 years. He actually got stabbed in the leg by a suicide back in 2005. He was a corpsman, and they were responding to a suicide, and they strapped this guy to a gurney, and the guy stabbed him in the leg with a penknife. So
Right.
they dropped the gurney to the ground and went to town on him, and then the MPs came and arrested the guy. So his loss. So
And, Heartbreak Ridge, raise your head higher. Neck. Wait for the MPs outside going negative, Johansson. And become a Marine.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's one of those situations where it's the DoD has outlawed all firearms except for MP, and that is totally unreasonable because they have an entire force of people who are competent to handle weapons and be security. So the same rules used in foreign combat zones should be here in the United States. If I'm in Afghanistan and I determine that on my behind the lines operating base that I have 30% of my people carrying guns, that should be the same as in Fort Hood in Texas. Same rule structure.
Heartbreak Ridge is a really underrated movie.
Oh, yeah.
Come to think of.
And Nathan, how things going with that new design?
Oh, on the inside the waistband?
Yes, sir.
Well, I found out from my aunt that I should spell waist for the waist around me instead of like the waist that is refuge. Yeah, that's a lot of fun when you do a Facebook post and then your aunt's like sending you a grammatical correction. I'm like, mother effer.
Well,
But anyway.
I did my IFAC video, and I was like, I always thought IFAC meant individual, or not individual, so that I always understood it was improvised first aid kit. And I was like, it's individual, so I had to do some editing on that shit too.
Yeah. Yeah. I seem to think my waist is a waste of time, I guess, instead of my physical circumference. But anyway, what we're talking about here is I'm making inside the waistband holsters, which these slide into your waistband. And I'm sorry, I haven't fully put this.
My only question about your design is that you're putting that metal piece, because I've seen people reinforce them just like you did with that stitch design you're doing on the mouth. But I've never seen people use metal. Now, my only concern would be is that if you have it inside your waistband, you're going to obviously add an inch to your waist, your pant size, to accommodate it, I imagine.
No, you're missing the point. Your belt goes right along the base of the stiffener piece.
Mm-hmm. So the stiffener is not in that upper stitching of the mouth.
No, look at my picture there.
Yep.
So your belt goes right where my hand is.
All right.
Your belt goes right along the top of it, and then this metal piece with the the protector and everything is up above your waistband. And this piece is stiff so that your belt can't collapse the mouth.
Okay.
No matter how tight your belt is, you can still get the gun started down into it and pull it out.
So the comfort is pretty comfortable.
Very comfortable. In fact, and the reason that it's rough out is because being rough out, it holds to your body underneath and it holds to the outside of your pants. So when you pull, it doesn't want to come up. And it's very slick inside too. It's just the natural leather that's slick. So it pulls right out. So it's rough out, and that's on purpose. Most holsters are never rough out. But because this is concealed, that's the best option.
I Have you tried yours with the 1911 and carrying it?
Yeah, I've carried it, and it's very nice. The problem with this holster I'm demonstrating is I took it apart for video, and I can't find the other piece to put back on it. But what it has is it has right here, it has a loop that goes down and will curve up and snap in with a one-way directional snap. And what that helps with is you can just slip it down into your pants. Let's say you're wearing sweatpants, Edge, hypothetically. You slide it down in your sweatpants, but you're wearing a belt on your sweatpants because you're Edge. So there's a belt here. So the piece goes under the belt and will come up and snap and lock it in. And then when you have to go into the post office or let's say the find the county clerk, whatever, you can pop that snap off and unsnap, pull the entire holster out. So it's a very, for a concealed carrier, for a waistband holster, it's very convenient. Very
I don't know about you guys, but I only wear sweatpants when I'm going into Walmart. Just saying. Gotta blend in.
I wore a tracksuit.
Hold on, we're going into Walmart. We'll do a demo. We're going into Walmart. Wearing pants.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, we're doing demos. Yeah, you can, hold on for the ride. We're going into Walmart. Grab the holster. Let's slide it on in.
All right, the Family Channel. Yeah.
And the leather piece, which I don't have attached, I don't have a belt, but hypothetically goes under the belt, curves over and pops in. I'm ready to go into Walmart. Ninja. So, sorry about that, but the demonstration was as good as it could be because I was not wearing a belt. I didn't have the belt loop holster on it. But does anyone else here have the problem of when I get off work, I'm not carrying a gun, but I want to when I go into the damn store?
Yeah, but I got my little system that I got figured out for myself, but go ahead and elaborate.
No, you tell me your system. I want to hear it.
Well, I have my 511 push bag that I got, and because I can't carry where I work, so it's in my trunk. So once I leave work and I get to any destination between home and between work and home, I have a holster. It's outside the waistband leather holster that it's called a Georgia Staff 2 from our Grizzle Leather. That goes under the belt. It's outside the waistband, but it kind of just wraps around the belt and snaps on using those snaps, those kind of thumb style snaps, and it's easy on, easy off, And worst case scenario, I'll just leave it in my. If I go to a place where you can't conceal, you can't open carry, then I'll put the holster back in that 511 push bag, and I have my holster little slot that I have in that bag to conceal carry in it.
Keep going. I'll be right back.
That's it.
Everyone else talk about how you can carry and how you take it on and off around work.
And sometimes I'll duct tape the gun to my body as I'm sunbathing in my backyard.
John McClane carry.
Okay.
I'm bringing it back.
Take it back.
Duct tape my porcelain Glock that can get through a metal detector and cost more than you make in a year.
My Glock 7, I can just take to my backside as I'm bathing my backyard.
Yeah, I don't carry at work, but it was about a month ago now, I think. I was out of town, and went out to dinner with actually a couple of the owners of the business and some other people, and we were talking about carrying and whatnot. And the one guy was saying, yeah, we're actually, because I said something like, well, yeah, I mean, obviously I don't carry because at work it's against our policy, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, actually, we were just looking at our policy and we need to do an update, and we were thinking of getting rid of that. So hopefully there'll be a new handbook coming out here soon, and we'll be allowed to carry at work.
I mean, it's like open carry, for instance. People were really scared about open carry in Texas. Oh my God, it's going to create all this, blah, 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 and standoffs and shootouts in the streets, and people get intimidated. I open carry, like I'm carried today. I open carry pretty much on the weekends. And people hardly ever notice, and the most part, and a lot of people aren't open carrying because they don't choose to. But it's your right to exercise it.
Right, and that, I've said that before too. I personally don't open carry because of, a tactical decision kind of thing. And hey, that could be right, it could be wrong, whatever, that's my choice. But I don't care if you do it, knock yourself out. And I have open carried in the past, just not really around home. When I'm up north, I do, just because it's more comfortable. And if I have to run to the store, I just freaking go run to the store. No one seems to care.
Yeah, I've had one guy at a convenience store is behind me. That dude's open carrying, man. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to do. And college kids, I'm like, cool, whatever. And then I was at a Chinese restaurant once, and this, vet looks at me and says, "Hey, man, appreciate you open carrying." I'm like, okay, well, thank you. Yeah, it's not my thing, but I like people seeing exercise their rights, man. It's not my thing. But, right on for you doing it. I'm like, great, man. Well, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but, I'm doing what I want to do. I've been wanting to do this for a while, and I have no problem doing it. I mean, there's certain places I can't go, and I'm going to have to, again, have a plan to, cover it up with the shirt. The easiest thing, for the most part, if you're going to open carry in a place where it has the where they don't let you open carry, but they'll let you conceal carry, like one of our big grocery stores here, then you just throw, the easiest thing is to throw like a little, long sleeve shirt, on, and just go run to your business and get out and do it. Or you can do one of the things I do is carry that 511 push bag that has a holster slot, Velcro holster slot that holds the gun, and it's just there. That's what I was carrying when I was in New Orleans. Let me tell you, the gun channel's tuned to have the St. Louis Cemetery #1 for all the people. It's awesome. Jobs did a great job. Well, on a different note, I I bought a pack today, an assault pack. It's called from what's this group called? Red Rock Outdoor Gear. It's a pretty slick pack, man. Bought a bladder for it too. I bought the new camel pack, military grade reservoir. Pretty slick stuff, man.
Cool. That's something I need to get. I don't have a good backpack at all. Like, I have a backpack I use for school, and when I went camping, I threw all my shit in that. But like, it's not a good hiking bag or anything.
This one's not a hiking pack per se. It's more like a, just in case of bug out, maybe a overnight camping bag. It's pretty slick though. It has a lot of Molly gear. I put my IFAK, attach it to it attach it to the front Molly webbing to handle it, and then also I bought a 3-liter camel pack, that new reservoir they got. It's pretty slick, man. It's really neat the way it just very functional. Pretty happy with it.
Cool.
Picture.
I'm back. Sorry, I had to walk away to take care of some stuff.
Well, nobody chipped in after you said it, Nathan.
Hey Nathan, I don't know if you noticed out in the external chat, Guns was asking, do you make holsters for guns not listed on your website? I don't know if you want to address that real quick.
Yeah, if a firearm is not listed on my website, definitely email me and ask me about it. Based on what I have in inventory and the blue guns I have in inventory, I can see about making a holster for you. Sure. Sometimes it's not listed on my website, but it's close enough to something I have in inventory, I can make it.
Yeah, and I know, so if you get a lot of requests for stuff, I know you got a CZ when I asked for my holster. There's a bunch of other gun channels people who have CZs.
Oh yeah, I got to definitely check my inventory with my web guy, but if it's something that people are asking for, then I'm gonna do it. Period.
And if I was going to ask you, I mean, again, there's no rush by any means on my part, but is there any update on that holster asked for?
No, because I forgot about it. Edge.
All right.
And that is because Ed asked me in a chat. Hold on, Edge asked me in a chat for a holster for mag swap. So I am all for that, Edge, and I'm gonna get to work on it very soon. But until you said something tonight, I totally forgot about it because I was working on other actual orders through the website.
I got you, man.
Forgot about your order.
And that's the kind of customer service you can expect.
Oh, that reminds me.
Actually, if you pay me, if you pay me, that's pass.
Well, let me hope that's Maggie, you got this serious feedback.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, he was echoing him, so shut him up. Sorry, Maggie.
No, this is a buddy deal me and Nathan did, just an agreement. So I told him no hurry, no rush.
Edge. Guys, I totally forgot, to be honest with you.
That reminds me, I still need to order a holster and my stamp thingy.
What was that, Smaggy? I'm sorry.
If I'm not still echoing, I hope I'm not. But
Flippy.
I got. Oh, no one cares what Flippy said.
No, Flippy wants to know about a stamp.
I was just saying I need to probably order my holster and stamp thing rather soon.
Okay.
So how much would all that be?
Damn it, send me an email and we'll figure it out.
Alright.
Like I will tell you, I told you in the past, that 1911 holster is one of the most comfortable holsters to wear, and it conceals very well, even though it's outside the waistband. I like it, man.
1911s aren't bad inside the waistband either, compared to Glocks and fat-ass other things.
Well, it's going to be for a fat-ass Glock.
I'll make it for you.
I mean, if you want to try to be adventurous and to build me my shotgun sling, that'd also be really cool.
Have you messed around with any of your techniques on dyeing the leather? It's improved or just changed things up?
I don't understand. Dyeing the leather? I dye the leather all the time.
I know, but are you making different stuff? Because from what I understand, leather craftsmen that I've known, they start off and then everything always turns into like this, just this constant like improving their craft, like where everything like it just gets like it's always a constant like for the most part, they're just always working at it until they get that to where they're completely content with everything. They mastered it, if you will. And you've been doing this for what, about 9 months now?
Year plus. I would say that when it comes to our craftsmanship, I work on the edging, on the design, on the technique, on the thread, and dyeing the leather, and doing that and everything. It's all encompassing.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say, why don't I have a pink holster on my website? Because I don't, you know. But I'm going all types of thread, all types of colors, all types of sealing. I'm doing all that, all types of guns. You know, I'm all out there. But think about when you walk into Cabela's. Do you see a whole bunch of different shit? I mean, you get a leather holster at Cabela's and go, wow, that's like nothing else on either end of the aisle. It's design, thread, technique, and coloring preference.
Well, I mean, let me ask you this. So when you started up, when you got the concept in your head, and again, your design, I do like your I don't know if it's just in general your full-size pistol gun design or 1911 design. I like the way it carries against the waist. Have you noticed anything that you made corrections to and that you've just saw through and it's like, oh, I'm doing this better now, per se?
Yeah, there's always improvements. I mean, there's always. Originally, when I started, I wanted it to be where it was always a free-flowing pistol with a little screw down at the bottom that held the tension, and so you could just always pull your gun. Everyone could always pull their gun out, right? And then I realized after multiple requests, people wanted a thumb brake. They wanted a thumb brake type holster. So I developed that into it. And then developed into belts, developed into mag carriers and other things. And it really comes down to what the customer wants. And it turned out what I thought they would all want, what I thought was best for them, was just being able to grab their gun and pull it out. And people didn't always agree with that.
Is he?
But you never had one of those breakthrough moments where like you saw something like, oh, look at this. If I could only, would have done this, would have done that.
Yeah, all the time, dude.
Oh, it's because I've worked with, or not worked with, but dealt with other craftsmen, and they're very peculiar. And once they get the ones I work with, once they get to that state where they, at least according to them, they got their shit locked down. They're very, very standoffish with their craft.
Okay, so here's the deal. So, part of learning how to do this is learning techniques and things to do and learning from other people who've already done it. But when you get into it, you learn that there are things that you do and you don't realize what's going to happen. So, like doing too much glue will have it come out the edge, and then that causes crappy problems with using your sander. And when you are stitching, you can stitch the outside edge, and the inside edge is not perfect. So it's like any art or craft. You have to learn it as you go. You have to perfect it. And you have to learn how the material reacts and do it the right way. So again, no one could just. I couldn't bring a person in and just say, hey, here's a leather machine, here's some leather, here's a pattern, cut it out and do it. That's not going to happen. It's a skill, and you learn every time.
Yeah, here's my rig that Nathan made for me. The every second matters. And a belt and the mag pouch.
Good.
So I'm really happy with it. So we can get that in the light better. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see, but you get the idea. Look how stiff that is, too. You know, it's a good quality belt.
Oh yeah, like I absolutely love mine. I just want to pressure Nathan into building me a shotgun sling.
Do you throw that rig on top of your pants?
No, I just hooked it up just now because I'm not wearing blue jeans.
I was thinking like the way you have the rig, I was like, okay, you just throw it on and on top of it. But no, that's cool, man. Nice setup.
You know, the one thing I'll say about myself, I hate saying things about myself, because that's usually most other people's job. But anytime I make a leather product, I want to make sure that I would wear it myself. That I'd be proud to wear it myself.
You've been wearing have you been open carrying in your area?
I have been concealed carrying mostly, but I do open carry periodically. There's no one in my damn town. I've not seen a single other open carrier in Fort Worth.
I open carry on the weekends, like I did today. Went to Top Brass, make some shopping, and most people don't notice it. They're not looking at it realistically, because I'm not the guy who's gonna pull my shirt around my holster. But every now and then, when you bend over or you stretch or whatever, the movements of your shirt does kind of get clipped over the holster and it's exposed. And whatever, I got the right to do it. So, but you're right. I don't see a whole lot of people doing it.
I mean, in McKinney, I've seen so far a total of about 2 people doing it.
There's folks that just aren't going to jump to buy another holster. They're really happy with their system. They invested in stuff, and put the time into research, hopefully, and got a nice inside the waistband carry system. And they're just not, they're like, they're just frugal with their money. They're not going to say I'm going to go buy somebody's holster where it's Kydex or leather just to carry it outside the waistband.
So in Texas, I want to say that there's a very small percentage of people that open carry to force the open carry law type thing. Very small percentage of people that did that, and who were just doing demonstrations and protests and stuff. That's those crazy protest people. But in Texas, there's like, out of 29 million, there's like 3 million people who have licenses. It's crazy high. Like it's 10%. But they don't want to open carry. They all have their concealed carry already set up. They're already concealed carrying. They're used to concealed carrying or not carrying at all. And to open carry would just, they don't care to go to the next level. They like the concealed carry. They've been doing it for 15 years?
The latest stats I heard, because when I got my, last time I got mine updated, it almost took me like 3 months to get the new ID, but I've heard, but after that, like 2014 on, people were getting them in like 90 days, were getting them in a month. But recently I heard again it's backed up because people are fearing that there are a lot of people trying to get them again, and they're fearing the worst of the political system, or those elections, and they're backed up again like 4 months now.
It's amazing. Like I got mine last year, and it only took like it was barely a month before it like arrived.
Yeah, in Texas it was about a month when I got my renewed, but that was 2 years ago.
What's the rule, Nathan? If how's it work? You get it, you do it renew twice, and then you don't have to renew it again.
No, actually, after you have your license, you just get it automatically renewed. Period. Now.
Okay, repeat that. How does that work?
Well, for me, getting my license originally in about 2000, I had to go through the current class.
Mm-hmm.
Then when I got renewed, I had to go through class. Then I got it renewed and had to go through class. This is 4 years. So 4 years, 4 years, 4 years. And I came up and I went, oh, I get to skip my renewal. Like, I don't have to go through class. I just have to pay them. I don't have to go through the class to do it. And they said, nope, nobody has to go through the class anymore. Just pay it.
So from now on, you just got to pay the fee.
Just pay the fee. If you're licensed, just pay the fee.
Which is like
you don't even have to go in and get re-photographed, unlike our driver's licenses.
Which is like what's the renewal fee? Like $75 or something?
I think it's
no, $150, I think.
Well, it's $150 for initial license. Are renewals the same price?
Pretty sure it's about $150. That's what I've been paying.
There's something that came out today. Where the hell was it? Let me look at my phone. It was something on Facebook that came out that people were commenting on about.
Veterans and ex-police officers. 25.
Let's see here.
If you can prove that, because my father just got his, and he paid $120. But if you can prove that you're in like a low income tax bracket, it's only like $70.
Oh, well, how do I get into that little panda bear?
Yeah, here's something I heard. Get certified online to carry in Texas and 27 other states. Don't have to sit in class or all day or Saturday. Virginia allows their certification class to be given online. For that reason, it is the most popular and sought after carry license in the United States. Texas residents can take our class online that qualifies for the Virginia non-resident carry license to allow you to carry in Texas and 27 other states. And to see all the states to carry in, visit our website, blah blah blah, and it's $39. I saw it today. $39.
Yeah, I saw something similar to that. I don't know, maybe it's even the same one, but from the way I saw it, like someone was writing up like a review of it or whatever, and they said it was like horrible, and the guys were kind of like scammy people. So just be careful with stuff like that.
There's always that.
Yeah, it's a concern.
I'm sorry, Nathan. Say again.
He's busy drinking.
I made that statement. Do you have a question there, Edge?
I put a link in the internal on that deal. Again, it might be satire, maybe some bullshit, it might be a scam, I don't know. But something I saw today.
Let me check it out.
Yeah, and I'm not saying necessarily that one's bad. I just know that I saw one that was like that, and it basically was an online class for, an out of state resident, CCW for some state that then gave you reciprocity for everything else. But like, I think it was kind of more like the way they were selling it was like you could get your own state's license by taking this class, and that part just wasn't true, and you didn't find that out till you read the fine print. Like, I know Michigan, we don't recognize any non-resident license. So if you have a license from your own state, you're good. We accept all 50 states. But if you only have a non-resident, then it doesn't count. So, I mean, that's good and bad. It's good that you accept all states, but if you're, like in California where you can't get one, you can't just go get, Florida's non-resident and be good in Michigan. It won't work. But our reciprocity is pretty good, though. We've got like 40 state reciprocity, which is about the best you can get. There's basically those 10 states that don't recognize anybody else's.
Are they called the douche knuckle states?
I think so. Or the libtard socialist states?
Yeah, that's the same thing. Anyone to speak?
What? Why are we being all quiet?
I can't. Why? I see.
I think it's Pat Nathan bedtime. He's getting silly.
I'm doing the plus one edge.
I'm sorry, I was sending my came back.
He had to shoot a young man who was trying to court his daughter.
That's what long range rifles are for. My K31 is a great example.
Damn you, Edge! You let your girl get beyond 1,000 yards.
1,500 meters.
That's your range. Okay, fair enough.
Well, that was like one of the first times that I went over to my ex-wife's house, like when we first started dating. Her dad was doing that like cliche, I'm gonna clean my guns in front of this boy kind of thing, and it completely backfired because I was like, oh, cool, what's that? And he had a freaking Springfield trap door. He was sitting there cleaning it in his living room, trying to like scare me off. I'm like, that's awesome. What else you got? And he's like, oh, come on, and he ended up like showing me all the shit he had.
Well, see what I would have done.
And you got balls deep and married.
I would have thrown a shotgun shell at you and said, hey, they're faster after 11 p.m.
I don't know. I had the good fortune of my wife not having a dad, so I didn't have to go through any of that.
Shit, dude, the worst woman you can marry is a woman that didn't have a father or raised her. Because they don't want nobody telling what to do.
It depends on the circumstance.
No, I'm pretty serious. You're young yet. You'll learn the hard way. A woman that wasn't raised with the daddy, with the father figure in her as a child, don't want anybody telling her what to do, much less you.
Yeah, but some of them that did have a dad, especially if he spoiled her, they think they're perfect little princesses, which Max fell into that category. So she also didn't want anyone telling her what to do because she never used to hearing the word no. Let's just agree all women are horrible.
Let's all go gay.
Well, I don't know about that. Let's just not marry them.
What did you suggest, you little pump ass snow globe?
I don't know if it's my phone, but Nathan sounds like he's having a stroke.
Yeah.
He's like every other syllable, and the other one.
Honestly, you said that when you made that rude comment about women.
Wow, we're getting a lot of feedback from you, Smeg. That's why. Or, yeah, Smegs.
Damn, I lost it. Anyway, I'm out. It was a rude comment towards women, and I went, brr, and it all froze up all the shit. So, good night.
See you, Nathan.
Well, I wonder, am I any better now?
Just when everyone starts talking, like shit tons of feedback starts coming through your stuff.
Unmute for a minute.
All right, someone else talk.
Testing. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
good.
it sounds like it works now.
Testies.
Yeah, I need to get him to make me a shotgun sling. Last time I talked to him about it, he told me like it couldn't be done.
Oh, I thought you was wanting a hip holster for your shotgun.
Oh no, I need a holster for my Glock with my Panda logo on it. But nah, I also need like an alligator skinned strap thing for my shotgun.
Yeah, I would suggest send him an email, so then you can converse with him during the day and not late night on the chats. Because sometimes that's not productive.
It's better to talk to him when he's drunk. He agrees to things that he probably wouldn't. That's how that whole alligator thing got started.
You know, all he has to do is tell me to take down that video that he agreed to it, and I would, right?
Oh, what video is that?
Well, I'm just saying, if you say, will you agree to it in video? He'll just send me an email and say, hey, take down that video on this day.
I want to build an AR pistol and then get a holster for it. I think that'd be cool.
I mean, weren't those fucking like Suchka holsters or whatever for like the AK-74Us?
A drop leg holster that you can't bend your knee, because it's just like the whole length of your leg.
Exactly, it should be awesome.
So what else is new, guys? We gotta talk about something.
I don't know. I'm thinking of buying a Jeep just to fuck around with.
It's always fun.
Because, like, you can just get them for so fucking cheap and then do whatever you want with them.
Dude, I can't wait for that freaking Jeep truck to come out.
Oh, which one?
I don't know. I just saw pictures of it or whatever. It's like a Jeep with a truck bed.
Oh, that $250,000 or yeah, $250,000 one. Has like 700 horsepower.
Well, I guess I could spend a little bit less on my car and get that. I'm normally at 300 Gs,
I don't blame you. Those fucking those Ferraris are nice.
What? No, if that's the one, then no, that's not what I was thinking of. I guess I thought it'd be like a regular regular Jeep price range.
Like, I was looking them up today, just because I'm like, how much would be like a Jeep Wrangler or whatever? And like, for some reason, that one popped up, and it was like saying it's like a $250,000 like Jeep truck.
Well, they might be making a special edition kind of thing, like a like all the car companies do, right? Like a Roush Mustang where it's like super souped up, but the regular Mustang's not that expensive. So maybe you saw specialty things. I thought they were making it like for the regular market.
Oh no, it totally was a specialty thing, like the one I saw. Because like the big headline with it was it had like 700 horsepower, and I'm like, that's neat.
Yeah, I know when I was looking at getting a new Jeep back in the day, I was going to just get a Wrangler because I figured, it's in like the teens, save a little bit of money, whatever. But then by the time I actually, priced out one that I wanted, it was already in like the mid-20s. And I was like, well, shit. For like a little bit more, I can get the Jeep Commander, which is so much more vehicle. Because the Wranglers, they're fun. They're fun toys, but, the doors leak air and the ride's bumpy and kind of sucks. And, and there's no space in the back.
That's like the fun with it though, is you just take off the doors and like the fucking everything and just drive around.
No, trust me, I agree. And I had many a fun weekends in my buddy's Wrangler, and then we're out there frickin' hosing down the inside of his car to get all the sand and mud out. You just pull the floor mats. They got drain plugs right there, and it's all like channels the water into the drain plug, so you can just like hose out the inside of the car.
Like, one thing I really want to get is one of those Jurassic Park Jeeps, like what are they, the Jeep TJ, or what the fuck it was called? From the movie Jurassic Park?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't know what car that is, though. I thought those were like Explorers or something.
Well, there were two. There was an Explorer, and then there was like the Jeep Wrangler. Like the Explorer was the one that was on the tracks. The
Right.
Wrangler was the one that like they were being chased.
Yeah, you're right. When they first get there, because the dude ends up like standing up through the thing, is like, oh my god, they're real.
Yeah.
On the, when the sauropods were walking around. So.
Because like it wouldn't be too fucking hard to like. It wouldn't be that expensive to get that shit like done up like that. It'd probably take like 10 minutes.
Oh, with like the yellow coloring and stuff?
Yeah, and legitimately, I can fucking print out those Jurassic Park stickers in like 5 seconds and slap them on the doors. Like the other day, I was at In-N-Out and saw like a Jurassic Park Jeep drive by, and I'm like, that is the coolest fucking thing ever.
They've had, looks like they've had quite a few vehicles for Jurassic Park. A couple different Explorers. Looks like a Mercedes-Benz Unimog.
Yeah, they had the Mercedes for Jurassic Park 2. They also
They
had
had a
Mercedes
Hummer
in
H1.
Jurassic Park, or Jurassic World. Like that movie was just a big Mercedes commercial.
They've had a Jeep Wrangler Hunter, a Jeep Wrangler staff vehicle. Looks like a tour vehicle.
Well, is the Hunter one the one where the dude like swings out the side and he's in like the little like sidecar thing?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty
'cause
cool to have cruising down the road in one of those.
Yeah, just start getting really annoyed with your fucking passenger while driving down the road. You start like extending them out into traffic.
Well, no, just think about it, man. You pull up to a red light or something, and swing out over the sidewalk. Hey, baby, how you doing?
Just extend the fucking seat out and be like, hey, I got room for more.
Yeah, hop on in. I just pictured Dano Ubering in that thing. Swing the thing out, pick him up. And he goes to drop it off, just swing it out real fast, and they fall out.
Just scoop them up off the sidewalk. If it just gets to a sitting position, it just like scoops them in.
Uber, bitch!
Doesn't even have to stop.
You could just kidnap people with that and then be like, download the Uber app and request a ride. Then it wouldn't be kidnapping. No, officer, I swear. See, they ordered a Uber.
Look, they paid me and everything, and that wasn't from threats. There was no implied violence.
That new Jurassic movie was not very good.
It was fine.
I was very, very angry that the raptors didn't have feathers. I get it. In the mid-'90s, we didn't know. We thought dinosaurs were all lizard-like.
They even brought that up in the movie, though. They were like, if we weren't doing these genetic, modifications, half these dinosaurs wouldn't even fucking look like anything. They would, look bullshit, and kids wouldn't like them.
I know, but that's dumb.
Nah, I'm totally about that. The fucking, velociraptors with feathers are gay as hell.
No, they aren't.
Yeah, they absolutely are.
Forgot dirty windows.
What was that, G?
They had those bubble cars, but they never had dirty windows.
Yeah.
They just had a lot of Windex.
Yeah, like they don't show you the giant windshield wiper. Also, that one Sea Monster one, just had an endless tank whenever they needed it to. His tank was ultimately deep whenever needed.
Oh, that's because that one's tank is, I guess, the ocean?
Yeah, but
It just seemed to go wherever the fuck it pleased.
It's on an island with a volcanic hole going down 9 miles.
Uh-oh. They found G-Webs. You guys
No,
hear
that
the sirens in
wasn't
the
G-Web.
background?
He got his siren working.
I saw a couple cops today that were stopping traffic for a funeral procession, which it's like, all right, okay, whatever, that's cool. But I didn't quite know what was going on at first when I like came up to the light, and the way the car was like stopped, I could still like turn right. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to go straight. I'll just like turn right on this street and kind of go over one and come back. And then I saw what was happening was that they were coming like towards me and then turning left. So I had to sit there and wait anyways. But then like the whole things came by. You know, they had like the van with the 4 flags on it. So that's the end. And the second cop pulls up and frickin' stops traffic like after they've gone. I'm like, what the hell? Because there was one car there and it pulled ahead when it was like near the end. And the second one pulled up and stopped all of us again. It's like, what the hell are we stopped for, dude? And then he ended up like, oh, whoops.
Probably so they don't get people adding on to it and making it forever long.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe. But it just, he stopped traffic for a while, all 4 directions, even though there was no one else, like, in the thing. So I think maybe he just didn't realize it was over.
Dude, I fucking saw a wreck the other day. It was crazy. Dude was, like, super dead. Like, they blocked off both
That's
sides.
not cool.
Well, they blocked off, like, both sides of the street so the helicopter could land. But there were bits of that dude, like, it was a guy on a motorcycle hit a car, and bits of that dude were, like, all over the place. Like, it was crazy, and I'm like, alright, whatever. So I'd, like, go down a bunch of side streets to get to the bank.
So G, what was up with those sirens? You getting arrested?
No, I'm watching Man of Steel.
Oh, those were TV sirens?
Yeah, when the aliens are fighting him in his hometown, I think. They just beat up on his mom.
I was hoping for our first live chat police confrontation. Am I being detained? Am I being detained?
I'm not a citizen, or whatever the fuck it is.
I like to say I pay your salary. Over and over, louder and louder. Because I feel like that really makes progress.
Yeah, that and, you know, pointing out the thing where you're just like, well, shouldn't you be doing real police work and catching bad guys and rapists? And not, like, pulling me over?
It's always good when you could cite other things that are worse than what you did.
Yeah.
They appreciate that, because then that can help them do their job better.
Yeah, or, you know, when, like, you're the dude on the side of the road who just got pulled over and you're pointing at other cars going fast as you were, and be like, well, what about them? Or that guy? Why are you bothering me when there's other people out there doing this?
That guy's got a headlight out. Go get him.
A lot of times I'll like to bring up how I do it often, and they haven't caught me them other times, so I figured it was okay. Like, I do this all the time. You never ever stopped me before when I do it all the time.
Oh, man. So, this girl I've been hanging out with, she just went to Mexico a little bit ago. And she just got back. And,
Oh, the one who banged all those Mexicans?
no, I don't think so. So, anyways, she had gotten, like, a couple of bottles of hot sauce. And I guess she forgot about them or whatever. And so they weren't in the checked bags. So she had one in, like, her carry-on bag. And her friend had one in the carry-on bag. So her friend goes through first, goes through the metal detector and all that shit. They let her through, and then they're, like, you know, standing around waiting. So this girl goes through, and, like, they pull her bag off to the side. And it's like, okay, what the hell? And just standing there for a while, everyone else kind of waiting. And finally, like, they call her over and it's like, you know, hey, you can't take this on the plane. I guess it was, you know, too big of a bottle or whatever. So what does she say? Well, she has one too, and you let her through. And so then they pulled her friend over and took the one from her. It's like if you would have just kept your mouth shut, at least you still would have had one bottle.
Nice.
But yeah, that's TSA at work right there, man. Saving the world from hot sauce.
Yeah, that can burn somebody's eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you
What?
can take
They
that
can
thing and
blind it.
knock it over somebody's head, and then it's gonna knock that guy out, and then break the bottle, and then you've got a certain amount left in there, and then you're gonna splash that onto like the pilot or the head stewardess, and then that's the second person you take out, and now you're still holding on to that crank of bottle. So now you'd start jabbing people with that, and you're getting hot sauce in their wounds. That's like mass carnage right there.
Or just use some common sense and realize it's just someone bringing home hot sauce from Mexico.
Sounds like a death spree waiting to happen.
Sounds like they saved America and the rest of those fucking like people in the air.
Well, then I guess good thing she tattled on her friend. Got that one taken away also.
Well, they at least saved the septic system of Detroit.
That could be true. Yeah, we know Flint's water system's corroding away to nothing and putting lead everywhere, so I'm sure Detroit's system isn't much better.
I want tacos now.
Dude, I got myself hungry for some goddamn chicken snack earlier. I'm bummed.
Is that place 24/7? Are those places 24/7?
No.
You got keys though?
Maybe. I'd have to drive about 45 minutes to get to my cousin's house. None of them live nearby.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no longer any fucking taco places open late in my area.
Really?
Yeah, they closed down the Del Taco, and they were the only ones who like would stay up all night. Like the Taco Bell and Taco Cabana and Taco Bueno, all of them are just fucking dirty people, and they close at 10.
You're talking national, they're garbage. But if you're talking like local taco shops, they're all open all night here, 24/7.
I see Edge was just in here. You could have had him make up some tacos.
Yeah, who'd have drove more?
Yeah, man, tacos are the best frickin' like late night munchie snack. You pay for it in the morning, but they're great at night.
Yeah, I used to go to a bar in Columbus back in the 90s, and they had some guy with one of those rolly carts outside the bar, and he'd be making all kinds of tacos and burritos and all kinds of different meals for you when you got out of the bar.
Yeah, there used to be a Denny's right around the corner from me. And that was always good for a late night snack, but they've closed down. I'm not sure if they're just like remodeling and they're going to reopen, or if they just closed completely.
I fucking hate Denny's.
Did you hear about the Walmarts?
Oh, what's about Walmart?
They're camps now. So basically, the scam is that they'll put a Walmart in a town and build it and everything, and then a couple weeks later they'll close it down, and then that way the Department of Defense has these camps. They can turn them into detention facilities.
Oh yeah, with tunnels all connecting them and stuff. We heard about that during Jade Helm.
Yeah, my mom was telling me about that actually. She was telling me that the Walmarts that closed down recently are just like FEMA camps. They're gonna round people up and stick them inside.
They made like 297 Walmarts last year that they closed down this year. and they're in with the Department of Defense, according to a bunch of memos that they showed on the video. So. I'll bet you the detention camps will be open 24/7.
Well, that's good. I hate when it's the middle of the night and I'm trying to be oppressed and there's no one around to do it.
Yeah, like you can't even be detained or nothing. All of a sudden you have freedom when you're trying to be oppressed. But that's shitty Obama oppression. Probably going to be like that. Like, oh yeah, you got to be oppressed like during prime time business hours, but then when it's not convenient, you can be free for a little while. You could be oppressed on your own. Maybe there'll be some sort of like ankle thing we can wear. Also, they tied that in with the RFID chips, so we'll be getting those. They go in your hand, it turns out.
Well, yeah, that's like the mark of the beast, right?
Yeah, I guess it's so you can use these blood pressure machines that are like robot doctors or something that are part of Obamacare. That way you can scan into those machines easier when you got the chip. It all makes a lot of sense if you watch the YouTube video.
See, I thought the chip went into the base of the neck, base of your head.
That's what I always figured. But in the video, they keep showing it like in your hand, like where your thumb and your finger are. They just stick it in there in the meat. They kept poking it so you could see it poke around. Because it's huge. It's way bigger than my dog's one.
I mean, it'd make more sense in the hand, because you would just scan it like a credit card whenever you're doing anything.
Yeah, you just wave your hand in front of a door and it opens, and you stick your hand into this little reader in the robot doctors. It'll all be very convenient, I'm sure.
Well, maybe they'll put two in. The second one will have the explosive charge. That way, if you don't pay your
Obamacare,
your
they just
Obamacare
blow.
bill, it'll blow. Yeah, it'll blow.
But it could also work to keep you in places, because if you leave, then it'll blow up.
Well, at least then maybe we can be more like Futurama, and you can have your like work qualifications on the chip. So when you get a job, they just like scan you, and then they'll tell you if you're qualified or not.
People will just cut off each other's hands, go around with them. That's what I'm going to do.
Anything that gets us closer to Futurama, I'm okay with.
You know how most of the time gloves have the little thing that ties them together so that you don't lose one of your gloves? You can just cut off people's hands so they have jobs that you like or whatever, or access to places you want to go, and then you keep their hands in those gloves conveniently. Maybe like pouches for other people's hands.
Yeah, but then you got to remember which hand, left or right, has the.
Yeah, good point.
For the job that you want.
Well, you could like tattoo on it what it is.
You can't tattoo anything on you, or else, you won't ever get a job.
These are just
No, you
cut off
tattoo
hands.
on the hands that has the chip, so you remember which chip is inside.
Yeah, it's just like writing something on your keys. Nobody cares if you write something on your keys. They'll probably tattoo something on them like, this hand not valid without the body attached, or something like that, to avoid it.
Void without signature.
Like, you ever write that on your card, like check ID or whatever? No one ever asks you for the
No.
frickin' ID.
No one gives a shit. Like, whenever I get a new card, my wife's always like, "Oh, you need to sign the back of it, or else like it'll be invalid." Like Stacy, I have never signed a credit card in my life. Look around. I have purchased plenty of things.
So is everybody else using your credit card.
That's chill.
I don't like it
Yeah,
when
I
you
don't.
go to a place and they write CID because then you got to waste a bunch of time looking at their fucking ID. Like, I don't care if it's your fucking credit card or not. I'm still going to use it. So, yeah, let me see your damn ID now, too.
Yeah, I had some lady yell at me when I was working at Ace Hardware because I didn't check it. She's like, "How come you didn't ask for my ID?" Blah blah blah. I'm like, "Cause I'm fucking working and I don't give a shit."
Yeah, because this is like $30 and it's covered by your credit card company and probably the store. So you could probably get $60 for this if you didn't like it, or if you convinced somebody else bought it.
Well, on top of that, for the most part, people just don't straight up fucking care. Like, when I was dating my wife at the time, I used her card to like purchase something. They asked me for my ID with it. I just gave them my ID, and they looked at the ID, looked at the card, and like, all right, whatever, there you go.
Yeah, like you definitely had an ID.
Yeah, that's an ID. Even though your ID doesn't say Stacy Lynn Ledbetter, it's
I finally had to do one of the kind where you have to jam your card into the slot, like you have to penetrate the slot. You have to have sex with the machine there, instead of just sliding it like the old days.
I don't know. I still don't trust those.
Yeah, it's weird. You just stand there like an idiot and hold on to your card, waiting for it to do its business. And then when you're all done, you pull it out, shake it off, put it back in your wallet.
Well, that's like in Canada, they've been using those chips for a while.
Yeah.
And when you go to like,
Started talking shit about
Shut them down.
I didn't like it. You had to sit there holding it in there. I like being able to just slide the fucking card, put it back in my wallet, be on with my business. I have to sit there holding it like a sucker.
Yeah, like I didn't fucking trust the things for the sheer fact that like when I was at GameStop, they got those things in like right when they first came out. So one of the employees wanted to like try it out, so they used their card and they stuck it in, and the machine fucking ate it. Like it just sucked it in and wouldn't spit it back out.
Oh, the only one I've seen, you only stick about halfway in.
This one like somehow just took the entire thing, and like he had to get a new card after that. And it was like really funny. And I'm like, yeah, I'm never fucking using one of those.
yeah. So, anyways, now that Canada tried to shut me down, I was gonna let out their secret. But in Canada, they've had those chips for a while, and when you go to a restaurant, like when you go to pay, they just like bring over the machine for you, and like you stick the thing in, and then you gotta like type in a bunch of crap, and it's like, I don't want to do your job for you. That's why we fucking pay waiters and waitresses.
Yeah, like there's no tip then if I got to do all the fucking shit. If I got to balance your books or something too, before I leave.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, why don't I bring myself the fucking food? You can just sit over there.
So I went to some restaurant while we were on that trip, and you just sit there, mind your business, and there's a little robot like TV screen thing. You poke on it, and then people fetch your whatever you want, like your drinks or your appetizers or something. I guess you can get your whole food there.
Oh yeah, Chili's does that now. It's weird. I think Olive Garden also does it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Applebee's has it also.
Pretty soon you'll just like walk in, and your app will go sit over there or wherever. And then you'll sit down, and then your app will go, what do you want? And you'll tell it. Some little R2D2 will bring it over and slap it in front of you.
Dude, I'd be so about a little fucking R2D2 waiter.
Spit your shit, probably drop it.
I'd be completely about an R2D2 waiter. That sounds awesome.
And then it's ultimate of efficiency. He ain't gonna fart around talking to somebody, beeping at somebody for no bare reason. It's gonna just go get your shit and bring it to you as soon as it's hot.
Yeah, you also don't have to fucking tip a robot either.
Well, no, they'd be offended by that. They're doing their job.
Yeah, they'd be like, nah. The like oil I get from like Master Applebee's or whatever is more than enough. It's like cool.
Well, I'd want him to have one of them lugs on there, because I don't want him being rogue.
Right? Rolling around with a little taser. The little R2-D2 taser.
So when I was in college, I had a senior project, and we basically made a fully autonomous vehicle. It was for this contest that's sponsored by the Department of Defense. And anyways, so it basically, like, you hit the go button and it just does its thing. It uses, you know, a LiDAR system and a camera and a GPS and figures out where it's supposed to go or whatever. And we were trying to figure out a way to get it to, like, go to the fridge and grab us a beer and stuff. But it didn't. We didn't have like an arm on it, so it didn't work very well.
So the poor thing never had a chance.
Could have had it smash the refrigerator a bunch of times until it fell out, and then push it back over towards you.
Well, I mean, you could.
The robot just sitting in front of the refrigerator, just like crying, being like, "I just can't do it."
Yeah, I mean, you could load up like a cooler or something, and then have it like go on because the big thing was having it like follow a path, like it would stay between the lines and avoid cones and shit. So you could have it like just go circles around a party, like a cocktail waitress kind of thing, and then people could just reach in and grab whatever they want as it goes by. So that would have worked. We never did that.
The worst part is that you programmed it with all kinds of artificial intelligence and emotions and feelings and stuff, and then didn't give it any arms, and then told it that its only purpose in life is to bring you a beer. So it was just disappointed. Frustrated.
Yeah, it committed robot suicide.
How could it? It has no arms. It just sits there looking at the bathtub and the toaster.
It just drives itself into traffic.
Yeah.
You can get one of those robo sweeper things. Just set a cooler on it.
Roomba?
Yeah, Roomba.
Duct tape a cooler to a Roomba.
Yeah.
It's just rolling around cleaning your house and delivering beer.
Yeah. Darn right. It'll be doing two jobs at once.
I actually heard a story about one of those Roombas that was really funny. Apparently, this fellow who owned a Roomba, their dog took like a mean wet shit in the middle of the night when the Roomba was like driving around. So the Roomba hit the wet shit and started spraying like poop everywhere, like all over curtains, walls, like furniture, everything.
No way.
Yeah, and it just kept going and like spraying it everywhere until eventually it just like died. He said like the next day when he like woke up, he just saw like everything was covered in poop.
There's no way. That thing doesn't go that fast. And plus it's got a cover or something on it. It's not just
Yeah, I can see it smearing it around, but not like
putting
it on the wall.
Like you said, you had to hose the thing out afterwards, just to get the poop out of it.
I don't think I would keep it after I did that to it poop. That's just me. But it's no longer a sanitary Roomba at that point.
Yeah, just put it back in the box, take it back to Walmart. They'll take it back.
There's something wrong with this.
Proper image, be like, this one's defective.
Smells fine.
This one doesn't seem right.
The child slave in China that built the thing just took a crap in it to begin with and packed it up.
You'd be amazed at what they take back to Walmart.
Yeah, they don't care. They're just shells for the detention facilities, so they'll just do whatever while they're acting like a store still.
Well, like the government's paying them like tons of fucking money for them to be detention centers, anyways.
Makes sense. Those things would be giant, like detention centers. You just put in those big like chain link, like rooms, I guess, hallways. They don't have enough plumbing though. You would think they'd need more plumbing.
Nah, they don't need plumbing. They just need what the fuck was it? Tide? That like they just kept sending to the refugees in was it Tide or Bleach?
New Orleans,
Yeah.
Bleach makes sense, so it's probably Tide.
Yeah. Yeah, Guns of August just confirmed it was Tide. So yeah, that's like all you need.
Oh, if there's water up to your knees everywhere, you might as well start washing people's clothes for them.
Mm-hmm. Dump enough Tide into the water, eventually it becomes sanitary, and you can just like bathe in it.
It'll probably leak out and clean all the areas that the water's hitting. So, like, as it recedes, you just leave a nice clean.
New Orleans has never been cleaner.
So they should have sent down Dawn.
Why?
That's for oil spills.
Yeah, exactly. They weren't trying to clean up fucking
They
ducks
would've-
and penguins.
Yeah, would have washed everything away.
I mean,
Speaking
if
of
New Orleans
cleaning
was hit by an oil spill, then yeah.
Have you guys seen the Futurama where they spill oil in like Pluto or something, and there's all these penguins are covered in oil, so they got to clean it up or whatever, and Bender's like sitting there cleaning, and then I think it was Lilo's like, Bender, you got to clean the black parts too. Like he was just wiping the oil off of the white and leaving it. It's like something I'd do. Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, close enough. The show's so fucking good. Like, granted, it wasn't as great when it came back, but it was still fucking funny.
Yeah, that was a good show.
Like the one with the fucking garbage planet, where they're like, where's just the children? And they're like, remember, find the shinies. He just lights a pile of trash on fire and tosses children into it. I'm like, do you have children do all your work? Like, not the whipping. You start hearing a bunch of whipping going off in the background.
Uh-oh, now we're in trouble. Dead horse is here.
He heard the bit about whipping children and was like, well, I need to participate in this conversation.
So, how many dozens of ARs did you build today?
No ARs today.
Did your girl get all her stuff all put together yet?
What's that?
Did your girl get all of her stuff put together yet?
Her complete upper, yeah.
Oh, did
built
her
it
balls
herself?
arrive yet?
No. No, I just barely ordered those. They won't be here till next week, but when they are here, I'm going to put them on her AR and not even tell her about it until we go out shooting, and she can cut the balls.
Are you going to spray paint them like tan? Or are you just going to be like, whatever?
I do
I'll let
have
you
some
your fantasies.
I do have some FDE spray paint, so I am thinking about that. You know, maybe even like
kind of rubbing one of my dogs down, how you get the hair all over your hand and then just kind of pat it on. It'd be kind of cool, some big hairy balls hanging off the front of an AR.
You know, so she can practice.
Exactly.
Girls are good at multitasking.
But I did buy some AR lowers, Smeggy. I bought 4 of them. These new lowers I tried out, and they're absolutely junk. Just stay away from the TEA arms, like the TNA arms lowers, Tennessee. Just stay away from them, man.
Oh, what about, have you tried any of the quarter circle 10 ones that like go for 9mm?
Not me.
Because I feel like acquiring one of those. But I purchased my anti-roll pins today, and I have to wait till Monday before I can go purchase my safety.
Well, that's something you might know, Dead Horse. I was talking the other day, and I didn't get a conclusive answer. Is there an easy way to take the safety out without having to, like, take the whole back end off?
Yeah, you just loosen the castle nut, slide your end plate off, and then... Did I just drop?
No.
Here.
It's just left.
Yeah, but I'm on my phone. I never ever use my phone on this stuff, so... But,
Why don't you take the castle nut off to remove a safety?
Well, because that detent's holding the safety, and that's what I don't want to stick with the castle nut at all, really, because it's already, like, staked in place.
Well, no, what's holding the safety in is the pistol grip.
No.
What? Yeah, the thing that's holding the thing that's getting held in by the castle nut is the fucking retaining
The
pin.
rear takedown pin, the rear takedown pin on the back there is being held in, and then you got on the grip, you got that detent. So you only have those 2 detents, but when you remove that safety, you have to worry about that 1 detent, and you can just slide it off and use a razor blade there to hold it, to get it from popping out, or a knife, or a piece of tape even. I'll show you when I get home. I'll be home in like 10 minutes. I'll turn on my video and show you exactly how to do it.
I'm just confused.
Yeah. I think I was confused. You're right, Flippy. I was thinking of that detent from the base plate, but yeah, that's for the fucking takedown pin. You're right.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused by where this conversation's going.
Yeah, for some reason I was
argue,
thinking that's the one that held the
I don't want to argue with Dead Horse because he builds an
Well,
AR.
no, I'm driving
most
right
people
now.
breathe.
I heard you guys in the first place, so. I'll be home in like 10 minutes. I'll show you anything you want to know.
Yeah, no worries.
Do it on camera.
I also want to pick up one of those like ARC stocks because those look neat. And I think I'll use that for my 9mm that I'm building, or that I'm going to build as soon as I finish up my my short-barreled rifle.
And what stock? The Ace stock?
The like ARC one, the one that Troy recently like redid.
Oh, okay.
The one where it's like those 2 bars and it like goes directly back.
Yeah, and what lower are you gonna put it on?
I'm gonna put it on a quarter circle 10.
Okay, make sure you look on their website because there is a whole bunch of lowers that won't work with, like LWRC, a lot of different billet lowers. There's they have a whole list of known compatibility issues. So make sure you double check that list because there's at least like 10 different lowers it won't work with.
Yeah, like I'm not going to go with Troy. I think we go with someone else because Troy doesn't make a version that's 9mm, or that'll work with a 9mm. So I'm looking at going with like I can't remember what company it is. I think it's ARC or the ARC one, or the like. Yeah, it's MVB
There's like
Industries.
there's that NEE or NEA or whatever it is one. There's the Troy one. There's the MVB, or is that the same as
MVB makes the ARC.
the ARC?
Yeah,
and then
it's compliant with 9mm. So.
and I think I read somewhere Troy, like they were the original ones of Troy, and they were like designing it together, and then they decided to split ways, and that's why those two are so similar. And then then Troy has a new one out that has like a carbon fiber rear instead of an aluminum one, and that one's like $100 cheaper. I don't know if you saw that one.
Yeah, there's also another one that has like a weird carbon fiber like cover on it, so it'll still you can still have a good for your cheek weld.
Yeah.
Which that seems kind of neat, but it's not gonna work with the gun I'm going to build, so I have to like not get that one. So that way I'll have like a little SMG styled like short-barreled rifle, 9mm. But like all in all, the only part I really need left is the say-so that's okay from the government and bolt carrier group. Which I think I'll buy next month for my birthday. Oh, and I still need a front sight because I just haven't purchased that yet.
You need just a front sight?
Yeah.
Why? What do you have on the rear? Usually it's people need just the rear.
Oh, I have a Knight's Armament flip-up one.
And you're not going to get a Knight's Armament to match it?
I don't know. It's like $200.
For $200, you can get for under $200, you can get a complete set of like Troy's. And then that way you'll have matching sights.
Yeah, so I'm debating about spending the 200 and just spend 60 and like get the Daniel DeFrance front sight post. That's like a non-adjustable, like the non-flip-up one.
Why?
Why not? Because it's
It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, why do you want mismatching sights on your AR? You're like into that weird shit. Are you gonna stipple your AR grip?
God no. Salient's gonna stipple my AR grip.
I don't think Google's working very well on my phone. I don't think Google likes me right now.
Google's kind of being weird. Like, I had this weird bit a wee bit ago where, like, Google just shut off in my house for some reason. Like, anything Google related, like any website that was like Google had anything to do with, just wouldn't work.
Is my camera working?
I see a bright light, but nothing else.
What about now?
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah. Well, that's weird. It's like not even showing on my screen that my camera is even on. I must need to do an update or something.
Yeah, I know. On my phone, I had to do like 19 updates this morning. So
Like you guys sound like all like really. It's probably, I know it's me, but you guys just sound like all like way choppy. I'm like only hearing every other word. But I'm almost home. God damn, why is it so cold? It's April.
It's like 70 outside right now.
hell, we had snow.
Yeah, it's 30 here. Yeah, we had snow just like 2 days ago.
That's another reason why I'm thinking it'd be great to have one of those like old Jeeps, just to fuck around with, because it's never cold. It's Texas. It's never cold. I pretty much just like take the top and the doors off and just leave it like that, like all the time.
Never rains down there, does it?
Well, it rains occasionally, but like whatever. It rains and just like
Becomes a bathtub.
you just unplug the bottom of it and drain it all out.
I'm looking at buying this older Toyota truck right now. It's a '89 Toyota DLX, just a single cab, 4-wheel drive, and the guy wants like $5,000 for it, which is way over Blue Book, but like everything in the motor's been completely gone through, replaced. Newer tranny, new rear end, all sorts of just new stuff. But I don't know. I'm still kind of thinking 5K is still too much. So I'm trying to get them down to come down to like 4K or 3,500, and I think I'm going to buy it because it has the R22 motor in it.
You shouldn't buy it. You should buy that AR. Dude, you need a machine gun.
I need a 4-wheel drive truck.
You need a machine gun more.
You see, I only have a little 2-wheel drive truck, and it's a little extended cab Ranger, but it's only 2-wheel drive, and in the winter, it absolutely sucks. Like, I literally put tool boxes in the back of my truck and put in like 800 pounds worth of tools in the back of my truck and drive around with tools in the back of my truck all winter just because, yeah, like you have to in a 2-wheel drive Ranger.
My cars and all my stuff is 4-wheel drive. Other than my Suburban, that's 2-wheel drive.
All right. I'm almost see you guys in a second.
Okay. Yeah, guns. I had kind of weirded me out there because after that first initial update, it came back a couple hours later and did a second update on YouTube. So that might have been what it was.
I had to stop the gun channels lobby before it even went in because everything would crash right when I tried to get in there. So I'd have to exit Chrome and come back in. So I finally figured out I'd go in and just click on the link without starting the chat or the video chat.
Also, where did this whole like Jeeps flip over thing come from? Because I remember hearing that like all the fucking time as a kid. It like confused the hell out of me because when I was at the grocery store, I'd see those magazines where like Jeeps were driving down fucking mountains and shit.
The early Jeeps were small wheelbase.
Yeah, and sometimes while driving down mountains, they would flip over. That's where it comes from.
Well, probably, I was going to say I never really heard it about Jeeps. What I heard it was Ford Explorers.
Well, that definitely, yeah. They had very high center of mass.
Very high center of mass. They're narrow wheelbase. You sit there and do a G test on it, and it'd sit there and flip over.
Yep. I had a 95 Explorer. Test and fade every time I got in it. Oh, that was the one with the Firestone tires that, would explode if you had them too low of air pressure. Which mine was one of like the first recalled. Like first they did like a specific batch of a specific thing, and then they expanded it to like all types, and then they like expanded it again. Yeah, mine was from like that very first one.
Now, was it the Lincolns or the Buicks that would explode if they got into a like rear end collision?
A Pinto. The Pinto did that, and so did a lot of old Chevy trucks. Did that because they had the gas tank between the bed and the cab. So the Chevy trucks and Pintos.
A lot of Chevy trucks had gas tanks outside the frame rails. So when they got in an accident, you'd be hitting the tank.
And yeah, they didn't even have to recall those. They just had to like pay a fine, some money, and that was good.
What really sucks is when you had dual tanks.
Why
Yeah.
the dual tank things suck?
Because then you had bombs on both sides of the truck.
Oh. Do they still make dual gas tank trucks?
Yeah, they still make them.
Well, and another thing with Chevys too is that they had they're known, like all the 80s Blazers and trucks, they're known for gas tanks rusting out of them and then just sitting there dripping gas driving down the road, and then the gas would run over along the bottom of the tank. How water can kind of defy gravity and run along something, and then drip down onto the hot exhaust pipe too, and then boom.
Damn it, dude. No one has these fucking safeties.
Yeah, I can remember the one, it was a GMC or a Chevy truck that we had. Well, I know, but it had the gas tank actually in the cab. It was like behind the seat because you had the gas fill right at the door.
Yeah, I had an old Ford like that, like a '62 Ford. So that Chevy truck must have been like early '60s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the really old ones, late the Cameos is what I think they were called. I think those had, because I had a '64 Cameo Chevy truck, and that had the gas tank behind the seat.
Well, What fucking safeties are you talking about?
Oh, the Seeking's Precision.
Oh,
I want the blue ambi safety.
I think my shop actually has some.
You want just that color, not necessarily that it's Seekins, but you're looking for the color.
Yeah, because I mean I already have the I have a blue magazine release, so I kind of want it to match.
Ooh, don't you coordinate your wardrobe?
Well, yeah, dude.
I mean, who the fuck
AR's
does
got to
it?
be sexy.
Yeah. That's why I have all of my ARs paint filled.
No, I know Midway has a ton of
Yeah, Midway's sold out.
Oh, okay.
No back orders.
Joe Bob's. I know they carry a lot of Seekin stuff. They sell their lowers and a lot of parts. Have you checked Joe Bob's?
Not yet. That's a good idea.
Here, send me a link
I'm just
what
trying to think
color-
of places that I see a lot of Seekins parts listed for sale, and Midway and Joe Bob's are the first two that. Primary Arms, I know they sell a lot of Seekin stuff, and Aim Surplus, and gosh, I think about that's like the only places I ever see Seekins, but I bet you eBay and Amazon also, because you can find anything on eBay and Amazon. Aim Surplus is sold out.
Yeah, I checked eBay and Amazon. I didn't see it.
Let's see, Joe Bob's is sold out. They don't even have blue. They have black, red, and flat darker. So I guess Joe Bob's is a no.
They don't make blue anymore, is what it looks like on their website.
Yeah, I know.
On the
So I'm
website,
hoping
they have
to
is black,
find it
red, and
somewhere.
flat dark.
I need the blue, damn it.
So you're saying if I see a blue, I should just order it for you?
Or send me the link and I'll get it.
Seekins Precision, the blue trigger guard.
Yeah, I don't really like the way the trigger guard looks, but I like the mag release and I do like the safety. I think that's cool.
I mean,
I just like having a little touch of flair, you know, something to make my gun a little bit different from everybody else's.
I can go into my local shop Tuesday and see if they have it.
Why Tuesday? Is Monday some holiday or something?
No, they just aren't fucking open Mondays for some reason. Like Sunday and Monday, they're not open.
Oh, that's from partying too hard during the weekend. They're like, fuck this. We're not going to be open Monday.
But yeah, I'd also say check out eBay. eBay's probably your best bet, considering it looks to be discontinued. Or send them an email and just ask them. Be like, yo, to the Seekin Precision people.
Yeah, I'll just keep doing my Google foo. Someone's got to have a box of them sitting in the back room. Damn it.
Oh, on those side cut ARs, the ones that have like the upper has the built-in charging handle on the left. Is that like a reciprocating charging handle, or is that?
No, usually no. But some of them, usually the reciprocating ones are on the right, and if they're on the left, usually they're non-reciprocating. At least all the ones I've seen are non-reciprocating if they're on the left. Because basically it just sits there in front of your gas key, and then, you know, it rides your gas key back to charge it.
Alright, I'm thinking that might be the way to go.
I know where to get those for like $274, I think.
That's fucking expensive.
Yeah, I don't. Well, it's a quality billet side charging handle, and there's also a couple other neat features that it has, to it. So that's for. I don't know if you can get one cheaper or not. I'm not really interested in a side charging AR, but if you're interested, I know where to get them for $275 non-reciprocating, and like I said, I'll bill it in some other neat features.
Yeah, like I have a local AR shop that does nothing but stock AR parts and like assemble ARs. And they had last time I was in there, they had one for like $170.
Well, that's not a half bad decent price. Have you seen the side charging handle on it, that where you convert any AR upper to the side charging handle? Like any AR upper?
Nah.
That's something I would be interested in, because it's just a regular charging handle almost, but then it where it slides in exact same place in the upper as a regular charging handle, but then it comes out, goes down the left side of your AR more up towards the front of the gun, and then has a little folding handle up there, and I'll post you a link.
Sounds
Now
fucking weird.
that charging handle is something I would be interested in, maybe just because that's just an actual charging handle, and I think that was like $80 or $90. Let's see, I got the link here in my favorites somewhere.
Looks like everybody's out of stock on the blue one, Smags.
Yeah,
I
that's what I'm
did
saying,
find
man.
I did find one. It's Bauer Precision. Where do you want the link sent?
That's where I just checked on Bauer Precision.
It's available. It's in stock.
I just clicked on that one. Oh, yeah. No, it says available, then right underneath it says, sorry, this item's currently unavailable.
April Fools.
Yeah, fucking assholes.
Although I did see something that was really funny. April Fools, they turned Newgrounds into Trump grounds. And they just put like pictures of Donald Trump like all over it. It reminded me of one of Matt's chats for some reason.
It's gonna be huge.
Look at the hands. You can tell.
Sold out, sold out, sold out, sold out. God damn it.
But yeah, like right now, since I'm almost done with this AR like SBR thingy, I'm like plotting out my next project. I'm trying to figure out what parts I want to put onto a 9mm AR.
There's your link there, Flippy, on the side for that charging handle that makes your AR a side charger, non-reciprocating, and it's actually $149.99. I don't know why I was thinking it was like $80 or $90, but it's a little bit more expensive than that.
Yeah, that thing's weird.
The thing that worries me about, like, let's say a dedicated side charger is that company that made it still going to be around in 5 years? Are they still going to make it in 5 years? Are they going to have parts available for it? Because you know something's going to either eventually wear out or break, or something on the side charger. You're going to need to do something there eventually, and that's if I bought one, I'd have to probably buy two, and then keep one just around for nothing but to cannibalize later for parts if I need it.
I mean, worst case scenario, I just throw it away and just purchase a regular upper.
Oh yeah, that too, but
Smeggy, why don't you just get it like Duracoated?
I don't know, 'cause I'm lazy.
Also, why are we talking about AK or AR stuff in April? Smeggy, did you get a AK finally?
Not yet.
Oh, well, shame then. Is today Friday?
Today's Saturday.
Sunday now.
Well, technically, yeah.
Wow, that's weird. Today kind of felt like Friday.
So apparently I'm supposed to have a package delivered USPS sometime. Well, I guess not anymore because it's not Saturday here anymore. But look, expected delivery still supposed to be Saturday, and it's not, and it didn't come. What the hell? That's what I hate about USPS is you can't trust their tracking worth of shit.
Really? I've never had a problem with them.
Like UPS and FedEx, if they say they're going to be here Friday, like they're always here Friday or whatnot. Whatever day they say, but like look at my screen, I'm screen sharing. It says expected delivery day Saturday, April 9th. Well, that was today. And it never came. And it still says expected delivery day was Saturday, and it never ever came. It never even got to like the main hub here or nothing. It's just lost in transit somewhere.
Was it an Amazon purchase?
Nope. Nope, that was for my AK, my M92 I ordered. So it's supposed to be here today. It was actually supposed to be here Thursday when I originally bought it. So that was the original estimated delivery date was Thursday. And then didn't come Thursday, so I'm like, okay, for sure it's gonna be here Friday. And then tracking changed from Thursday to Saturday, and then it never came today still. So maybe the mailman had like a car accident. I don't know. Like maybe that's why you get certain things in the mail that come just all crushed and destroyed. I'm not sure.
With faint stains of blood.
The mob hijacked the shipment like back in the old days. I don't know.
I mean, I never really have an issue with them saying something's going to arrive on a certain date and it not arriving. My issue is mainly it arrives but at the wrong house.
I like USPS personally just because everything's so much cheaper for shipping, and usually they are pretty good. Usually if it says Friday, it'll be here Friday, but their tracking just really sucks as far as updating. Like, they don't give you as detailed tracking info. Because a lot of times, like, I have products that I've got where, it actually is delivered to my house, and if you go back and check that tracking number, it never says that it's out for delivery, and it never says it was delivered. So if I wanted to be a dick, I could probably call up and be like, dude, I never got my stuff. and they check the tracking number and it shows that it's still not delivered, and they'd be like, oh, well, okay, we'll resend it again. If I was like that, I could get away with that a lot, because that happens all the time. I don't know if my mailman's just too lazy to scan it before he puts it in the mailbox to say, yeah, it's delivered, or what the deal is, but like the tracking updating that they have is just really bad. And the USPS website crashes a lot and has the whole technical difficulties thing going on quite often. Because I'll check all the time. I'll be like, I'll check all the time. And then I was supposed to have my tracking on my HoloSense said it was supposed to be here today and didn't come today. So. And then I have, but like when you order stuff from China, like that tracking is like really accurate until it actually gets to America. And then once it gets to America and it goes to the main USPS or USPS hub in Los Angeles or whatnot, then it takes like a week when it gets to that hub before it moves like 5 miles down the road to the actual post office. And then from that post office to me, it takes like another week from Los Angeles, and because it's from China. But if I order from like an American company in LA, it's here in like 2 days. And their whole priority mail thing, I think that's a scam, because a lot of things I'll order, like first class and priority, and the first class beats it.
If you're not going to ship through their flat rate boxes, it's not worth using them. I just sent Night Strike. I sent Night Strike like a very heavy package, but it fit in one of their flat rate boxes, so it came out to a quarter of the shipping cost.
Well, and that's one thing that sucks about shipping first class is it's like they have like a 1 pound limit. So, you know, like first class is really cheap for like a large envelope, but if you're sending something that's small but it weighs a lot, like 2 pounds, you can't, like, that's when the price jumps up and they're like, oh no, you got to go priority mail and it's going to be a fortune. So yeah, that's when I'll use their flat rate small box. But I can ship like something that weighs 14 ounces in a little tiny envelope and it's $3 for shipping with tracking. So. Time to have another drink. What you guys drinking tonight?
Water.
Nothing.
Nothing. Saturday night, man. Where's the party at? Come on.
Not here.
The party's at whoever has a goddamn blue selector switch.
Dude,
Party's at Nathan's
fucking
house.
like get it Duracoated. Yeah, it is. But yeah, nah, like legit, just buy a selector switch and get it Duracoated.
They'll get it close, but they're never gonna get it the same. But I'm actually just reading a couple reviews on Amazon about them, and there is some people bitching about the green ones and the red ones, saying, "Oh, this is such bullshit. It doesn't match the safety, or it doesn't match the trigger guard. It's a completely different color of green or red." And so, like, even different batches of anodizing can differ from batch to batch, but there's some low scores on Amazon about them.
Maybe that's why they discontinued them, because they couldn't keep a consistent color.
So yeah, look up the green one, the green safety selector on Amazon, and there's several reviews that are only 1 star, and people pissed that the color doesn't even come close to matching their other green stuff. I don't see that about the blue yet, but I see it about the red and the green.
Have you even seen a blue on Amazon though?
No.
'Cause I didn't find one available.
No, but I'm using my Google Foo right now for you and trying to track.
Oh
them
yeah,
down.
I'm on my 4th page of Google links, but I'm still looking.
Have you checked Optics Planet?
I think that was one of them I looked at.
Okay, I'm looking. I'm gonna go look there right now. Oh, you know what? I should go back to Devore, because I think when I was on Devore, I think I saw some Seekin stuff. Let's see.
Guys, Optics Planet doesn't have stuff in stock, even when it does say it has stuff in stock. And you might have to wait 6 months before you get anything from them because they're a reseller.
Well, that's what Devore is owned by Optics Planet, I think, and that's what Devore does. Is they get in your order, then they make the order, and even Joe Bob's does that on certain parts, like the Joe Bob Anderson lowers and uppers always say out of stock, but item on order. They never order that item. You still purchase it at Joe Bob's, add it to your cart, pay for it, and then they make the order to Anderson, get it, and then they send it to you. But I read horror stories, like I was kind of frightened after I bought that Holosun. I read horror stories about Devore, and everyone's like, oh, they're owned by Optics Planet, and you're going to be waiting 6 months for your shit and all this stuff. And I was like, oh, Christ, and I was all worried about it. And then like a week later, I got a tracking number, and okay.
Oh, so was that tracking number for your fucking, the one that didn't arrive, was that your, Holosun, or is that your,
I think that one was the MPAP. My MPAP hasn't come, and my Holosun hasn't come, and they're both supposed to be here this week.
what about your Bushnell?
No, I don't even have a tracking number. They haven't even shipped that or nothing. Like, if I go to Bushnell right now, it just says, let's see here, Bushnell.
It just says to fuck if we know.
Oh, let's see here, replacement item on order. But I called them. I keep track, like meticulous track. I send myself emails, like when I call a company over an issue of like when I called them and whatnot. So I'm just not like, oh, I called you, a while ago. I called them on the 15th of March. I actually called them and said, hey, where's my shit? I've been waiting since November to get a working red dot from you. And they told me on the 15th that they had them on order and that they would be there in 10 days and then they would ship them out. Well, 10 days from the 15th would be the 25th. So, and they still haven't given me a tracking number or nothing. So I kind of want to call them back, but I kind of also don't want to piss them off and have them send me another broken one.
I mean, they'll send you another broken one for free. Not even for free, but for like you paying $10 for the shipping.
Well, yeah, that to get a working red dot from them has costed me $30 extra. And that's
on top of the initial like $100 for one of those fucking things.
Well, no, she got it on sale at Walmart for $60. So now I'm only into it $90, which is like the regular price.
You
but
basically paid full price for the fucker.
But still, when you get it for $60 the first time, you're like, oh, cool, I got a good deal on this, and but.
Oh, it's broken. Oh well. I don't know. The cheapest budget thing the cheapest like budget optic thing I would ever trust would probably be Vortex. I won't go any cheaper than Vortex.
I like Vortex. I think that's a good quality for what you pay.
Like, I hear decent things about Primary Arms, but it's like, I'd rather just go with Vortex.
I would go with Vortex over Primary Arms from the things I've read and heard. But I don't own any Vortex, so I can't speak firsthand. But they're all right and stuff. I don't think that they've quite earned the rep that they have. They haven't been in the business long enough, like Leopold, and some of their stuff is kind of pricey. And literally for very not much more, like 20, 30, 50 bucks more, you can get a Leopold or a Redfield or a lot of other brands that have been in the business for,
Well,
50.
Redfield hasn't been in the business forever. The Redfield that is nowadays isn't the Redfield of yesteryear. It's a new company. They just bought the name.
Well, that's every company, dude. That's,
Yeah,
you
but
can
I'm saying,
say
like,
you can
you
say the
can't.
same about Tasco, you can say the same about Armalite, you can say the same about Bushnell.
Yeah.
They've all changed hands.
Well, that's the thing, though.
Wait,
Like,
didn't Leopold buy Redfield? Isn't
Yes.
that who owns them? Yeah.
well, I mean, like, previous Redfield quality isn't the same as now because they're not Redfield anymore. They're a different company.
Only one line of their scopes is still made in the USA by Leupold, and everything else is made overseas in China.
Yeah, well, Leopold too. Some of their glasses made in China. The actual Leopold brand. So
I thought Leopold did a bunch of shit in Germany.
now, apparently, the same plant that makes the primary arms, all their 1 to 8 powered scopes, makes the same glass as the Leopold 1 to 8 power. So the primary arms glass in their 1 to 8 power, their smaller power scopes is the exact same glass made in the same plant as Leopold, from what I've read. And both those glasses are made in China.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna slap an aim point on my newest rifle.
There you go.
Fuck it. I know where they're made, and I know I can trust them.
I don't know. I don't have a problem with the Chinese glass or dot, or if it works. I think the Holosuns are made in China, right? And Holosun, I think they make a lot of the primary arms red dots now. So, and they seem to, both primary arms and Holosun seem to have a pretty good rep, and people are liking them. So, it's all about that quality control and what they're actually putting into it. I'm sure if you buy a $20 red dot from China, it's not going to be near as the quality or as good as a $200 red dot from China. So.
Well, I mean, like, the Aimpoint Pros are great. Like, they're fantastic. And they're only like 300 and something. Like, it's really not that expensive for it. And, like, you can purchase, like M4, like Comp M4s and Comp M2s and Comp M3s, like older used ones from eBay for like super, super cheap.
Oh god, I still see those go for like over $200, like $230, $240 and stuff. For
Like,
old beat up ones.
Like, I've seen a Comp M4 go for like, I think it was like $300, and that's like a $600 like sight.
How come the pros are so much cheaper?
Less battery life. The Comp M4 lasts a hell of a lot longer than a Pro. Other than that, it's the same optic. And then, like, even if that's like, if you don't ever care to use like night vision or whatever, then you should just go with, what is it? Their rifle scope? I can't remember what the fuck it's called. Which is like typically like high 200s, like mid 300s, or like low 300s.
Man, ever since that whole EOTech thing came out, I sure haven't been seeing pictures of EOTechs on Instagram, and I sure haven't been seeing people talk about the EOTech X3, and I don't even hear people talking about EOTech anymore.
The
It's like-
ACO is what it's called. Yeah, EOTech has kind of been like dropped.
Well, it's you know, at least they were like, hey, you know, send it back. You know, even if you bought it, you know, a long time ago, send it back. We'll give you your money back, or we'll, you know, replace it. So it's not like they were just like, oh no, you're screwed. And that whole thing, from what I understand, is that you have to go into like temperatures of like below 20 degrees or like, you know, super low temperatures or something to get that point of impact change that they were talking about.
Or super high temperature. Like, it's just a drastic change between the two.
Well, I constantly keep my optics in the freezer or the oven, so I guess that'd be a problem for me.
Well, I just, you know, everything expands with temperature variations, right? Especially anything that's aluminum or metal. Maybe plastic not so much, but I think it still does. So, you know, I think if you go from an environment like, let's say, your 75-degree house out into, you know, -5-degree weather, you know, stuff's going to shrink and compress, and that could throw, you know, I see that could happen to a ton of different optics, you know. But because they had military contracts and stuff is why everyone, you know, is why they threw a fit, is because there's actual soldiers who, you know, go into those type of environments. You know, like apparently like in Afghanistan it can be, you know, like 110 degrees in the day or something, and then at night in the desert, you know, it drops down to like 20 degrees. And so, but I think for the average Joe, I don't think probably like anyone's noticed a change of impact, because I didn't hear any reports of civilians saying, oh, it's changing, it's doing this or that, because that whole thing came right from like the Department of Justice, right?
Mm-hmm.
So until the Department of Justice came out and released that, I don't think any civvies had any idea that there was even an issue. But as soon as that paper came out and some YouTube videos and, oh no, EOTech, they're garbage. No, I think EOTech's probably still a great red dot.
Yeah, I just remember it was James. There was the fucking video that he did. Like, I was just one of his videos one day where it was just like, yep, EOTechs I just got used to them. I like them, but they're garbage now because they're breaking or they're not working correctly. So I'm abandoning all of them. It's like, what?
Well, they weren't breaking. They were just slight changes of point of impact. And even EOTech came out and said these are like minor half-inch and 1-inch variations between like 20 degrees and 120 degrees. So yeah, you might have a 1-inch shift of impact, a change of point of aim and stuff between, you know, 100-degree difference in variation of temperature. Like, they straight out came out and that Department of Justice letter confirms that it's not like some kind of huge thing where you're all of a sudden not going to be able to hit your target, and nothing about it said that they stopped working or that you know, like they were having issues or problems, you know, of them stop working. It's a very tiny minor change, point of aim change. That's it. So I would still buy an EOTech, straight up. Like, if I came across a good deal, someone's like, hey man, I got this EOTech, it's like brand new, I don't want it anymore because of that letter, I'll sell it to you for like $200. I'd be like, yeah, here you go. Send them to me. Send all your EOTechs to me. I'll give you $200 for all of them. Let's go.
Have you guys tried any of the Russian optics, like the Kashatans or the Venezuelans?
Honestly, I just don't care enough about it. Like, they're for the Cobras, at the very least. Those are like $300 optics. It's like, if I'm going to buy an optic that's $300, I'll just go with the one that I already know works well.
I don't know. Personally, I like to try new stuff. I like to, you know, and usually I look for at least a couple reviews on something, and if a couple people say it's good, then if I see nothing but bad reviews or mostly bad reviews, then I won't. But if I see some good reviews on stuff, like I've seen on HoloSun, yeah, I'll go try it out. That's why I wanted the Bushnells, because I saw like, was it I think it was Never Enough Ammo, or maybe it was the Daily Shooter. You know, I always get those two guys confused for some reason. But one of those guys has a Bushnell TRS-25 video, and it was pretty much his video that kind of made me want one.
I think there was one of Mac's videos where he was saying that Bushnell was great and he's never had any issues with them, like, ever.
Yeah, I think it
And,
was
like,
Never Enough
his
Ammo.
shop, well, no, not Matt, but like Matt, Military Arms Channel, where he's like,
Oh.
my shop is just like, we sell tons of them and we never have any issues with any of them coming back.
Well, obviously they have issues of them coming back if they don't have them in stock to send you a new one. You know, if you have a problem and you got to wait fucking months to get one. So obviously they do have some sort of issue there. And from what I understand is that there was a change between the emitter, I guess, was like on the bottom of like the gold ones, and then they moved it up to like the 4 o'clock position or the 3 o'clock position for the white labeled ones, where if the Bushnell's not in gold and the Bushnell's in white instead on it, that tells you that one has an emitter in a different location, and the ones that are white, I think, are the ones that have the issues with the white lettering, and then the ones that have the gold lettering on them, those ones are the good to go ones that people don't have any issues with. But the ones like I had with the white lettering on them, apparently those ones are the ones that do have some issues. Because, yeah, they can't keep them in stock long enough to replace all the shitty ones. And like I said, look at me. I sent it in. They sent me another new one, second one in a row, right out of the box, broken. So there's obviously something there. And I'm so discouraged by it now, like when I get it, I'm probably going to trade it. Like I probably won't even open up the fucking package. Like literally, like I won't even open up the package. I'm probably just going to turn around and trade it. Or I'll, take it to Cabela's and be like, yeah, I bought this here and I lost my receipt. Give me 129 store credit. Thank you.
Yeah, well, they never look too, which is great, so you can pretty much do that whenever the fuck you want.
But I'm so discouraged with it. Just I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna. I don't think I would trust it on my rifle now. Just getting 2 in a row broken out of the package and then having to wait so long for this warranty shit to get taken care of and false promises and shit. Nah, I'm kind of over it.
Hey Flippy, I was gonna say, all the Russian scopes come with the mount. So if you have an AK, and if you're gonna consider like cost value, like they come with the mount versus getting an Ultimac or a TWS rail or some other type of rail on top of everything. So
I personally don't like those rails. Like, I just don't like having a gas block rail. Like, the AK I have now has the side mount, so I'll just pick up one of those.
because you can't take them off, or why?
I just don't like them. Like, I don't know what it is. I can't really put my finger on it. I just don't personally like them.
So you just use a side mount?
Yeah, for the most part, I just use the side mount. But, like, it's my AK. I'm not really super worried about it. The sights on it are fine.
Who uses sights on an AK? Like, don't you just kind of like spray and pray? Like, just point and shoot? I mean, come on, every movie I have ever seen, like, they're shooting from the hip with those things. Come on.
Yeah, because you can't see through them, man. I can't. I had to change mine out.
I think it's sacrilegious to put any kind of optic or even use the sights on an AK if you're not shooting that thing from the hip. I mean, all the videos I've seen of like the guys in Somalia using them, yep, they just sit there and spray and pray right from the hip.
Yeah, I saw some videos on that. That's really funny.
No, like, and the funny thing is, like, it's like actual fucking combat, and these guys are like spraying from the hip, and so. I've
Yeah,
seen
there
some
was
videos.
there was this documentary I watched. Actually, kind of made me sad, but like, it was about this PMC dude going to the Congo, and like basically his job was to train park rangers, so they can like police their own parks. And like the fucking like he had them all up there on their firing lines, and all of them were just like missing at like 25 yards, like horribly.
Well, most of those guys had probably never ever shot a gun in their entire life.
Oh no, these were the AKs that they brought with them from
Oh,
home. Like one of them was like the fucking stock on it was just like a nub. Like the stock was so worn down, it was just gone, and there were no like front sight posts on it. And the guy just like looked at him. He's like, "Yeah, nah, he's like, I'm sorry, but that gun's unusable. We can't get you a new one, so you're just out of the program." The guy is just like smiling. He's like, "Okay," and then he just like walks home with it. Yeah, but like, anyways, at the end of it, like, the guy's like leaving, and he's like, "Yeah, I think these guys are gonna do great." And then like the credits pop up, and like you know how before the credits it always does like that honoring the people who died while making and all that other shit. It popped up with a message being like, a week after the filming of this, that entire that entire group got gunned down by poachers. It was like, Jesus.
and where was this at? The Congo?
It was it was somewhere in Africa. I can't remember where, but it was like some park in Africa where they were like trying to protect the elephants. It was like a reserve, but like it was just funny because like the minute he's like boarding the plane, he's like talking to the camera, and he's like, "Yeah, I believe that these guys, they're good, they're set, they're going to be able to protect their lands, and they're going to be able to like train up the next generation to do this, and we have hope." And then like it cuts to the fucking like credits where they're just like, all those people died.
Trying to save a lion.
Like all those people died from poacher. Like poachers gunned them all down. It was like, oh wow.
Yeah, and you know what, Smeggy, like on some of the actual pictures on different sites on the blue, some of them are like pretty light blue and some of them are like dark blue. So it does look like there's a wide variation in color there.
Yeah.
Is yours more of a light baby type blue or sky blue, or is it like a dark blue?
No, it's a darker blue.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm noticing now like they still make the black, the red, and
FTE.
I forget what, like a green or something. Yeah. So I bet you they had problems with the coloring. Because one of the things I found there, apparently they released them in 2015. Like someone said, like after seeing them at the 2015 SHOT Show, I picked one up and look how awesome it is. So if they were already not making those, you know, like they had 1 year of selling them and realized, oh shit, like we're not doing good with the green or the blue or whatever.
So they probably brought them all back and then re-anodized them in different colors or something.
Yeah, most likely they just weren't selling well enough, and they were just selling like just basically black or FTE or red, and they're like, well, there's really no point in us making these other colors because these colors aren't fucking selling.
Well, and it's not like I see him pictures on Instagram with a bunch of blue selectors or blue shit, you know, that's the red seems to be the popular color on Instagram for that. I don't really see much blue, so I don't think it's actually people buying these that they're out of stock. I just can't imagine people buying blue that much from all these different companies I'm looking at right now for them all to be out of stock.
I mean, honestly, it could just be just as simple as, like, they just didn't order that many. They sold out after, like, them sitting there for fucking ever, and they're just like, it's just not worth it.
Doesn't that look cool, man?
No. You're your Tiffany blue magazine
No,
release isn't that cool.
The camera, dude. It's darker in real life. I think it looks cool. Whatever.
Well, fuck you guys. I'm gonna take my blue thingy and go home.
I actually kind of like the blue. I was looking at the Tiffany blue shields, and I don't know. I think it is kind of a neat color. It's something different. I can totally see a chick rocking that.
My girlfriend likes that.
There were some pretty good arguments on to why there shouldn't be blue Cerakoted guns. Like the fact that a blue gun is supposed to be a safe gun, or like a dummy gun.
And who came up with that? The people who said, all right, we're going to make plastic guns and we're going to make them blue, and, you know, because I've seen a lot of, if I remember right, the very, very first, like, dummy guns or safe guns were actually like a pot metal cast, and they were just silver, and they were like a kind of like a Zamac type, you know, zinc alloy, you know, so before they were ever rubber or plastic, I think they were just like pot metal, and they were just silver. So if you wanted to be technical, you could say, well, you know, a safe gun's supposed to be a silver one.
Yeah, but the way things are known now is kind of different.
Yeah, but I mean, if you have a real gun that's blue, you would be aware of that, and you're not going to have it sitting out in a training class where people are going to expect it to be a training gun or whatever.
Oh yeah,
like it's a way to distinguish easily when you're already, like, you already know what you're doing. Like if you're doing a training thing, you know what products you have available.
Well, I mean, it was more so along the lines of if you were in a shooting type situation and you had to shoot someone, it's more of a you'll have a harder time
the
explaining.
lawyer's going to say you used a blue gun instead of a black gun or a silver gun, or how dare you?
Well, it'd be more so, what are you doing? Why are you walking around with a blue gun? Blue guns are known for being training like dummies. Are you trying to like roll people into a false sense of security so you can shoot them?
Well, and then you would be like, no, I fucking like blue. Fuck off. I mean, I've heard that before, the whole, a prosecutor can use that shit if you customize your stuff. But honestly, if it's a justified shoot, I don't care what the hell your gun looks like. You're probably going to be like, all right, you know, I'm good.
I mean,
They can say, oh, you were trying to trick people, and so they wouldn't be scared of you, and then you could shoot them. And you'd be like, no, a dude fucking broke into my house and I shot him. Like, that's what happened.
Well, that's
So
not the
you should be
issue.
fine.
It's like shooting someone on the street.
Okay, well, even so, okay, some dude frickin' pulled a knife on me when I was walking down the street, so I shot him. I mean, it's not like he pulled the knife on you going, oh, it's just a blue gun, I can pull a knife on him, it's a training gun, everyone knows that. If someone's fucking attacking you, like, you do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I agree with Smeggy. I think a prosecutor would have a very hard time trying to bring up a gun color, you know, but I think if you had something like actually written on your gun that said, oh, come get some, or you know.
Right, well, like that dude who had the "you're fucked" on his dust cover.
Yeah, and he's a cop.
They can use that as to try and say what type of mindset you're in.
Yep.
But even that, if it's still justified, I don't care if it says I shoot criminals for breakfast. Like, who cares? You still didn't do anything wrong.
The thing is, people care. It's not about doing something wrong or it being justified or anything like that. It's whatever they can use against you, they will use against you because it's their fucking job to put you in jail.
Well, but before it even gets that far, it goes to like a DA, a district attorney, and then the district attorney says, all right, there's something questionable about this, so it's going to go to court, okay? And that something questionable is not going to be the color of your gun or what's written on it, okay? So if it is a straight-up justified shooting, you're never going to go in front of a judge. The DA is going to say, oh, it was justified, and that's going to be the end of it. So, you know, so there has to be something else more there that's questionable for it to get that far before a prosecutor would even have the chance to say, oh, his gun was blue or his gun had this written on it. So.
Right. And I mean, I get it. It is a possibility. There are like anti-gun prosecutors that will try and do every dirty trick in the book. But I would hope that I had a good enough defense lawyer that you could, get that shit thrown out or inform the jury that that doesn't matter. The facts of the case matter, not what the hell. I don't care if it looks like, a Hello Kitty. Doesn't matter. It worked.
Oh, you know what? Post the part number for the blue in the. I actually have a really neat program that does nothing but search by SKU and part numbers. Post that. I'll use that for that blue safety. Post it in the side chat there for me. The part number
all right.
and the SKU number.
No, I have to put it in the gun channels chat because I'm on my phone, but I'll look it up and copy.
Because I've actually found several different things that I thought were impossible to get by using that. From from a lot of the littler places that really don't do stuff online a bunch, and that's where I found a lot of the good companies I found. Is by doing that.
Do you guys use an app like Gunbot for anything?
I use AR Parts Finder. I use Slick Guns. I use AR. What is the other one? Like AR Builder. Like AR Builder Parts Finder. There's two of them that are almost identical. It's like AR Parts Finder and then AR Builder Parts Finder. I use both of those. But I haven't heard of Gunbot. I don't think I've ever heard of that.
Gunbot is kind of like AmmoSeek. So you type in your specs and it'll look up different sites in its database. But there's some other apps that I was looking at, and they have they not only look at who has the cheapest product, but you can designate color, and some of them actually can wait and tell you when the product is on sale.
Okay.
So I copied from one of the websites. I don't know if that might even be like their personal number, or it could be the actual like Seekins number. But I put something in gun channels.
That's Bauer's personal number. That's their personal SKU.
God damn it! All right, I'll keep looking. A lot of the websites don't have a SKU number. They just like have the description and then you pick the color.
Go back to Midway. I bet you Midway actually has the proper. Usually places like Midway, Cheaper Than Dirt, stuff like that. Usually those places will actually have the manufacturer's part number listed. The bigger places like that. Because I bet you're right. I bet you there's some place, like some small gun shop somewhere that has a really small website that has them somewhere. DSA doesn't. Turks Tactical. I've never heard of this place. Did you check BravoTac? Let's see, nope, out of stock. Surplus. Okay, this comes right from Seekins Precision. Smeggy, are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, Seekins made a deal with Midway for their blue safety selector. Midway will be the only company that has blue now, and not just with the safety, but all blue parts. They did and this goes back to, what date is this? March 15th. So Seekins posted on March 15th that Midway is the only place doing blue. I'm not sure what their stock status is, but we made a deal with them, so blue is theirs. So Seekins, anything Seekins that is blue, Midway is going to be probably the place, unless it's old stock. But Midway looks like your best bet for probably blue, and that's probably why no one else has them, is because they can't get them because they made a contract with Midway. And here's the link to that, to what Seekins said about that right here.
Because I'm looking on Midway right now, and when I click on the blue, it says out of stock, no back orders, date expected in stock, overdue. So
sometimes a lot websites are just really slow on updating shit like that, especially a big place like Midway that deals with thousands and thousands of other parts. a phone call, they might be like, oh, you know what? We got like fucking boxes of these things. We just haven't updated our website yet because they don't like have automatic systems that, oh, you know, the shipment came in, so now it's in stock. Like there's some chick that sits at a desk that actually has to put it in the computer. So they literally might have them, especially since they're the only ones that are doing blue.
Right.
But that link comes from the Seekins precision forum on AR15.com, and that's the Seekins rep right there that says, Heat Seekins, that says that they made a deal with Midway.
All right. Well, cool. Thanks, man. I'll check it out.
Yeah, I would just call them on Monday. I'd call Midway on Monday, and you know, and they're either going to tell you, oh yeah, blue is discontinued, or but since they just barely said on the 4th of April, just 4 days ago, is when Seekins said this, that Midway has the contract for blue, they're going to get more in, and you know, so you're going to be able to get one, but it's going to have to be through Midway, pretty much. And I would just call them, and I bet you they're like, oh yeah, we got those in like last week. You know, we just haven't updated. You know, how many do you want? Because I've had that happen to me a lot out of a lot of different places, like Strike Industries, like waiting forever for something to come in, then you finally call them, and they're like, oh yeah, we have it, we just haven't updated it.
All right, cool. I wasn't super in a hurry to get it until I started seeing everything was out of stock. Then I'm like, oh crap, I bet you they discontinued it. I better get one now.
Yeah, but no, they didn't discontinue it. Just Midway has the contract to it or whatever, all rights to it to sell blue Seekins stuff.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, because I got the mag release from I want to say it's Freedom Munitions. They were doing a thing, you know, free shipping, and then their ammo was on sale, and then like all rifle parts and magazines were, you know, 10% off or something. So I was just kind of cruising around through their parts, and I'm like, oh, mag release, that's blue. And so, especially when it's on sale, it was only like $8 or something, if that. I don't remember. But so that's why that's the only reason I got it, because I was getting ammo anyways. And they just, you know, I got a couple of mags and that thing. And then when I saw the safety, I was like, well, that's kind of cool too. I want one of those.
Smeggy, have you seen the diamond plate design on the new ones they have at Seekins?
Yeah, I saw that.
You know what I hate? I hate when you go to, like, someone drops a link and they're like, oh yeah, go look at this part or something, and you go to that place, and that place like makes you sign up before you can even look at anything there. So you have to like sign up to their like mailing list and give them your info before you can even look at their online store. When I see places like that, I just automatically skip. If I don't need nothing from them bad enough. If I don't like being forced to having to sign up for a newsletter or sign up for one of their accounts just to look at their store, you know, before you're even buying anything. Because looking for the safety selector for Smeggy, I've ran into like 4 different places like that. They're like, oh yeah, before you can like look at anything, you got to give us your email.
Is it one of those where you try to scroll down and it blocks you and it follows you everywhere?
What's that? I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
No, I said one of those that right when you get on there and you see it, it pops up in your face and it scrolls down with you as you're trying to scroll
Yes,
around it.
yes, that's
Yeah,
what
I
I've
hate
been
'em.
running into. That's what I've been running into, looking for the safety selector from a couple different places, and I hate that. Like I do not want to have to give you my email if I don't want to, just to see what I might want to buy. Like I can understand giving you my email and all that if I decide I want to buy something, but I mean that's like going to Walmart and Walmart's like, yeah, give us your ID and all your info before we'll even let you in the store.
Yeah, you'd assume they'd lose so much business. They stopped doing that, but they must not. People must be doing that all day long.
Oh no, those places go out of business. Those are the ones that like last a year, then they're out. Personally, I like really, really simple websites that look like a 5-year-old made them, because those are the ones I can really follow and understand, and they're simple to navigate and find what you want.
Yeah, the no flash websites.
Yeah, exactly. I like very simple store websites, because then I know that they're not paying a guy a ridiculous amount of money for all that website shit and then adding it to the cost of their product also. So, and usually the places that have the best deals on parts usually have a really simple website. Trying to keep those costs down. Like AIM's website can be like kind of confusing at times, trying to search for products on AIM's website. They got a couple weird things going on there that I don't really like, but I still like AIM, so I use them. But
I was looking at mag holders, and then I tried to do a brief check for the safety selector, and I just gave up and went back to looking at mag holders.
mag holders for like a belt or something?
Yeah, so I got tired of the vertical ones, so I decided to look at horizontal ones. And I think I was talking to you about it a few days ago. But there's a couple of companies, but it seems like no one has a P220. Anything that'll fit a P220.
Well, P220, that has to pretty much be the same mag body as some other SIGs. So what other SIGs uses mags are like identical to the P220s? There has to be some other ones. So have you searched those ones?
Yeah, the ones I'm looking at, for SIGs, they only have a double stack mag, and either that or I have to go for a 1911 single stack 45, which the good ones that clip in have the plastic of the mag holder has a detent that catches the point of the magazine where if you insert it into a gun, like the safety catches it, like the mag catch has it, holds onto it. So it's kind of nice if it has that function rather than a straight up Kydex. But I guess I can find a Kydex with a retaining screw that works with a 45 single stack 1911 and use that for the P220 mag.
Is the P220s a single stack?
P220 is the single stack 45. So
okay.
You have the P226 is the double stack. So it's basically the same, almost the same.
What about the P227? Isn't that a 45? Isn't that and I don't. That one might be a double stack. The P227. I don't know. I can't remember for sure if that one's I'm pretty sure the 227's at 45, but I don't remember if it's a single or double or what the deal is on that one.
Yeah, it's a double. It's a double stack because it's got a 14 round capacity.
I don't know. Make your own out of some PVC.
it'll be the worst thing ever.
Or
I
just some
can't-
actual Kydex. Get like a sheet of actual Kydex and take it to a Kydex maker that's local in your area that forms them, and he'll wrap your mag body in a plastic bag, and he'll form the Kydex over it, and you'll have a custom mag holder exactly what you want, and he probably won't charge you that much for it at all.
Well, I gotta find one. There's not too many around me. I don't
Or
think
you-
there's any around me. So
I didn't think there was a Kydex holster maker around me, and I found a couple. So, because a lot of those guys, they're doing them out of their garage and then selling them online or whatnot. So you'd be surprised, but I bet you can find one somewhere reasonably close. And even if you had to mail it to someone, I would just find a decent Kydex. I bet you if you called Sasquatch Mountain Holsters, who does a lot of Kydex holsters and stuff, and they do a lot of mag bodies, magazine holsters and stuff like that. I bet if you called them and said, "Hey, I got a P220 mag. I need a carrier for it. If I send it to you, will you make me one?" I bet they'd be like, "Oh yeah, sure, man. Send it to us. I'll make you whatever you want." And then
yeah, I checked out their stuff. It looked really, really nice. It was just yeah, it was that, and it was $40. It was $40 for each mag pouch. So
oh yeah, they're expensive, dude. They're expensive. They're not cheap, but they are a good, high quality, fine attention to detail. So it's
well, the good thing is I only need one, and because there's just nowhere else on the belt to put it to where it won't stick out. So if they can do a horizontal one, why not?
I bet you he would, dude. I bet you he'd be all about that. That guy's really, really cool at Sasquatch Mountain. He's on Instagram. I follow him on Instagram and Facebook and stuff. And he makes some really cool, and I know he's made some custom stuff for people because I've seen it on his Instagram, custom orders and stuff. So I bet you, that guy, or I bet you there's 100 other guys out there that would be like, yeah, I'll build you one, no problem. Send me the mag if they don't already have one, or if they can't get their hands on one from a buddy. A lot of those guys might already have a mag or might already have a buddy, and they're like, oh yeah, I can get a mag and make you one, no problem. But worst case comes to worst, you just send them the mag.
Yeah, that's not a problem. Does he use anything besides Kydex, like Ultron or anything, or just straight up Kydex?
As far as I know, all he does is Kydex. I haven't seen him do anything else, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, his stuff is real nice. It almost looks like carbon fiber.
Just every single corner is just rounded, and there's going to be no sharp edges, and they're nice. That's why, like I said, I won my first one from him, right, in a giveaway, and then after I won, I was and I carried it for a while. I was like, this is nice enough to order another one. This is, so that's kind of if I want another Kydex holster, that's the first guy I'm going to go to, and if he doesn't make it for the gun I want, I'll just ship it to his FFL because I'm really impressed by it. I was just really blown away, and he does the custom grommets, different colors of grommets, screws, hardware. You can get really customized with his stuff. And
I'm looking at it now. He's got a Mandalorian style holster where he's using the different colors together.
Yep.
So, all right, I'll give him I'll shoot him an email. Yeah, I have a vertical one that's just digging into me.
See, and this is the kind of guy, and I'm not saying he does this, but just from what I've seen, I bet you this guy is the kind of guy who, as he's making it, and after he's done making it, that's actually going to put it on his belt and try it and bend over and be like, okay, this is cooler, or you know what, it's sharp right here, and it kind of pinches me, or you know, so I need to change this a slight little bit or change this angle, and you know, and like he's like that kind of attention to detail I'm talking about, to where they're just super comfy, man. So I can totally see that guy going that extra length to make sure he's sending out something good, you know. Because I think that's how that guy gets most of his business, really, and that's how a lot of small holster companies get their business, is just word of mouth.
Yeah, I haven't heard of him since until you told me about him the other day. So.
And I love to support small businesses. When I find a small business that makes something really good at a decent price, I'm all about supporting those guys.